The Jaguar Hunter by Lucius Shepard, with a foreword by Michael Bishop. Copyright 1987 by Lucius Shepard. Narrated by Gary Tipton.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Surrealistic visions of war and carnage, parallel worlds, Hindu shadow creatures, Nazis in various guises, winds with supernatural energy, and a vast, immobilized dragon are some of the elements of terror in this collection of 11 dark tales of fantasy. Strong language and violence, 1987. From the book jacket. The most exciting new story writer of them all. The decade of the 80s has become a golden age for the imaginative short story. In recent years, distinguished collections have appeared from Michael Bishop, Connie Willis, Greg Bear, Tanith Lee, Kim Stanley Robinson, Nancy Kress, and William Gibson, to enumerate only representative writers from the younger generation. Even amidst this era of auctorial largesse, however, Lucius Shepard has emerged as a phenomenon, one of the most astonishing new talents ever to grace the genre of imaginative fiction. Described by the Washington Post as the most exciting new story writer of them all, Shepard made his literary debut in the 1983 edition of Universe, and since then has dazzled the field with superbly crafted tales of futuristic war, menacing wind elementals, parallel worlds, interstellar incursions, a 6,000-foot dragon, and, in the ironically entitled R&R, a Central American sojourn that is one of the most sheerly harrowing stories ever conceived by an American author. Acclaimed as a masterpiece immediately upon publication, R&R lies at the heart of the Shepard oeuvre, a story of such searing intensity as to convey the reader beyond the merely speculative into the starkly tragic. Throughout the stories in this collection, so varied in their geographical settings, so manifold in portraying the richness of human experience, Shepard makes recurrent allusion to something beyond the pale of diurnal reality. "It is dreams which make us live, and mystery," explains a character in the author's novel Green Eyes. Neither a strict realist nor a genre fantasist, Shepard typically employs this visionary realm as an extension, an intensifier of the world we know. At his best, Lucius Shepard gives us a glimpse of the central mystery that is life itself. About the author. Just keep it simple, advised Lucius Shepard when asked to provide information for this biographical sketch. Born 40 years ago in Lynchburg, Virginia, Shepard raised hell in high school and hallucinated for a year and a half at the University of North Carolina before dropping out to travel extensively in Europe, the Middle East, Latin America, and the Caribbean. During this peripatetic period of his life, the author smuggled marijuana, taught Spanish at a diplomatic school, owned a T-shirt company, worked as janitor in a nuclear facility, and bouncer at a whorehouse in Malaga, and most recently beat his brains out as a rock musician. After graduating from the Clarion Science Fiction Writers' Workshop in 1980, Shepard sold his first novel, Green Eyes, which appeared as an Ace Special in 1984. His short fiction has been nominated for various Hugo, Nebula, and World Fantasy Awards. In 1985, he received the John W. Campbell Award as Best New Writer. Forthcoming is the novel Life During Wartime from Bantam Books. Dedication. For Gulliver. Table of Contents. Foreword by Michael Bishop, Side 1. The Jaguar Hunter, Side 1. The Night of White Bhairab, Side 1. Salvador, Side 3. How the Wind Spoke at Madaket, Side 3. Black Coral, Side 5. R&R, Side 6. The End of Life as We Know It, Side 8. A Traveler's Tale, Side 9. Mingala, Side 11. The Man Who Painted the Dragon Griaule, Side 11. A Spanish Lesson, Side 12. Foreword. Seldom do new writers arrive on the scene, whether amid the Scotch and evening wear ads in the New Yorker, or in the grainy double columns of fantasy and science fiction, with a convincing command of language, a deft display of storytelling techniques, and an authoritative auctorial presence. Attention-grabbing newcomers may write like seraphs in disguise, or they may expertly set you up for stinger endings that you never once expect. Or, the least likely of these three scenarios, they may show you a hard-won compassion or a with-it worldliness narrowly compensating for the deficiencies as either stylists or spellbinders. Rarely, though, will you find yourself reading a newcomer whose work manages to combine all three of these virtues. The reason is simple. Except for a few literary prodigies who take to it like termites to timber, writing requires blood, sweat, and tears. It wants not only a developable talent, but also a fingers-to-the-nub apprenticeship that may occasionally prove more humbling than uplifting. Because most writers begin to sell their work in their late teens or early 20s, they do part of their apprenticeship in public, keyboarding marginally saleable work while struggling to improve their craft and to grow as persons. Little wonder, then, that neophyte writers produce a catch-as-catch-can commodity, now singing exquisite arias, now crudely caterwauling. But even in moments of full-throated triumph, betraying more tonsil than tone, more raw power than rigor. All of which I note by way of introducing, roundabout, Lucius Shepard, who, like Athena stepping magnificently entire from the forehead of Zeus, arrived on the fantasy and science fiction scene a fully formed talent. On the other hand, how long did Athena gestate before inflicting her daddy's migraine? His first stories, the Taylorsville Reconstruction from Terry Carr's Universe 13 and Solitario's Eyes from Fantasy and Science Fiction, appeared in 1983. They showed him to be both an accomplished and a versatile storyteller. In 1984, at least 7 more tales, short stories, novelettes, novellas, bearing the Shepard byline cropped up in the field's best magazines and anthologies. These tales displayed a range of experience and a mature insight into the complexities of human behavior, astonishing in a beginner. In May 1984, his novel Green Eyes appeared as the second title in the revived Ace Science Fiction Special Series, and in 1985, at the World Science Fiction Convention in Melbourne, Australia, the John W. Campbell Award for Best New Writer went to Lucius Shepard, with total and therefore gratifying justice. Okay, who is this guy? I've never met him, but I have read nearly everything he has published to date. Moreover, letters have been exchanged. I wrote him one, and he wrote me back. Beyond these glancing run-ins, I've talked to Lucius Shepard twice, long distance on the telephone, and all my not-quite-close encounters with the man have probably given me the mistaken impression that I know something vital about the person behind the name, when what I chiefly know is really only what you are going to discover when you begin reading this collection of stories, namely, that Lucius Shepard field-marshals the language with the best of them, that he knows not just the tricks, but also some of the deeper mysteries of the trade, and that he has lived long enough and intensely enough to have acquired a gut feel for the best ways to use his knowledge of both people and craft to transfigure honest entertainment into unpretentious art. All the stories in the Jaguar Hunter are fun to read, but several of them, maybe as many as half, rise toward the Keatsian beauty and truth of the long-enduring. How so? Well, Shepard came somewhat tardily to writing, that is, in his mid to late 30s. After a worldly apprenticeship that included an enforced introduction to the English classics at the hands of his father, a teenage rebellion against institutionalized learning, expatriate sojourns in Europe, the Middle East, India, and Afghanistan, among other exotic places, an intermittent but serious commitment to rock and roll with bands such as the Monsters, Mr. Right, Cult Heroes, the Average Joes, Alpha Rats, and Villain, We Have Ways of Making You Rock, occasional trips to Latin America, where he has granted most favored hideaway status to an island off the coast of Honduras, marriage, fatherhood, and divorce, and some stints, both employed and unemployed, that he may one day decide to narrate in his autobiography, but that I know too little about even to mention in passing. Total immersion in the Clarion workshop for budding fantasy and science fiction writers in the summer of '80 led him to begin testing his talents, and not too long thereafter his first stories achieved print. In short, Lucius Shepard is so far from a novice, although he may yet qualify as a young Turk, that even middle-aged professionals with more than a book or two behind them have to acknowledge him as a peer. Indeed, he has already shown signs of outright mastery that both humble and enormously cheer all of us who believe in the power of imaginative fiction to speak to the human heart. Haunting echoes of the Vietnam conflict reverberate through the distinctive stories Salvador, Mengele, and R&R. Meanwhile, Black Coral, The End of Life as We Know It, A Traveler's Tale, and The Jaguar Hunter illuminate this same lush Latin American landscape in a fashion vaguely suggestive of Graham Greene, Paul Theroux, and Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Nevertheless, Shepard's voice remains determinedly his own. In both The Night of White Bhairab and How the Wind Spoke at Madaket, he plays unusual variations on the contemporary horror story. In the latter tale, for instance, he says of the wind, "It was of nature, not of some nether world." It was ego without thought, power without morality. And in the novelette, A Spanish Lesson, Shepard dares to conclude his Baroque narrative with a practical moral that makes the story resonate beyond the measure of the page. My own favorite in this collection, by the way, is The Man Who Painted the Dragon Griaule, a tale that, in the indirect way of a parable, implies a great deal about both love and creativity. Seldom, though, do you find a parable so vivid or so involvingly sustained. So pick a story at random, read it, and go helplessly on to all the others at hand. Lucius Shepard has arrived. The Jaguar Hunter beautifully announces this fact. Michael Bishop. The Jaguar Hunter. It was his wife's debt to Onofrio Esteves, the appliance dealer, that brought Esteban Cox to town for the first time in almost a year. By nature he was a man who enjoyed the sweetness of the countryside above all else. The placid measures of a farmer's day invigorated him, and he took great pleasure in nights spent joking and telling stories around a fire or lying beside his wife, Encarnacion. Puerto Morada, with its fruit company imperatives and sullen dogs and cantinas that blared American music, was a place he avoided like the plague. Indeed, from his home atop the mountain, whose slopes formed the northernmost enclosure of Bahia Honda, the rusted tin roofs ringing the bay resembled a dried crust of blood, such as might appear upon the lips of a dying man. On this particular morning, however, he had no choice but to visit the town. Encarnacion had, without his knowledge, purchased a battery-operated television set on credit from Onofrio, and he was threatening to seize Esteban's 3 milk cows in lieu of the 800 lempira that was owed. He refused to accept the return of the television, but had sent word that he was willing to discuss an alternate method of payment. Should Esteban lose the cows, his income would drop below a subsistence level, and he would be forced to take up his old occupation, an occupation far more onerous than farming. As he walked down the mountain past huts of thatch and brushwood poles identical to his own, following a trail that wound through sun-browned thickets lorded over by banana trees, he was not thinking of Onofrio, but of Encarnacion. It was in her nature to be frivolous, and he had known this when he had married her. Yet the television was emblematic of the differences that had developed between them since their children had reached maturity. She had begun to put on sophisticated airs, to laugh at Esteban's country ways, and she had become the doyenne of a group of older women, mostly widows, all of whom aspired to sophistication. Each night they would huddle around the television and strive to outdo one another in making sagacious comments about the American detective shows they watched. And each night Esteban would sit outside the hut and gloomily ponder the state of his marriage. He believed Encarnacion's association with the widows was her manner of telling him that she looked forward to adopting the black skirt and shawl, that, having served his purpose as a father, he was now an impediment to her. Though she was only 41, younger by 3 years than Esteban, she was withdrawing from the life of the senses. They rarely made love any more, and he was certain that this partially embodied her resentment of the fact that the years had been kind to him. He had the look of one of the old Patuca, tall, with chiseled features and wide-set eyes. His coppery skin was relatively unlined, and his hair jet black. Encarnacion's hair was streaked with gray, and the clean beauty of her limbs had dissolved beneath layers of fat. He had not expected her to remain beautiful, and he had tried to assure her that he loved the woman she was, and not merely the girl she had been. But that woman was dying, infected by the same disease that had infected Puerto Morada, and perhaps his love for her was dying too. The dusty street on which the appliance store was situated ran in back of the movie theater and the Hotel Circo del Mar, and from the inland side of the street Esteban could see the bell towers of Santa Maria del Honda, rising above the hotel roof like the horns of a great stone snail. As a young man, obeying his mother's wish that he become a priest, he had spent 3 years cloistered beneath those towers, preparing for the seminary under the tutelage of old Father Gonsalvo. It was the part of his life he most regretted, because the academic disciplines he had mastered seemed to have stranded him between the world of the Indian and that of contemporary society. In his heart he held to his father's teachings, the principles of magic, the history of the tribe, the lore of nature. And yet he could never escape the feeling that such wisdom was either superstitious or simply unimportant. The shadows of the towers lay upon his soul as surely as they did upon the cobbled square in front of the church, and the sight of them caused him to pick up his pace and lower his eyes. Farther along the street was the Cantina Atomica, a gathering place for the well-to-do youth of the town, and across from it was the appliance store, a one-story building of yellow stucco with corrugated metal doors that were lowered at night. Its facade was decorated by a mural that supposedly represented the merchandise within. Sparkling refrigerators and televisions and washing machines, all given the impression of enormity by the tiny men and women painted below them, their hands upflung in awe. The actual merchandise was much less imposing, consisting mainly of radios and used kitchen equipment. Few people in Puerto Morata could afford more, and those who could generally bought elsewhere. The majority of Onofrio's clientele were poor, hard-pressed to meet his schedule of payments, and to a large degree his wealth derived from selling repossessed appliances over and over. Raimundo Esteves, a pale young man with puffy cheeks and heavily lidded eyes and a petulant mouth, was leaning against the counter when Esteban entered. Raimundo smirked and let out a piercing whistle, and a few seconds later his father emerged from the back room, a huge slug of a man, even paler than Raimundo. Filaments of gray hair were slicked down across his mottled scalp, and his belly stretched the front of a starched guayabera. He beamed and extended a hand. "How good to see you," he said. "Raimundo, bring us coffee and 2 chairs." Much as he disliked Onofrio, Esteban was in no position to be uncivil. He accepted the handshake. Raimundo spilled coffee in the saucers and clattered the chairs and glowered, angry at being forced to serve an Indian. "Why will you not let me return the television?" asked Esteban, after taking a seat, and then, unable to bite back the words, he added, "Is it no longer your policy to swindle my people?" Onofrio sighed, as if it were exhausting to explain things to a fool such as Esteban. "I do not swindle your people. I go beyond the letter of the contracts in allowing them to make returns rather than pursuing matters through the courts. In your case, however, I have devised a way whereby you can keep the television without any further payments and yet settle the account. Is this a swindle?" It was pointless to argue with a man whose logic was as facile and self-serving as Onofrio's. "Tell me what you want," said Esteban. Onofrio wetted his lips, which were the color of raw sausage. "I want you to kill the jaguar of Barrio Carolina." "I no longer hunt," said Esteban. "The Indian is afraid," said Raimundo, moving up behind Onofrio's shoulder. "I told you." Onofrio waved him away and said to Esteban, "That is unreasonable. If I take the cows, you will once again be hunting jaguars. But if you do this, you will have to hunt only 1 jaguar." "One that has killed 8 hunters." Esteban set down his coffee cup and stood. "It is no ordinary jaguar." Raimundo laughed disparagingly, and Esteban skewered him with a stare. "Ah," said Onofrio, smiling a flatterer's smile. "But none of the 8 used your method." "Your pardon, Don Onofrio," said Esteban with mock formality. "I have other business to attend." "I will pay you 500 lempira in addition to erasing the debt," said Onofrio. "Why?" asked Esteban. "Forgive me, but I cannot believe it is due to a concern for the public welfare." Onofrio's fat throat pulsed. His face darkened. "Never mind," said Esteban. "It is not enough." "Very well. 1,000. Onofrio's casual manner could not conceal the anxiety in his voice. Intrigued, curious to learn the extent of Onofrio's anxiety, Esteban plucked a figure from the air. 10,000, he said, "and in advance." "Ridiculous. I could hire 10 hunters for this much. 20. Esteban shrugged. "But none with my method." For a moment Onofrio sat with his hands enlaced, twisting them, as if struggling with some pious conception. "All right," he said, the words squeezed out of him. 10,000. The reason for Onofrio's interest in Barrio Carolina suddenly dawned on Esteban, and he understood that the profits involved would make his fee seem pitifully small. But he was possessed by the thought of what 10,000 lempira could mean. A herd of cows, a small truck to haul produce, or, and as he thought it, he realized this was the happiest possibility, the little stucco house in Barrio Clarín that Encarnacion had set her heart on. Perhaps owning it would soften her toward him. He noticed Raimundo staring at him, his expression a knowing smirk, and even Onofrio, though still outraged by the fee, was beginning to show signs of satisfaction, adjusting the fit of his guayabera, slicking down his already slicked-down hair. Esteban felt debased by their capacity to buy him, and to preserve a last shred of dignity, he turned and walked to the door. "I will consider it," he tossed back over his shoulder, "and I will give you my answer in the morning." Murder Squad of New York, starring a bald American actor, was the featured attraction on Encarnacion's television that night, and the widows sat cross-legged on the floor, filling the hut so completely that the charcoal stove and the sleeping hammock had been moved outside in order to provide good viewing angles for the latecomers. To Esteban, standing in the doorway, it seemed his home had been invaded by a covey of large black birds with cowled heads, who were receiving evil instruction from the core of a flickering gray jewel. Reluctantly, he pushed between them and made his way to the shelves mounted on the wall behind the set. He reached up to the top shelf and pulled down a long bundle wrapped in oil-stained newspapers. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Encarnacion watching him. Her lips thinned, curved in a smile, and that cicatrix of a smile branded its mark on Esteban's heart. She knew what he was about, and she was delighted. Not in the least worried. Perhaps she had known of Onofrio's plan to kill the jaguar. Perhaps she had schemed with Onofrio to entrap him. Infuriated, he barged through the widows, setting them to gabbling, and walked out into his banana grove and sat on a stone amidst it. The night was cloudy, and only a handful of stars showed between the tattered dark shapes of the leaves. The wind sent the leaves slithering together, and he heard one of his cows snorting and smelled the ripe odor of the corral. It was as if the solidity of his life had been reduced to this isolated perspective, and he bitterly felt the isolation. Though he would admit to fault in the marriage, he could think of nothing he had done that could have bred Encarnacion's hateful smile. After a while, he unwrapped the bundle of newspapers and drew out a thin-bladed machete of the sort used to chop banana stalks, but which he used to kill jaguars. Just holding it renewed his confidence and gave him a feeling of strength. It had been 4 years since he had hunted, yet he knew he had not lost the skill. Once he had been proclaimed the greatest hunter in the province of Nueva Esperanza, as had his father before him, and he had not retired from hunting because of age or infirmity, but because the jaguars were beautiful, and their beauty had begun to outweigh the reasons he had for killing them. He had no better reason to kill the jaguar of Barrio Carolina. It menaced no one other than those who hunted it, who sought to invade its territory, and its death would profit only a dishonorable man and a shrewish wife, and would spread the contamination of Puerto Morada. And besides, it was a black jaguar. Black jaguars, his father had told him, are creatures of the moon. They have other forms and magical purposes with which we must not interfere. Never hunt them. His father had not said that the black jaguars lived on the moon, simply that they utilized its power. But as a child, Esteban had dreamed about a moon of ivory forests and silver meadows through which the jaguars flowed as swiftly as black water. And when he had told his father of the dreams, his father had said that such dreams were representations of a truth, and that sooner or later he would discover the truth underlying them. Esteban had never stopped believing in the dreams, not even in face of the rocky, airless place depicted by the science programs on Encarnacion's television. That moon, its mystery explained, was merely a less enlightening kind of dream, a statement of fact that reduced reality to the knowable. But as he thought this, Esteban suddenly realized that killing the jaguar might be the solution to his problems, that by going against his father's teaching, that by killing his dreams, his Indian conception of the world, he might be able to find accord with his wife's. He had been standing halfway between the two conceptions for too long, and it was time for him to choose. And there was no real choice. It was this world he inhabited, not that of the jaguars. If it took the death of a magical creature to permit him to embrace as joys the television and trips to the movies and a stucco house in Barrio Clarín, well, he had faith in this method. He swung the machete, slicing the dark air, and laughed. Encarnacion's frivolousness, his skill at hunting, Onofrio's greed, the jaguar, the television, all these things were neatly woven together like the elements of a spell, one whose products would be a denial of magic and a furthering of the unmagical doctrines that had corrupted Puerto Morada. He laughed again, but a second later he chided himself. It was exactly this sort of thinking he was preparing to root out. Esteban waked Encarnacion early the next morning and forced her to accompany him to the appliance store. His machete swung by his side in a leather sheath, and he carried a burlap sack containing food and the herbs he would need for the hunt. Encarnacion trotted along beside him, silent, her face hidden by a shawl. When they reached the store, Esteban had Onofrio stamp the bill paid in full. Then he handed the bill and the money to Encarnacion. "If I kill the jaguar, or if it kills me," he said harshly, "this will be yours. Should I fail to return within a week, you may assume that I will never return." She retreated a step, her face registering alarm as if she had seen him in new light and understood the consequences of her actions. But she made no move to stop him as he walked out the door. Across the street, Raimundo Esteves was leaning against the wall of the Cantina Autómica, talking to two girls wearing jeans and frilly blouses. The girls were fluttering their hands and dancing to the music that issued from the cantina, and to Esteban they seemed more alien than the creature he was to hunt. Raimundo spotted him and whispered to the girls. They peeked over their shoulders and laughed. Already angry at Encarnacion, Esteban was washed over by a cold fury. He crossed the street to them, rested his hand on the hilt of the machete, and stared at Raimundo. He had never before noticed how soft he was, how empty of presence. A crop of pimples straggled along his jaw. The flesh beneath his eyes was pocked by tiny indentations, like those made by a silversmith's hammer, and, unequal to the stare, his eyes darted back and forth between the two girls. Esteban's anger dissolved into revulsion. "I am Esteban Cox," he said. "I have built my own house, tilled my soil, and brought 4 children into the world. This day I am going to hunt the jaguar of Barrio Carolina in order to make you and your father even fatter than you are." He ran his gaze up and down Raimundo's body, and letting his voice fill with disgust, he asked, "Who are you?" Raimundo's puffy face cinched in a knot of hatred, but he offered no response. The girls tittered and skipped through the door of the cantina. Esteban could hear them describing the incident, laughter, and he continued to stare at Raimundo. Several other girls poked their heads out the door, giggling and whispering. After a moment, Esteban spun on his heel and walked away. Behind him there was a chorus of unrestrained laughter, and a girl's voice called mockingly, "Raimundo, who are you?" Other voices joined in, and it soon became a chant. Barrio Carolina was not truly a barrio of Puerto Morata. It lay beyond Punta Manabic, the southernmost enclosure of the bay, and was fronted by a palm hammock and the loveliest stretch of beach in all the province, a curving slice of white sand giving way to jade-green shallows. 40 years before, it had been the headquarters of the fruit company's experimental farm, a project of such vast scope that a small town had been built on the site. Rows of white frame houses with shingle roofs and screen porches, the kind you might see in a magazine illustration of rural America. The company had touted the project as being the keystone of the country's future, and it promised to develop high-yield crops that would banish starvation. But in 1947, a cholera epidemic had ravaged the coast, and the town had been abandoned. By the time the cholera scare had died down, the company had become well entrenched in national politics and no longer needed to maintain a benevolent image. The project had been dropped and the property abandoned until, in the same year that Esteban had retired from hunting, developers had bought it, planning to build a major resort. It was then the Jaguar had appeared. Though it had not killed any of the workmen, it had terrorized them to the point that they had refused to begin the job. Hunters had been sent, and these the Jaguar had killed. The last party of hunters had been equipped with automatic rifles, all manner of technological aids, but the Jaguar had picked them off one by one, and this project, too, had been abandoned. Rumor had it that the land had recently been resold, now Esteban knew to whom, and that the idea of a resort was once more under consideration. The walk from Puerto Morata was hot and tiring, and upon arrival Esteban sat beneath a palm and ate a lunch of cold banana fritters. Combers as white as toothpaste broke on the shore, and there was no human litter, just dead fronds and driftwood and coconuts. All but 4 of the houses had been swallowed by the jungle, and only sections of those 4 remained visible, embedded like mouldering gates in a blackish-green wall of vegetation. Even under the bright sunlight they were haunted-looking, their screens ripped, boards weathered gray, vines cascading over their facades. A mango tree had sprouted from one of the porches, and wild parrots were eating its fruit. He had not visited the barrios since childhood. The ruins had frightened him then, but now he found them appealing, testifying to the dominion of natural law. It distressed him that he would help transform it all into a place where the parrots would be chained to perches, and the jaguars would be designs on tablecloths, a place of swimming pools and tourists sipping from coconut shells. None the less, after he had finished lunch, he set out to explore the jungle, and soon discovered a trail used by the jaguar, a narrow path that wound between the vine-matted shells of the houses for about a half-mile and ended at the Rio Dulce. The river was a murkier green than the sea, curving away through the jungle walls. The jaguar's tracks were everywhere along the bank, especially thick upon a tussocky rise some 5 or 6 feet above the water. This baffled Esteban. The jaguar could not drink from the rise, and it certainly would not sleep there. He puzzled over it a while, but eventually shrugged it off, returned to the beach, and, because he planned to keep watch that night, took a nap beneath the palms. Some hours later, around mid-afternoon, he was started from his nap by a voice hailing him. A tall, slim, copper-skinned woman was walking toward him, wearing a dress of dark green, almost the exact color of the jungle walls, that exposed the swell of her breasts. As she drew near, he saw that though her features had a Patucan cast, they were of a lapidary fineness uncommon to the tribe. It was as if they had been refined into a lovely mask, cheeks planed into subtle hollows, lips sculpted full, stylized feathers of ebony inlaid for eyebrows, eyes of jet and white onyx, and all this given a human gloss. A sheen of sweat covered her breasts, and a single curl of black hair lay over her collarbone, so artful seeming it appeared to have been placed there by design. She knelt beside him, gazing at him impassively, and Esteban was flustered by her heated air of sensuality. The sea breeze bore her scent to him, a sweet musk that reminded him of mangoes left ripening in the sun. "My name is Esteban Cox," he said, painfully aware of his own sweaty odor. "I have heard of you," she said. "The Jaguar Hunter. Have you come to kill the jaguar of the barrio?" "Yes," he said, and felt shame at admitting it. She picked up a handful of sand and watched it sift through her fingers. "What is your name?" he asked. "If we become friends, I will tell you my name," she said. "Why must you kill the jaguar?" He told her about the television set, and then, to his surprise, he found himself describing his problems with Encarnacion, explaining how he intended to adapt to her ways. These were not proper subjects to discuss with a stranger, yet he was lured to intimacy. He thought he sensed an affinity between them, and that prompted him to portray his marriage as more dismal than it was. For though he had never once been unfaithful to Encarnacion, he would have welcomed the chance to do so now. "This is a black jaguar," she said. "Surely you know they are not ordinary animals, that they have purposes with which we must not interfere." Esteban was startled to hear his father's words from her mouth, but he dismissed it as coincidence and replied, "Perhaps, but they are not mine." "Truly they are," she said. "You have simply chosen to ignore them." She scooped up another handful of sand. "How will you do it? You have no gun, only a machete." "I have this as well," he said, and from his sack he pulled out a small parcel of herbs and handed it to her. She opened it and sniffed the contents. "Herbs? Ah, you plan to drug the jaguar." "Not the jaguar, myself." He took back the parcel. "The herbs slow the heart and give the body a semblance of death. They induce a trance, but one that can be thrown off at a moment's notice. After I chew them, I will lie down in a place that the jaguar must pass on its nightly hunt. It will think I am dead, but it will not feed unless it is sure that the spirit has left the flesh, and to determine this, it will sit on the body so it can feel the spirit rise up. As soon as it starts to settle, I will throw off the trance and stab it between the ribs. If my hand is steady, it will die instantly." "And if your hand is unsteady?" "I have killed nearly 50 jaguars," he said. "I no longer fear unsteadiness. The method comes down through my family from the old Patuca, and it has never failed to my knowledge." "But a black jaguar?" "Black or spotted, it makes no difference. Jaguars are creatures of instinct, and one is like another when it comes to feeding." "Well," she said, "I cannot wish you luck, but neither do I wish you ill." She came to her feet, brushing the sand from her dress. He wanted to ask her to stay, but pride prevented him, and she laughed as if she knew his mind. "Perhaps we will talk again, Esteban," she said. "It would be a pity if we did not, for more lies between us than we have spoken of this day." She walked swiftly down the beach, becoming a diminutive black figure that was rippled away by the heat haze. That evening, needing a place from which to keep watch, Esteban pried open the screen door of one of the houses facing the beach and went on to the porch. Chameleons skittered into the corners, and an iguana slithered off a rusted lawn chair sheathed in spider web and vanished through a gap in the floor. The interior of the house was dark and forbidding, except for the bathroom, the roof of which was missing, webbed over by vines that admitted a gray-green infusion of twilight. The cracked toilet was full of rainwater and dead insects. Uneasy, Esteban returned to the porch, cleaned the lawn chair, and sat. Out on the horizon the sea and sky were blending in a haze of silver and gray. The wind had died, and the palms were as still as sculpture. A string of pelicans flying low above the waves seemed to be spelling a sentence of cryptic black syllables. But the eerie beauty of the scene was lost on him. He could not stop thinking of the woman. The memory of her hips rolling beneath the fabric of her dress as she walked away was repeated over and over in his thoughts, and whenever he tried to turn his attention to the matter at hand, the memory became more compelling. He imagined her naked, the play of muscles rippling her haunches, and this so inflamed him that he started to pace, unmindful of the fact that the creaking boards were signaling his presence. He could not understand her effect upon him. Perhaps, he thought, it was her defense of the Jaguar, her calling to mind of all he was putting behind him. And then a realization settled over him like an icy shroud. It was commonly held among the Patuca that a man about to suffer a solitary and unexpected death would be visited by an envoy of death, who, standing in for family and friends, would prepare him to face the event. And Esteban was now very sure that the woman had been such an envoy, that her allure had been specifically designed to attract his soul to its imminent fate. He sat back down in the lawn chair, numb with the realization. Her knowledge of his father's words, the odd flavor of her conversation, her intimation that more lay between them, it all accorded perfectly with the traditional wisdom. The moon rose 3/4 full, silvering the sands of the barrio, and still he sat there, rooted to the spot by his fear of death. He had been watching the Jaguar for several seconds before he registered its presence. It seemed at first that a scrap of night sky had fallen onto the sand and was being blown by a fitful breeze. But soon he saw that it was the Jaguar, that it was inching along as if stalking some prey. Then it leaped high into the air, twisting and turning, and began to race up and down the beach, a ribbon of black water flowing across the silver sands. He had never before seen a jaguar at play, and this alone was cause for wonder. But most of all, he wondered at the fact that here were his childhood dreams come to life. He might have been peering out onto a silvery meadow of the moon, spying on one of its magical creatures. His fear was eroded by the sight, and like a child he pressed his nose to the screen, trying not to blink, anxious that he might miss a single moment. At length the jaguar left off its play and came prowling up the beach toward the jungle. By the set of its ears and the purposeful sway of its walk, Esteban recognized that it was hunting. It stopped beneath a palm about 20 feet from the house, lifted its head, and tested the air. Moonlight frayed down through the fronds, applying liquid gleams to its haunches. Its eyes, glinting yellow-green, were like peepholes into a lurid dimension of fire. The jaguar's beauty was heart-stopping, the embodiment of a flawless principle. And Esteban, contrasting this beauty with the pallid ugliness of his employer, with the ugly principle that had led to his hiring, doubted that he could ever bring himself to kill it. All the following day he debated the question. He had hoped the woman would return, because he had rejected the idea that she was death's envoy. That perception, he thought, must have been induced by the mysterious atmosphere of the barrio, and he felt that if she was to argue the jaguar's cause again, he would let himself be persuaded. But she did not put in an appearance, and as he sat upon the beach, watching the evening sun decline through strata of dusky orange and lavender clouds, casting wild glitters over the sea, he understood once more that he had no choice. Whether or not the jaguar was beautiful, whether or not the woman had been on a supernatural errand, he must treat these things as if they had no substance. The point of the hunt had been to deny mysteries of this sort, and he had lost sight of it under the influence of old dreams. He waited until moonrise to take the herbs, and then lay down beneath the palm tree where the jaguar had paused the previous night. Lizards whispered past in the grasses, sand fleas hopped onto his face. He hardly felt them, sinking deeper into the languor of the herbs. The fronds overhead showed an ashen green in the moonlight, lifting, rustling, and the stars between their feathered edges flickered crazily as if the breeze were fanning their flames. He became immersed in the landscape, savoring the smells of brine and rotting foliage that were blowing across the beach, drifting with them. But when he heard the pat of the jaguar's step, he came alert. Through narrowed eyes he saw it sitting a dozen feet away, a bulky shadow craning its neck toward him, investigating his scent. After a moment it began to circle him, each circle a bit tighter than the one before, and whenever it passed out of view he had to repress a trickle of fear. Then, as it passed close on the seaward side, he caught a whiff of its odor, a sweet, musky odor that reminded him of mangoes left ripening in the sun. Fear welled up in him, and he tried to banish it, to tell himself that the odor could not possibly be what he thought. The jaguar snarled, a razor stroke of sound that slit the peaceful mesh of wind and surf, and realizing it had scented his fear, he sprang to his feet, waving his machete. In a whirl of vision he saw the jaguar leap back. Then he shouted at it, waved the machete again, and sprinted for the house, where he had kept watch. He slipped through the door and went staggering into the front room. There was a crash behind him, and turning, he had a glimpse of a huge black shape struggling to extricate itself from a moonlit tangle of vines and ripped screen. He darted into the bathroom, sat with his back against the toilet bowl, and braced the door shut with his feet. The sound of the jaguar's struggle subsided, and for a moment he thought it had given up. Sweat left cold trails down his sides. His heart pounded. He held his breath, listening, and it seemed the whole world was holding its breath as well. The noises of wind and surf and insects were a faint seething. Moonlight shed a sickly white radiance through the enlaced vines overhead, and a chameleon was frozen among peels of wallpaper beside the door. He let out a sigh and wiped the sweat from his eyes. He swallowed. Then the top panel of the door exploded, shattered by a black paw. Splinters of rotten wood flew into his face, and he screamed. The sleek wedge of the jaguar's head thrust through the hole, roaring, a gateway of gleaming fangs guarding a plush red throat. Half paralyzed, Esteban jabbed weakly with the machete. The jaguar withdrew, reached in with its paw, and clawed at his leg. More by accident than design, he managed to slice the jaguar, and the paw, too, was withdrawn. He heard it rumbling in the front room, and then, seconds later, a heavy thump against the wall behind him. The jaguar's head appeared above the edge of the wall. It was hanging by its forepaws, trying to gain a perch from which to leap down into the room. Esteban scrambled to his feet and slashed wildly, severing vines. The jaguar fell back, yowling. For a while it prowled along the wall, fuming to itself. Finally there was silence. When sunlight began to filter through the vines, Esteban walked out of the house and headed down the beach to Puerto Morata. He went with his head lowered, desolate, thinking of the grim future that awaited him after he returned the money to Onofrio. A life of trying to please an increasingly shrewish Encarnacion, of killing lesser jaguars for much less money. He was so mired in depression that he did not notice the woman until she called to him. She was leaning against a palm about 30 feet away, wearing a filmy white dress through which he could see the dark jut of her nipples. He drew his machete and backed off a pace. "Why do you fear me, Esteban?" she called, walking toward him. "You tricked me into revealing my method and tried to kill me," he said. "Is that not reason for fear?" "I did not know you or your method in that form. I knew only that you were hunting me. But now the hunt has ended, and we can be as man and woman." He kept his machete at point. "What are you?" he asked. She smiled. "My name is Miranda. I am Patuca." "Patucas do not have black fur and fangs." "I am of the old Patuca," she said. "We have this power." "Keep away!" He lifted the machete as if to strike, and she stopped just beyond his reach. "You can kill me if that is your wish, Esteban." She spread her arms, and her breasts thrust forward against the fabric of her dress. "You are stronger than I, now. But listen to me first." He did not lower the machete, but his fear and anger were being overridden by a sweeter emotion. "Long ago," she said, "there was a great healer who foresaw that one day the Patuca would lose their place in the world, and so, with the help of the gods, he opened a door into another world where the tribe could flourish. But many of the tribe were afraid and would not follow him. Since then, the door has been left open for those who would come after." She waved at the ruined houses. "Barrio Carolina is the site of the door, and the Jaguar is its guardian. But soon the fevers of this world will sweep over the barrio, and the door will close forever. For though our hunt has ended, there is no end to hunters or to greed." She came a step nearer. "If you listen to the sounding of your heart, you will know this is the truth." He half believed her, yet he also believed her words masked a more poignant truth, one that fitted inside the other the way his machete fitted into its sheath. "What is it?" she asked. "What troubles you?" "I think you have come to prepare me for death," he said, "and that your door leads only to death." "Then why do you not run from me?" She pointed toward Puerto Morada. "That is death, Esteban. The cries of the gulls are death. And when the hearts of lovers stop at the moment of greatest pleasure, that too is death. This world is no more than a thin covering of life drawn over a foundation of death, like a scum of algae upon a rock. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps my world lies beyond death. The two ideas are not opposed. But if I am death to you, Esteban, then it is death you love." He turned his eyes to the sea, not wanting her to see his face. "I do not love you," he said. "Love awaits us," she said, "and some day you will join me in my world." He looked back to her, ready with a denial, but was shocked to silence. Her dress had fallen to the sand, and she was smiling. The litheness and purity of the jaguar were reflected in every line of her body. Her secret hair was so absolute a black that it seemed an absence in her flesh. She moved close, pushing aside the machete. The tips of her breasts brushed against him, warm through the coarse cloth of his shirt. Her hands cupped his face, and he was drowning in her heated scent, weakened by both fear and desire. "We are of one soul, you and I," she said, "one blood and one truth. You cannot reject me." Days passed, though Esteban was unclear as to how many. Night and day were unimportant incidences of his relationship with Miranda, serving only to color their love-making with a spectral or a sunny mood. And each time they made love, it was as if 1,000 new colors were being added to his senses. He had never been so content. Sometimes, gazing at the haunted facades of the barrio, He believed that they might well conceal shadowy avenues leading to another world. However, whenever Miranda tried to convince him to leave with her, he refused. He could not overcome his fear, and would never admit, even to himself, that he loved her. He attempted to fix his thoughts on Encarnacion, hoping this would undermine his fixation with Miranda, and free him to return to Puerto Morada. But he found that he could not picture his wife except as a black bird hunched before a flickering gray jewel. Miranda, however, seemed equally unreal at times. Once, as they sat on the bank of the Rio Dulce, watching the reflection of the moon, almost full, floating upon the water, she pointed to it and said, "My world is that near, Esteban, that touchable. You may think the moon above is real, and this is only a reflection. But the thing most real, that most illustrates the real, is the surface that permits the illusion of reflection. Passing through this surface is what you fear, and yet it is so insubstantial you would scarcely notice the passage." "You sound like the old priest who taught me philosophy," said Esteban. "His world, his heaven, was also philosophy. Is that what your world is, the idea of a place? Or are there birds and jungles and rivers?" Her expression was in partial eclipse, half moonlit, half shadowed, and her voice revealed nothing of her mood. "No more than there are here," she said. "What does that mean?" he said angrily. "Why will you not give me a clear answer?" "If I were to describe my world, you would simply think me a clever liar." She rested her head on his shoulder. "Sooner or later you will understand. We did not find each other merely to have the pain of being parted." In that moment her beauty, like her words, seemed a kind of evasion, obscuring a dark and frightening beauty beneath. And yet he knew that she was right, that no proof of hers could persuade him contrary to his fear. One afternoon, an afternoon of such brightness that it was impossible to look at the sea without squinting, they swam out to a sandbar that showed as a thin curving island of white against the green water. Esteban floundered and splashed, but Miranda swam as if born to the element. She darted beneath him, tickling him, pulling at his feet, eeling away before he could catch her. They walked along the sand, turning over starfish with their toes, collecting whelks to boil for their dinner. And then Esteban spotted a dark stain hundreds of yards wide that was moving below the water beyond the bar, a great school of king mackerel. "It is too bad we have no boat," he said. "Mackerel would taste better than whelks." "We need no boat," she said. "I will show you an old way of catching fish." She traced a complicated design in the sand, and when she had done, she led him into the shallows and had him stand facing her a few feet away. "Look down at the water between us," she said. "Do not look up, and keep perfectly still until I tell you." She began to sing with a faltering rhythm, a rhythm that put him in mind of the ragged breezes of the season. Most of the words were unfamiliar, but others he recognized as Patuca. After a minute he experienced a wave of dizziness, as if his legs had grown long and spindly, and he was now looking down from a great height, breathing rarefied air. Then a tiny dark stain materialized below the expanse of water between him and Miranda. He remembered his grandfather's stories of the old Patuca, how, with the help of the gods, they had been able to shrink the world, to bring enemies close and cross vast distances in a matter of moments. But the gods were dead, their powers gone from the world. He wanted to glance back to shore and see if he and Miranda had become coppery giants taller than the palms. "Now," she said, breaking off her song, "you must put your hand into the water on the seaward side of the school and gently wiggle your fingers, very gently. Be sure not to disturb the surface." But when Esteban made to do as he was told, he slipped and caused a splash. Miranda cried out. Looking up, he saw a wall of jade-green water bearing down on them, its face thickly studded with the fleeting dark shapes of the mackerel. Before he could move, the wave swept over the sandbar and carried him under, dragging him along the bottom and finally casting him onto the shore. The beach was littered with flopping mackerel. Miranda lay in the shallows, laughing at him. Esteban laughed too, but only to cover up his rekindled fear of this woman who drew upon the powers of dead gods. He had no wish to hear her explanation. He was certain she would tell him that the gods lived on in her world, and this would only confuse him further. Later that day, as Esteban was cleaning the fish, while Miranda was off picking bananas to cook with them, the sweet little ones that grew along the river bank, a Land Rover came jouncing up the beach from Puerto Morada, an orange fire of the setting sun dancing on its windshield. It pulled up beside him, and Onofrio climbed out the passenger side. A hectic flush dappled his cheeks, and he was dabbing his sweaty brow with a handkerchief. Raimundo climbed out the driver's side and leaned against the door, staring hatefully at Esteban. 9 days and not a word, said Onofrio gruffly. We thought you were dead. How goes the hunt? Esteban set down the fish he had been scaling and stood. I have failed, he said. I will give you back the money. Raimundo chuckled, a dull, cluttered sound, and Onofrio grunted with amusement. Impossible, he said. Encarnacion has spent the money on a house in Barrio Clarin. You must kill the jaguar. I cannot, said Esteban. I will repay you somehow. The Indian has lost his nerve, father, Raimundo spat in the sand. Let me and my friends hunt the jaguar. The idea of Raimundo and his loutish friends thrashing through the jungle was so ludicrous that Esteban could not restrain a laugh. Be careful, Indian! Raimundo banged the flat of his hand on the roof of the car. It is you who should be careful, said Esteban. Most likely the jaguar will be hunting you. Esteban picked up his machete. And whoever hunts this jaguar will answer to me as well. Raimundo reached for something in the driver's seat and walked around in front of the hood. In his hand was a silvered automatic. I await your answer, he said. Put that away. Onofrio's tone was that of a man addressing a child whose menace was inconsequential, but the intense surfacing in Raimundo's face was not childish. A tic marred the plump curve of his cheek. The ligature of his neck was cabled, and his lips were drawn back in a joyless grin. It was, thought Esteban, strangely fascinated by the transformation, like watching a demon dissolve its false shape, the true lean features melting up from the illusion of the soft. This son of a whore insulted me in front of Julia. Raimundo's gun hand was shaking. Your personal differences can wait, said Onofrio. This is a business matter. He held out his hand. Give me the gun. If he is not going to kill the jaguar, what use is he? Said Raimundo. Perhaps we can convince him to change his mind. Onofrio beamed at Esteban. What do you say? Shall I let my son collect his debt of honor, or will you fulfill our contract? Father, complained Raimundo. His eyes flicked sideways. Esteban broke for the jungle. The gun roared. A white-hot claw swiped at his side, and he went flying. For an instant he did not know where he was, but then, one by one, his impressions began to sort themselves. He was lying on his injured side, and it was throbbing fiercely. Sand crusted his mouth and eyelids. He was curled up around his machete, which was still clutched in his hand. Voices above him, sand fleas hopping on his face. He resisted the urge to brush them off and lay without moving. The throb of his wound and his hatred had the same red force behind them. Carry him to the river, Raimundo was saying, his voice a-tremble with excitement. "Everyone will think the Jaguar killed him." "Fool," said Onofrio. "He might have killed the Jaguar, and you could have had a sweeter revenge. His wife—" "This was sweet enough," said Raimundo. A shadow fell over Esteban, and he held his breath. He needed no herbs to deceive this pale, flabby Jaguar who was bending to him, turning him onto his back. "Watch out!" cried Onofrio. Esteban let himself be turned and lashed out with the machete. His contempt for Onofrio and Encarnacion, as well as his hatred of Raimundo, was involved in the blow, and the blade lodged deep in Raimundo's side, grating on bone. Raimundo shrieked and would have fallen, but the blade helped to keep him upright. His hands fluttered around the machete as if he wanted to adjust it to a more comfortable position, and his eyes were wide with disbelief. A shudder vibrated the hilt of the machete. It seemed sensual, the spasm of a spent passion, and Raimundo sank to his knees. Blood spilled from his mouth, adding tragic lines to the corners of his lips. He pitched forward, not falling flat, but remaining kneeling, his face pressed into the sand, the attitude of an Arab at prayer. Esteban wrenched the machete free, fearful of an attack by Onofrio, but the appliance dealer was squirming into the Land Rover. The engine caught, the wheels spun, and the car lurched off, turning through the edge of the surf and heading for Puerto Morata. An orange dazzle flared on the rear window, as if the spirit who had lured it to the barrio was now harrying it away. Unsteadily, Esteban got to his feet. He peeled his shirt back from the bullet wound. There was a lot of blood, but it was only a crease. He avoided looking at Raimundo and walked down to the water and stood gazing out at the waves. His thoughts rolled in with them, less thoughts than tidal sweeps of emotion. It was twilight by the time Miranda returned, her arms full of bananas and wild figs. She had not heard the shot. He told her what had happened as she dressed his wounds with a poultice of herbs and banana leaves. "It will mend," she said of the wound. "But this," she gestured at Raimundo, "this will not. You must come with me, Esteban. The soldiers will kill you." "No," he said. "They will come, but they are Patuca, except for the captain, who is a drunkard, a shell of a man. I doubt he will even be notified. They will listen to my story, and we will reach an accommodation. No matter what lies Onofrio tells, his word will not stand against theirs." "And then?" "I may have to go to jail for a while, or I may have to leave the province, but I will not be killed." She sat for a minute without speaking, the whites of her eyes glowing in the half-light. Finally she stood and walked off along the beach. "Where are you going?" he called. She turned back. "You speak so casually of losing me," she began. "It is not casual." "No!" She laughed bitterly. "I suppose not. You are so afraid of life, you call it death, and would prefer jail or exile to living it. That is hardly casual." She stared at him, her expression a cipher at that distance. "I will not lose you, Esteban," she said. She walked away again, and this time, when he called, she did not turn. Twilight deepened to dusk, a slow fill of shadow graying the world into negative, and Esteban felt himself graying along with it, his thoughts reduced to echoing the dull wash of the receding tide. The dusk lingered, and he had the idea that night would never fall, that the act of violence had driven a nail through the substance of his irresolute life, pinned him forever to this ashen moment and deserted shore. As a child he had been terrified by the possibility of such magical isolations, but now the prospect seemed a consolation for Miranda's absence, a remembrance of her magic. Despite her parting words, he did not think she would be back. There had been sadness and finality in her voice, and this roused in him feelings of both relief and desolation. Feelings that set him to pacing up and down the tidal margin of the shore. The full moon rose, the sands of the barrio burned silver, and shortly thereafter 4 soldiers came in a jeep from Puerto Morada. They were gnomish, copper-skinned men, and their uniforms were the dark blue of the night sky, bearing no device or decoration. Though they were not close friends, he knew them each by name: Sebastian, Amador, Carlito, and Ramon. And their headlights, Raimundo's corpse, startlingly pale, the blood on his face dried into intricate whorls, looked like an exotic creature cast up by the sea, and their inspection of it smacked more of curiosity than of a search for evidence. Amador unearthed Raimundo's gun, sighted along it toward the jungle, and asked Ramon how much he thought it was worth. "Perhaps Onofrio will give you a good price," said Ramon, and the others laughed. They built a fire of driftwood and coconut shells, and sat around it while Esteban told his story. He did not mention either Miranda or her relation to the Jaguar, because these men, estranged from the tribe by their government service, had grown conservative in their judgments, and he did not want them to consider him irrational. They listened without comment. The firelight burnished their skins to reddish gold and glinted on their rifle barrels. "Onofrio will take his charge to the capital if we do nothing," said Amador, after Esteban had finished. "He may in any case," said Carlito, "and then it will go hard with Esteban." "And," said Sebastian, "if an agent is sent to Puerto Morada and sees how things are with Captain Portales, they will surely replace him, and it will go hard with us." They stared into the flames, mulling over the problem, and Esteban chose the moment to ask Amador, who lived near him on the mountain, if he had seen Encarnacion. "She will be amazed to learn you are alive," said Amador. "I saw her yesterday in the dressmaker's shop. She was admiring the fit of a new black skirt in the mirror." It was as if a black swath of Encarnacion's skirt had folded around Esteban's thoughts. He lowered his head and carved lines in the sand with the point of his machete. "I have it," said Ramon. "A boycott." The others expressed confusion. "If we do not buy from Onofrio, who will?" said Ramon. "He will lose his business. Threatened with this, he will not dare involve the government. He will allow Esteban to plead self-defense." "But Raimundo was his only son," said Amador. "It may be that grief will count more than greed in this instance." Again they fell silent. It mattered little to Esteban what was decided. He was coming to understand that without Miranda, his future held nothing but uninteresting choices. He turned his gaze to the sky and noticed that the stars in the fire were flickering with the same rhythm, and he imagined each of them ringed by a group of gnomish, copper-skinned men debating the question of his fate. "Aha!" said Carlito. "I know what to do. We will occupy Barrio Carolina, the entire company, and we will kill the Jaguar. Onofrio's greed cannot withstand this temptation." "That you must not do," said Esteban. "But why?" asked Amador. "We may not kill the Jaguar, but with so many men we will certainly drive it away." Before Esteban could answer, the Jaguar roared. It was prowling down the beach toward the fire, like a black flame itself shifting over the glowing sand. Its ears were laid back, and silver drops of moonlight gleamed in its eyes. Amador grabbed his rifle, came to one knee, and fired. The bullet sprayed sand a dozen feet to the left of the Jaguar. "Wait!" cried Esteban, pushing him down. But the rest had begun to fire, and the Jaguar was hit. It leaped high, as it had that first night while playing, but this time it landed in a heap, snarling, snapping at its shoulder. It regained its feet and leapt toward the jungle, favoring its right foreleg. Excited by their success, the soldiers ran a few paces after it and stopped to fire again. Carlito dropped to one knee, taking careful aim. "No!" shouted Esteban, and as he hurled his machete at Carlito, desperate to prevent further harm to Miranda, he recognized the trap that had been sprung and the consequences he would face. The blade sliced across Carlito's thigh, knocking him onto his side. He screamed, and Amador, seeing what had happened, fired wildly at Esteban and called to the others. Esteban ran toward the jungle, making for the jaguar's path. A fusillade of shots rang out behind him. Bullets whipped past his ears. Each time his feet slipped in the soft sand, the moonstruck facades of the barrio appeared to lurch sideways, as if trying to block his way. And then, as he reached the verge of the jungle, he was hit. The bullet seemed to throw him forward, to increase his speed, but somehow he managed to keep his feet. He careened along the path, arms waving, breath shrieking in his throat. Palmetto fronds swatted his face, vines tangled his legs. He felt no pain, only a peculiar numbness that pulsed low in his back. He pictured the wound opening and closing like the mouth of an anemone. The soldiers were shouting his name. They would follow, but cautiously, afraid of the jaguar, and he thought he might be able to cross the river before they could catch up. But when he came to the river, he found the jaguar waiting. It was crouched on the tussocky rise, its neck craned over the water, and below, 6 feet from the bank, floated the reflection of the full moon, huge and silvery, an unblemished circle of light. Blood glistened scarlet on the jaguar's shoulder, like a fresh rose penned in place. And this made it look even more an embodiment of principle, the shape a god might choose, that some universal constant might assume. It gazed calmly at Esteban, growled low in its throat, and dove into the river, cleaving and shattering the moon's reflection, vanishing beneath the surface. The ripples subsided, the image of the moon reformed, and there, silhouetted against it, Esteban saw the figure of a woman swimming, each stroke causing her to grow smaller and smaller, until she seemed no more than a character incised upon a silver plate. It was not only Miranda he saw, but all mystery and beauty receding from him, and he realized how blind he had been not to perceive the truth sheathed inside the truth of death that had been sheathed inside her truth of another world. It was clear to him now. It sang to him from his wound, every syllable a heartbeat. It was written by the dying ripples. It swayed in the banana leaves. It sighed on the wind. It was everywhere, and he had always known it. If you deny mystery, even in the guise of death, then you deny life, and you will walk like a ghost through your days, never knowing the secrets of the extremes, the deep sorrows, the absolute joys. He drew a breath of the rank jungle air, and with it drew a breath of a world no longer his, of the girl Encarnacion, of friends and children and country nights. All his lost sweetness. His chest tightened, as with the onset of tears. But the sensation quickly abated, and he understood that the sweetness of the past had been subsumed by a scent of mangoes, that 9 magical days, a magical number of days, the number it takes to sing the soul to rest, lay between him and tears. Freed of those associations, he felt as if he were undergoing a subtle refinement of form, a winnowing, and he remembered having felt much the same on the day when he had run out the door of Santa Maria del Onda, putting behind him its dark geometries and cobwebbed catechisms and generations of swallows that had never flown beyond the walls, casting off his acolyte's robe and racing across the square toward the mountain and Encarnacion. It had been she who had lured him then, just as his mother had lured him to the church, and as Miranda was luring him now. And he laughed at seeing how easily these 3 women had diverted the flow of his life, how like other men he was in this. The strange bloom of painlessness in his back was sending out tendrils into his arms and legs, and the cries of the soldiers had grown louder. Miranda was a tiny speck, shrinking against a silver immensity. For a moment he hesitated, experiencing a resurgence of fear. Then Miranda's face materialized in his mind's eye, and all the emotion he had suppressed for 9 days poured through him, washing away the fear. It was a silvery, flawless emotion, and he was giddy with it, light with it. It was like thunder and fire fused into one element and boiling up inside him, and he was overwhelmed by a need to express it, to mold it into a form that would reflect its power and purity. But he was no singer, no poet. There was but a single mode of expression open to him. Hoping he was not too late, that Miranda's door had not shut forever, a Esteban dove into the river, cleaving the image of the full moon, and, his eyes still closed from the shock of the splash, with the last of his mortal strength, he swam hard down after her. The Night of the White Bhairab. Whenever Mr. Chatterjee went to Delhi on business twice yearly, he would leave Elliot Blackford in charge of his Kathmandu home, and prior to each trip the transfer of keys and instructions would be made at the Hotel Annapurna. Elliot, an angular, sharp-featured man in his mid-30s, with thinning blonde hair and a perpetually ardent expression, knew Mr. Chatterjee for a subtle soul, and he suspected that this subtlety had dictated the choice of the meeting place. The Annapurna was the Nepalese equivalent of a Hilton, its bar equipped in vinyl and plastic, with a choir-like arrangement of bottles fronting the mirror. Lights were muted, napkins monogrammed. Mr. Chatterjee, plump and prosperous in a business suit, would consider it an elegant refutation of Kipling's famous couplet, "East is East," etc. That he was at home here, whereas Elliot, wearing a scruffy robe and sandals, was not. He would argue that not only the twain met, they had actually exchanged places. It was Elliot's own measure of subtlety that restrained him from pointing out what Mr. Chatterjee could not perceive, that the Annapurna was a skewed version of the American dream. The carpeting was indoor-outdoor runner. The menu was rife with ludicrous misprints. Scotch Miss, Screwdiver, and the lounge act, two turbaned, tuxedoed Indians on electric guitar and traps, was managing to turn Evergreen into a doleful raga. "There will be one important delivery." Mr. Chatterjee hailed the waiter and nudged Elliot's shot-glass forward. "It should have been here days ago, but you know these customs people." He gave an effeminate shudder to express his distaste for the bureaucracy, and cast an expectant eye on Elliot, who did not disappoint. "What is it?" he asked, certain that it would be an addition to Mr. Chatterjee's collection. He enjoyed discussing the collection with Americans. It proved he had an overview of their culture. "Something delicious," said Mr. Chatterjee. He took the tequila bottle from the waiter and, with a fond look, passed it to Elliot. "Are you familiar with the Carversville Terror?" "Yeah, sure." Elliot knocked back another shot. "There was a book about it." "Indeed," said Mr. Chatterjee. "A bestseller. The Cousineau mansion was once the most notorious haunted house of your New England. It was torn down several months ago, and I've succeeded in acquiring the fireplace which," he sipped his drink, "which was the locus of power. I'm very fortunate to have obtained it." He fitted his glass into the circle of moisture on the bar and waxed scholarly. "Aimé Cousineau was a most unusual spirit, capable of a variety of—" Elliot concentrated on his tequila. These recitals never failed to annoy him, as did, for different reasons, the sleek Western disguise. When Elliot had arrived in Kathmandu as a member of the Peace Corps, Mr. Chatterjee had presented a far less pompous image, a scrawny kid dressed in Levi's that he had wheedled from a tourist. He'd been one of the hangers-on, mostly young Tibetans, who frequented the grubby tea-rooms on Freak Street, watching the American hippies giggle over their hash yogurt, lusting after their clothes, their women, their entire culture. The hippies had respected the Tibetans. They were a people of legend, symbols of the occultism then in vogue, and the fact that they liked James Bond movies, fast cars, and Jimi Hendrix had increased the hippies' self-esteem. But they had found laughable the fact that Ranjit Chatterjee, another westernized Indian, had liked these same things, and they had treated him with mean condescension. Now, 13 years later, the roles had been reversed. It was Eliot who had become the hanger-on. He had settled in Kathmandu after his tour was up, his idea being to practice meditation to achieve enlightenment. But it had not gone well. There was an impediment in his mind. He pictured it as a dark stone, a stone compounded of worldly attachments that no amount of practice could wear down, and his life had fallen into a futile pattern. He would spend 10 months of the year living in a small room near the temple of Swayambhunath, meditating, rubbing away at the stone. And then, during March and September, he would occupy Mr. Chatterjee's house and debauch himself with liquor and sex and drugs. He was aware that Mr. Chatterjee considered him a burnout, that the position of caretaker was in effect a form of revenge, a means by which his employer could exercise his own brand of condescension. But Eliot minded neither the label nor the attitude. There were worse things to be than a burnout in Nepal. It was beautiful country, it was inexpensive, it was far from Minnesota, Eliot's home. And the concept of personal failure was meaningless here. You lived, died, and were reborn over and over, until at last you attained the ultimate success of non-being, a terrific consolation for failure. Yet in your country, Mr. Chatterjee was saying, evil has a sultry character, sexy. It's as if the spirits were adopting vibrant personalities in order to contend with pop groups and movie stars. Eliot thought of a comment, but the tequila backed up on him, and he belched instead. Everything about Mr. Chatterjee, teeth, eyes, hair, gold rings, seemed to be gleaming with extraordinary brilliance. He looked as unstable as a soap bubble, a fat little Hindu illusion. Mr. Chatterjee clapped a hand to his forehead. I nearly forgot. There will be another American staying at the house, a girl, very shapely. He shaped an hourglass in the air. I'm quite mad for her, but I don't know if she's trustworthy. Please see she doesn't bring in any strays. Right, said Eliot. No problem. I believe I will gamble now, said Mr. Chatterjee, standing and gazing toward the lobby. Will you join me? No, I think I'll get drunk. I guess I'll see you in October. You're drunk already, Eliot, Mr. Chatterjee patted him on the shoulder. Hadn't you noticed? Early the next morning, hungover, tongue cleaving to the roof of his mouth, Eliot sat himself down for a final bout of trying to visualize the Avalokitesvara Buddha. All the sounds outside, the buzzing of a motor scooter, bird-song, a girl's laughter, seemed to be repeating the mantra, and the gray stone walls of his room looked at once intensely real and yet incredibly fragile, papery, a painted backdrop he could rip with his hands. He began to feel the same fragility, as if he were being immersed in a liquid that was turning him opaque, filling him with clarity. A breath of wind could float him out the window, drift him across the fields, and he would pass through the trees and mountains, all the phantoms of the material world. But then a trickle of panic welled up from the bottom of his soul, from that dark stone. It was beginning to smolder, to give off poison fumes, a little briquette of anger and lust and fear. Cracks were spreading across the clear substance he had become, and if he didn't move soon, if he didn't break off the meditation, he would shatter. He toppled out of the lotus position and lay propped on his elbows. His heart raced, his chest heaved, and he felt very much like screaming his frustration. Yeah, that was a temptation. To just say the hell with it and scream, to achieve through chaos what he could not through clarity, to empty himself into the scream. He was trembling, his emotions flowing between self-hate and self-pity. Finally, he struggled up and put on jeans and a cotton shirt. He knew he was close to a breakdown, and he realized that he usually reached this point just before taking up residence at Mr. Chatterjee's. His life was a frayed thread stretched tight between those two poles of debauchery. One day it would snap. "The hell with it," he said. He stuffed the remainder of his clothes into a duffel bag and headed into town. Walking through Durbar Square, which wasn't really a square but a huge temple complex interspersed with open areas and wound through by cobbled paths, always put Elliot in mind of his brief stint as a tour guide, a career cut short when the agency received complaints about his eccentricity. As you pick your way among the piles of human waste and fruit rinds, I caution you not to breathe too deeply of the divine afflatus. Otherwise it may forever numb you to the scent of Prairie Cove or Petty Point Gulch or whatever citadel of gracious living it is that you call home. It had irked him to have to lecture on the carvings and history of the square, especially to the just plain folks who only wanted a Polaroid of Edna or Uncle Jimmy standing next to that weird monkey god on the pedestal. The square was a unique place, and, in Elliot's opinion, such unenlightened tourism demeaned it. Pagoda-style temples of red brick and dark wood towered on all sides, their finials rising into brass lightning bolts. They were alien-looking. You half expected the sky above them to be of an otherworldly color, and figured by several moons. Their eaves and window screens were ornately carved into the images of gods and demons, and behind a large window screen on the temple of White Bhairab lay the mask of that god. It was almost 10 feet high, brass, with a fanciful headdress and long-lobed ears, and a mouth full of white fangs. Its eyebrows were enameled red, fiercely arched, but the eyes had the goofy quality common to Newari gods. No matter how wrathful they were, there was something essentially friendly about them, and they reminded Elliot of cartoon germs. Once a year, in fact a little more than a week from now, the screens would be opened, a pipe would be inserted into the god's mouth, and rice beer would jet out into the mouths of the milling crowds. At some point, a fish would be slipped into the pipe, and whoever caught it would be deemed the luckiest soul in the Kathmandu Valley for the next year. It was one of Elliot's traditions to make a try for the fish, though he knew that it wasn't luck he needed. Beyond the square, the streets were narrow, running between long brick buildings 3 and 4 stories tall, each divided into dozens of separate dwellings. The strip of sky between the roofs was bright, burning blue, a void color, and in the shade the bricks looked purplish. People hung out the windows of the upper stories, talking back and forth. An exotic tenement life, small shrines, wooden enclosures containing statuary of stucco or brass were tucked into wall niches and the mouths of alleys. The gods were everywhere in Kathmandu, and there was hardly a corner to which their gaze did not penetrate. On reaching Mr. Chatterjee's, which occupied half a block-long building, Elliot made for the first of the interior courtyards. A stair led up from it to Mr. Chatterjee's apartment, and he thought he would check on what had been left to drink. But as he entered the courtyard, a phalanx of jungly plants arranged around a lozenge of cement, he saw the girl and stopped short. She was sitting in a lawn chair reading, and she was indeed very shapely. She wore loose cotton trousers, a T-shirt, and a long white scarf shot through with golden threads. The scarf and the trousers were the uniform of the young travelers who generally stayed in the expatriate enclave of Temal. It seemed that they all bought them immediately upon arrival, in order to identify themselves to each other. Edging closer, peering between the leaves of a rubber plant, Elliot saw that the girl was doe-eyed, with honey-colored skin and shoulder-length brown hair interwoven by lighter strands. Her wide mouth had relaxed into a glum expression. Sensing him, she glanced up, startled. Then she waved and set down her book. "I'm Elliot," he said, walking over. "I know. Ranjeesh told me." She stared at him incuriously. "And you?" He squatted beside her. "Michella." She fingered the book, as if she were eager to get back to it. "I can see you're new in town." "How's that?" He told her about the clothes, and she shrugged. "That's what I am," she said. "I'll probably always wear them." She folded her hands on her stomach. It was a nicely rounded stomach, and Elliot, a connoisseur of women's stomachs, felt the beginnings of arousal. "Always?" he said. "You plan on being here that long?" "I don't know." She ran a finger along the spine of the book. "Ranjish asked me to marry him, and I said maybe." Elliot's infant plan of seduction collapsed beneath this wrecking ball of a statement, and he failed to hide his incredulity. "You're in love with Ranjish?" "What's that got to do with it?" A wrinkle creased her brow. It was the perfect symptom of her mood, the line a cartoonist might have chosen to express petulant anger. "Nothing. Not if it doesn't have anything to do with it." He tried a grin, but to no effect. "Well," he said after a pause, "how do you like Kathmandu?" "I don't get out much," she said flatly. She obviously did not want conversation, but Elliot wasn't ready to give up. "You ought to," he said. "The festival of Indrajatra is about to start. It's pretty wild, especially on the night of White Bhairab. Buffalo sacrifices, torchlight." "I don't like crowds," she said. "Strike two." Elliot strained to think of an enticing topic, but he had the idea it was a lost cause. There was something inert about her, a veneer of listlessness, redolent of thorazine, of hospital routine. "Have you seen the car?" he asked. "The what?" "The car. It's a spirit. Though some people will tell you it's partly animal, because over here the animal and spirit worlds overlap. But whatever it is, all the old houses have one, and those that don't are considered unlucky. There's one here." "What's it look like?" "Vaguely anthropomorphic. Black, featureless, kind of a living shadow. They can stand upright, but they roll instead of walk." She laughed. "No, I haven't seen it. Have you?" "Maybe," said Elliot. "I thought I saw it a couple of times, but I was pretty stoned." She sat up straighter and crossed her legs. Her breasts jiggled, and Elliot fought to keep his eyes centered on her face. "Ranjish tells me you're a little cracked," she said. Good old Ranjish. He might have known that the son of a bitch would have sandbagged him with his new lady. "I guess I am," he said, preparing for the brush-off. "I do a lot of meditation, and sometimes I teeter on the edge." But she appeared more intrigued by this admission than by anything else he had told her. A smile melted up from her carefully composed features. "Tell me some more about the car," she said. Elliot congratulated himself. "They're quirky sorts," he said. "Neither good nor evil. They hide in dark corners, though now and then they're seen in the streets or in the fields out near Japu. And the oldest ones, the most powerful ones, live in the temples in Durbar Square. There's a story about the one here that's descriptive of how they operate, if you're interested." "Sure." Another smile. "Before Ranjish bought this place, it was a guest house, and one night a woman with 3 goiters on her neck came to spend the night. She had 2 loaves of bread that she was taking home to her family, and she stuck them under her pillow before going to sleep. Around midnight, the car rolled into her room and was struck by the sight of her goiters rising and falling as she breathed. He thought they'd make a beautiful necklace, so he took them and put them on his own neck. Then he spotted the loaves sticking out from her pillow. They looked good, so he took them as well and replaced them with 2 loaves of gold. When the woman woke, she was delighted. She hurried back to her village to tell her family, and on the way she met a friend, a woman, who was going to market. This woman had 4 goiters. The first woman told her what had happened, and that night the second woman went to the guest house and did exactly the same things. Around midnight the car rolled into her room. He'd grown bored with his necklace, and he gave it to the woman. He'd also decided that bread didn't taste very good, but he still had a loaf, and he figured he'd give it another chance. So in exchange for the necklace, he took the woman's appetite for bread. When she woke, she had 7 goiters, no gold, and she could never eat bread again the rest of her life. Elliot had expected a response of mild amusement, and had hoped that the story would be the opening gambit in a game with a foregone and pleasurable conclusion. But he had not expected her to stand, to become walled off from him again. "I've got to go," she said, and with a distracted wave she made for the front door. She walked with her head down, hands thrust into her pockets as if counting the steps. "Where are you going?" called Elliot, taken back. "I don't know. Freak Street, maybe." "Want some company?" She turned back at the door. "It's not your fault," she said, "but I don't really enjoy your company." Shot down. Trailing smoke, spinning, smacking into the hillside, and blowing up into a fireball. Elliot didn't understand why it had hit him so hard. It had happened before, and it would again. Ordinarily, he would have headed for Tamal and found himself another long white scarf and pair of cotton trousers, one less morbidly self-involved, that in retrospect was how he characterized Michelle, one who would help him refuel for another bout of trying to visualize Avalokitesvara Buddha. He did, in fact, go to Tamal, but he merely sat and drank tea and smoked hashish in a restaurant, and watched the young travelers pairing up for the night. Once he caught the bus to Potton and visited a friend, an old hippie pal named Sam Chipley, who ran a medical clinic. Once he walked out to Swayambhunath, close enough to see the white dome of the stupa, and atop it the gilt structure on which the all-seeing eyes of Buddha were painted. They seemed squinty and mean-looking, as if taking unfavorable notice of his approach. But mostly over the next week he wandered through Mr. Chatterjee's house, carrying a bottle, maintaining a buzz, and keeping an eye on Michelle. The majority of the rooms were unfurnished, but many bore signs of recent habitation, broken hash pipes, ripped sleeping bags, empty packets of incense. Mr. Chatterjee let travelers, those he fancied sexually, male and female, use the rooms for up to months at a time, and to walk through them was to take a historical tour of the American counterculture. The graffiti spoke of concerns as various as Vietnam, the Sex Pistols, women's lib, and the housing shortage in Great Britain, and also conveyed personal messages. Ken Finkel, please get in touch with me at AM.EX. in Bangkok. Love, Ruth. In one of the rooms was a complicated mural depicting Farrah Fawcett sitting on the lap of a Tibetan demon, throttling his barbed phallus with her fingers. It all conjured up the image of a moldering, deranged milieu, Eliot's milieu. At first the tour amused him, but eventually it began to sour him on himself, and he took to spending more and more time on a balcony overlooking the courtyard that was shared with the connecting house, listening to the Nawari women sing at their chores and reading books from Mr. Chatterjee's library. One of the books was titled The Carversville Terror. "Blood-curdling, chilling," said the New York Times on the front flap. "The terror is unrelenting," commented Stephen King. "Riveting, gut-wrenching, mind-bending horror," gushed People magazine. In neat letters, Elliot appended his own blurb. "Piece of crap." The text, written to be read by the marginally literate, was a fictionalized treatment of purportedly real events, dealing with the experiences of the Whitcomb family who had attempted to renovate the Cousineau mansion during the 60s. Following the usual build-up of apparitions, cold spots, and noisome odors, the family, Papa David, Mama Elaine, young sons Tim and Randy, and teenage Jenny, had met to discuss the situation. Even the kids, thought David, had been aged by the house. Gathered around the dining-room table, they looked like a company of the damned, haggard, shadows under their eyes, grim-faced. Even with the windows open and the light streaming in, it seemed there was a pall in the air that no light could dispel. Thank God the damned thing was dormant during the day. "Well," he said, "I guess the floor is open for arguments." "I want to go home." Tears sprang from Randy's eyes, and on cue, Tim started crying, too. "It's not that simple," said David. "This is home, and I don't know how we'll make it if we do leave. The savings account is just about flat. "I suppose I could get a job," said Elaine unenthusiastically. "I'm not leaving." Jenny jumped to her feet, knocking over her chair. "Every time I start to make friends, we have to move." "But Jenny," Elaine reached out a hand to calm her. "You were the one—" "I've changed my mind." She backed away, as if she had just recognized them all to be mortal enemies. "You can do what you want, but I'm staying," and she ran from the room. "Oh, God," said Elaine wearily. "What's gotten into her?" What had gotten into Jenny, what was in the process of getting into her, and was the only interesting part of the book, was the spirit of Aimé Cousineau. Concerned with his daughter's behavior, David Wickham had researched the house and learned a great deal about the spirit. Aimé Cousineau, née Vuillemont, had been a native of Saint-Bérénice, a Swiss village at the foot of the mountain known as the Eiger. Its photograph, as well as one of Aimée, a coldly beautiful woman with black hair and cameo features, was included in the central section of the book. Until the age of 15, she had been a sweet, unexceptional child. In the summer of 1889, however, while hiking on the slopes of the Eiger, she had become lost in a cave. The family had all but given up hope when, to their delight, 3 weeks later, she had turned up on the steps of her father's store. Their delight was short-lived. This Aimée was far different from the one who had entered the cave. Violent, calculating, slatternly. Over the next 2 years, she succeeded in seducing half the men of the village, including the local priest. According to his testimony, he had been admonishing her that sin was not the path to happiness when she began to undress. "I'm wed to happiness," she told him. "I've entwined my limbs with the god of bliss and kissed the scaly thighs of joy." Throughout the ensuing affair, she made cryptic comments concerning the god below the mountain, whose soul was now forever joined to hers. At this point the book reverted to the gruesome adventures of the Wickham family, and Elliot, bored, realizing it was noon and that Michella would be sunbathing, climbed to Mr. Chatterjee's apartment on the 4th floor. He tossed the book onto a shelf and went out onto the balcony. His continued interest in Michella puzzled him. It occurred to him that he might be falling in love, and he thought that would be nice, though it would probably lead nowhere. Love would be a good kind of energy to have. But he doubted this was the case. Most likely his interest was founded on some fuming product of the dark stone inside him, simple lust. He looked over the edge of the balcony. She was lying on a blanket, her bikini top beside her, at the bottom of a well of sunlight, thin, pure sunlight, like a refinement of honey spreading down and congealing into the mold of a little gold woman. It seemed her heat that was in the air. That night, Elliot broke one of Mr. Chatterjee's rules and slept in the master bedroom. It was roofed by a large skylight mounted in a ceiling painted midnight blue. The normal display of stars had not been sufficient for Mr. Chatterjee, and so he'd had the skylight constructed of faceted glass that multiplied the stars, making it appear that you were at the heart of a galaxy, gazing out between the interstices of its blazing core. The walls consisted of a photo-mural of the Khumbu Glacier and Chomolungma, and bathed in the starlight, the mural had acquired the illusion of depth and chill mountain silence. Lying there, Elliot could hear the faint sounds of Indra Jatra, shouts and cymbals, oboes and drums. He was drawn to the sounds. He wanted to run out into the streets, become an element of the drunken crowds, be whirled through torchlight and delirium to the feet of an idol stained with sacrificial blood. But he felt bound to the house, to Michella. Marooned in the glow of Mr. Chatterjee's starlight, floating above Chomolungma, and listening to the din of the world below, he could almost believe he was a bodhisattva, awaiting a call to action, that his watchfulness had some purpose. The shipment arrived late in the afternoon of the 8th day, 5 enormous crates, each requiring the combined energies of Elliot and 3 Nawari workmen to wrangle up to the 3rd-floor room that housed Mr. Chatterjee's collection. After tipping the men, Elliot, sweaty, panting, sat down against the wall to catch his breath. The room was about 25 feet by 15, but looked smaller because of the dozens of curious objects standing around the floor and mounted one above the other on the walls. A brass doorknob, a shattered door, a straight-backed chair whose arms were bound with a velvet rope to prevent anyone from sitting, a discolored sink, a mirror streaked by a brown stain, a slashed lampshade. They were all relics of some haunting or possession, some grotesque violence, and there were cards affixed to them testifying to the details and referring those who were interested to materials in Mr. Chatterjee's library. Sitting amidst these relics, the crates looked innocuous, bolted shut, chest high, branded with customs stamps. When he had recovered, Elliot strolled around the room, amused by the care that Mr. Chatterjee had squandered on his hobby. The most amusing thing was that no one except Mr. Chatterjee was impressed by it. It provided travelers with a footnote for their journals, nothing more. A wave of dizziness swept over him. He had stood too soon, and he leaned against one of the crates for support. Jesus, he was in lousy shape. And then, as he blinked away, the tangles of opaque cells drifting across his field of vision, the crate shifted. Just a little shift, as if something inside had twitched in its sleep, but palpable, real. He flung himself toward the door, backing away. A chill mapped every knob and articulation of his spine, and his sweat had evaporated, leaving clammy patches on his skin. The crate was motionless, but he was afraid to take his eyes off it, certain that if he did, it would release its pent-up fury. "Hi," said Michella from the doorway. Her voice electrified Elliot. He let out a squawk and wheeled around, his hands outheld to ward off attack. "I didn't mean to startle you," she said. "I'm sorry." "God damn," he said. "Don't sneak up like that." He remembered the crate and glanced back at it. "Listen, I was just locking—" "I'm sorry," she repeated, and walked past him into the room. "Ranjeesh is such an idiot about all this," she said, running her hand over the top of the crate. "Don't you think?" Her familiarity with the crate eased Elliot's apprehension. Maybe he had been the one who had twitched, a spasm of overstrained muscles. "Yeah, I guess." She walked over to the straight-backed chair, slipped off the velvet rope, and sat down. She was wearing a pale brown skirt and a plaid blouse that made her look schoolgirlish. "I want to apologize about the other day," she said. She bowed her head, and the fall of her hair swung forward to obscure her face. "I've been having a bad time lately. I have trouble relating to people, to anything. But since we're living here together, I'd like to be friends." She stood and spread the folds of her skirt. "See? I even put on different clothes. I could tell the others offended you." The innocent sexuality of the pose caused Elliot to have a rush of desire. "Looks nice," he said with forced casualness. "Why have you been having a bad time?" She wandered to the door and gazed out. "Do you really want to hear about it?" "Not if it's painful for you." "It doesn't matter," she said, leaning against the door frame. "I was in a band back in the States, and we were doing okay, cutting an album, talking to record labels. I was living with the guitarist, in love with him. But then I had an affair. Not even an affair. It was stupid, meaningless. I still don't know why I did it. The heat of the moment, I guess. That's what rock and roll's all about, and maybe I was just acting out the myth. One of the other musicians told my boyfriend. That's the way bands are. You're friends with everyone, but never at the same time. See, I told this guy about the affair. We'd always confided, but one day he got mad at me over something else stupid and meaningless." Her chin was struggling to stay firm. The breeze from the courtyard drifted fine strands of hair across her face. "My boyfriend went crazy and beat up my—" She gave a dismal laugh. "I don't know what to call him. My lover, whatever. My boyfriend killed him. It was an accident, but he tried to run, and the police shot him." Elliot wanted to stop her. She was obviously seeing it all again, seeing blood and police flashers and cold white morgue lights. But she was riding a wave of memory, borne along by its energy, and he knew that she had to crest with it, crash with it. I was out of it for a while. Dreamy, nothing touched me. Not the funerals, the angry parents. I went away for months, to the mountains, and I started to feel better. But when I came home, I found that the musician who'd told my boyfriend had written a song about it. The affair, the killings. He'd cut a record. People were buying it, singing the hook when they walked down the street or took a shower, dancing to it. They were dancing on blood and bones, humming grief, shelling out $5.98 for a jingle about suffering. Looking back, I realize I was crazy, but at the time everything I did seemed normal, more than normal, directed, inspired. I bought a gun, a ladies' model, the salesman said. I remember thinking how strange it was that there were male and female guns, just like with electric razors. I felt enormous carrying it. I had to be meek and polite, or else I was sure people would notice how large and purposeful I was. It wasn't hard to track down Ronnie. That's the guy who wrote the song. He was in Germany, cutting a second album. I couldn't believe it. I wasn't going to be able to kill him. I was so frustrated that one night I went down to a park and started shooting. I missed everything. Out of all the bums and joggers and squirrels, I hit leaves and air. They locked me up after that. A hospital. I think it helped, but... She blinked, waking from a trance. But I still feel so disconnected, you know. Elliot carefully lifted away the strands of hair that had blown across her face and laid them back in place. Her smile flickered. "I know," he said. "I feel that way sometimes." She nodded thoughtfully, as if to verify that she had recognized this quality in him. They ate dinner in a Tibetan place in Timor. It had no name and was a dump with fly-specked tables and rickety chairs, specializing in water buffalo and barley soup. But it was away from the city center, which meant they could avoid the worst of the festival crowds. The waiter was a young Tibetan wearing jeans and a T-shirt that bore the legend, "Magic is the answer." The earphones of personal stereo dangled about his neck. The walls, visible through a haze of smoke, were covered with snapshots, most featuring the waiter in the company of various tourists, but a few showing an older Tibetan in blue robes and turquoise jewelry, carrying an automatic rifle. This was the owner, one of the Kampa tribesmen, who had fought a guerrilla war against the Chinese. He rarely put in an appearance at the restaurant, and when he did, his glowering presence tended to dampen conversation. Over dinner, Elliot tried to steer clear of topics that might unsettle Michella. He told her about Sam Chipley's clinic, the time the Dalai Lama had come to Kathmandu, the musicians at Swayambhunath. Cheerful, exotic topics. Her listlessness was such an inessential part of her that Elliot was led to chip away at it, curious to learn what lay beneath. And the more he chipped away, the more animated her gestures, the more luminous her smile became. This was a different sort of smile than she had displayed on their first meeting. It came so suddenly over her face, it seemed an autonomic reaction, like the opening of a sunflower, as if she were facing not you, but the principle of light upon which you were grounded. It was aware of you, of course, but it chose to see past the imperfections of the flesh and know the perfected thing you truly were. It boosted your sense of worth to realize that you were its target, and Elliot, whose sense of worth was at low ebb, would have done pratfalls to sustain it. Even when he told his own story, he told it as a joke, a metaphor for American misconceptions of Oriental pursuits. "Why don't you quit it?" she asked. "The meditation, I mean. If it's not working out, why keep on with it?" "My life's in perfect suspension," he said. "I'm afraid that if I quit practicing, if I change anything, I'll either sink to the bottom or fly off." He tapped his spoon against his cup, signaling for more tea. "You're not really going to marry Ranjish, are you?" he asked, and was surprised at the concern he felt that she actually might. "Probably not." The waiter poured their tea, whispery drum beats issuing from his earphones. "I was just feeling lost. You see, my parents sued Ronnie over the song, and I ended up with a lot of money, which made me feel even worse." "Let's not talk about it," he said. "It's all right." She touched his wrist, reassuring, and the skin remained warm after her fingers had withdrawn. "Anyway," she went on, "I decided to travel, and all the strangeness, I don't know, I was starting to slip away. Ranjish was a kind of sanctuary." Elliot was vastly relieved. Outside, the streets were thronged with festival-goers, and Michelle took Elliot's arm and let him guide her through the crowds. Nawars, wearing Nehru hats and white trousers that bagged at the hips and wrapped tightly around the calves, groups of tourists, shouting and waving bottles of rice beer, Indians in white robes and saris. The air was spiced with incense, and the strip of empurpled sky above was so regularly patterned with stars that it looked like a banner draped between the roofs. Near the house, a wild-eyed man in a blue satin robe brushed past, bumping into them, and he was followed by two boys dragging a goat, its forehead smeared with crimson powder, a sacrifice. "This is crazy," Michelle laughed. "It's nothing. Wait till tomorrow night." "What happens then?" "The night of White Bhairab." Elliot put on a grimace. "You'll have to watch yourself. Bhairab's a lusty, wrathful sort." She laughed again and gave his arm an affectionate squeeze. Inside the house, the moon, past full, blank and golden, floated dead center on the square of night sky admitted by the roof. They stood close together in the courtyard, silent, suddenly awkward. "I enjoyed tonight," said Michelle. She leaned forward and brushed his cheek with her lips. "Thank you," she whispered. Elliot caught her as she drew back, tipped her chin, and kissed her mouth. Her lips parted, her tongue darted out. Then she pushed him away. "I'm tired," she said. Her face tightened with anxiety. She walked off a few steps, but stopped and turned back. "If you want to be with me, maybe it'll be all right. We could try." Elliot went to her and took her hands. "I want to make love with you," he said, no longer trying to hide his urgency. And that was what he wanted, to make love, not to bawl or bang or screw or any other inelegant version of the act. But it was not love they made. Under the starlit blaze of Mr. Chatterjee's ceiling, she was very beautiful, and at first she was very loving, moving with a genuine involvement. Then abruptly she quit moving altogether and turned her face to the pillow. Her eyes were glistening. Left alone atop her, listening to the animal sound of his breathing, the impact of his flesh against hers, Elliot knew he should stop and comfort her. But the months of abstinence, the 8 days of wanting her, all this fused into a bright flare in the small of his back, a reactor core of lust that irradiated his conscience, and he continued to plunge into her, hurrying to completion. She let out a gasp when he withdrew and curled up, facing away from him. "God, I'm so sorry," she said, her voice cracking. Elliot shut his eyes. He felt sickened, reduced to the bestial. It had been like two mental patients doing nasty on the sly, two fragments of people who together didn't form a whole. He understood now why Mr. Chatterjee wanted to marry her. He planned to add her to his collection, to enshrine her with the other splinters of violence, and each night he would complete his revenge, substantiate his cultural overview by making something less than love with this sad, inert girl, this American ghost. Her shoulders shook with muffled sobs. She needed someone to console her, to help her find her own strength and capacity for love. Elliot reached out to her, willing to do his best, but he knew it shouldn't be him. Several hours later, after she had fallen asleep, Unconsolable, Elliot sat in the courtyard, thoughtless, dejected, staring at a rubber plant. It was mired in shadow, its leaves hanging limp. He had been staring for a couple of minutes when he noticed that a shadow in back of the plant was swaying ever so slightly. He tried to make it out, and the swaying subsided. He stood. The chair scraped on the concrete, sounding unnaturally loud. His neck prickled, and he glanced behind him. Nothing. Ye old mental fatigue, he thought. Ye old emotional strain. He laughed, and the clarity of the laugh, echoing up through the empty well, alarmed him. It seemed to stir little flickers of motion everywhere in the darkness. What he needed was a drink. The problem was how to get into the bedroom without waking Michelle. Hell, maybe he should wake her. Maybe they should talk more before what had happened hardened into a set of unbreakable attitudes. He turned toward the stairs, and then, yelling out in panic, entangling his feet with the lawn chairs as he leaped backward mid-step, he fell onto his side. A shadow, roughly man-shaped and man-sized, was standing a yard away. It was undulating the way a strand of kelp undulates in a gentle tide. The patch of air around it was rippling, as if the entire image had been badly edited into reality. Elliot scrambled away, coming to his knees. The shadow melted downward, puddling on the concrete. It bunched in the middle like a caterpillar, folded over itself, and flowed after him, a rolling sort of motion. Then it reared up, again assuming its man-like shape, looming over him. Elliot got to his feet, still frightened, but less so. If he had previously been asked to testify as to the existence of the Ka, he would have rejected the evidence of his bleared senses and come down on the side of hallucination, folk tale. But now, though he was tempted to draw that same conclusion, there was too much evidence to the contrary. Staring at the featureless black cowl of the Ka's head, he had a sense of something staring back. More than a sense, a distinct impression of personality. It was as if the Ka's undulations were producing a breeze that bore its psychic odor through the air. Elliot began to picture it as a loony, shy old uncle who liked to sit under the basement steps and eat flies and cackle to himself, but who could tell when the first frost was due and knew how to fix the tail on your kite. Weird, yet harmless. The Ka stretched out an arm. The arm just peeled away from its torso, its hand a thumbless black mitten. Elliot edged back. He wasn't quite prepared to believe it was harmless, but the arm stretched farther than he had thought possible and enveloped his wrist. It was soft, ticklish, a river of furry moths crawling over his skin. And the instant before he jumped away, Elliot heard a whining note inside his skull, and that whining, seeming to flow through his brain with the same suppleness that the Ka's arm had displayed, was translated into a wordless plea. From it he understood that the Ka was afraid, terribly afraid. Suddenly it melted downward and went rolling, bunching, flowing up the stairs. It stopped on the first landing, rolled halfway down, then up again, repeating the process over and over. It came clear to Elliot, oh Jesus, this is nuts, that it was trying to convince him to follow. Just like Lassie or some other ridiculous TV animal, it was trying to tell him something, to lead him to where the wounded forest ranger had fallen, where the nest of baby ducks was being threatened by the brush fire. He should walk over, rumple its head, and say, "What's the matter, girl? Those squirrels been teasing you?" This time his laughter had a sobering effect, acting to settle his thoughts. One likelihood was that his experience with Michelle had been sufficient to snap his frayed connection with consensus reality. But there was no point in buying that. Even if that were the case, he might as well go with it. He crossed to the stairs and climbed toward the rippling shadow on the landing. "Okay, Bongo," he said. "Let's see what's got you so excited." On the third floor, the car turned down a hallway, moving fast. and Elliot didn't see it again until he was approaching the room that housed Mr. Chatterjee's collection. It was standing beside the door, flapping its arms, apparently indicating that he should enter. Elliot remembered the crate. "No, thanks," he said. A drop of sweat slid down his rib cage, and he realized that it was unusually warm next to the door. The Ka's hand flowed over the doorknob, enveloping it, and when the hand pulled back, it was bulging, oddly deformed, and there was a hole through the wood where the lock mechanism had been. The door swung open a couple of inches. Darkness leaked out of the room, adding an oily essence to the air. Elliot took a backward step. The Ka dropped the lock mechanism. It materialized from beneath the black, formless hand and clattered to the floor, and latched onto Elliot's arm. Once again he heard the whining, the plea for help, and since he did not jump away, he had a clearer understanding of the process of translation. He could feel the whining as a cold fluid coursing through his brain, and as the whining died, the message simply appeared, the way an image might appear in a crystal ball. There was an undertone of reassurance to the Ka's fear, and though Elliot knew this was the mistake people in horror movies were always making, he reached inside the room and fumbled for the wall switch, half expecting to be snatched up and savaged. He flicked on the light and pushed the door open with his foot. And wished that he hadn't. The crates had exploded. Splinters and shards of wood were scattered everywhere, and the bricks had been heaped at the center of the room. They were dark red, friable bricks, like crumbling cakes of dried blood, and each was marked with black letters and numbers that signified its original position in the fireplace. But none were in their proper position now, though they were quite artfully arranged. They had been piled into the shape of a mountain, one that, despite the crudity of its building blocks, duplicated the sheer faces and chimneys and gentle slopes of a real mountain. Elliot recognized it from its photograph. The Eiger. It towered to the ceiling, and under the glare of the lights it gave off a radiation of ugliness and barbarity. It seemed alive, a fang of dark red meat, and the charred smell of the bricks was like a hum in Elliot's nostrils. Ignoring the Ka, who was again flapping its arms, Elliot broke for the landing. There he paused, and after a brief struggle between fear and conscience, he sprinted up the stairs to the bedroom, taking them 3 at a time. Michelle was gone. He stared at the starlit billows of the sheets. Where the hell? Her room. He hurtled down the stairs and fell sprawling on the second-floor landing. Pain lanced through his kneecap, but he came to his feet running, certain that something was behind him. A seam of reddish-orange light, not lamplight, edged the bottom of Michelle's door, and he heard a crispy chuckling noise like a fire crackling in a hearth. The wood was warm to the touch. Elliot's hand hovered over the doorknob. His heart seemed to have swelled to the size of a basketball and was doing a fancy dribble against his chest wall. The sensible thing to do would be to get out quick, because whatever lay beyond the door was bound to be too much for him to handle. But instead he did the stupid thing and burst into the room. His first impression was that the room was burning, but then he saw that though the fire looked real, it did not spread. The flames clung to the outlines of things that were themselves unreal, that had no substance of their own, and were made of the ghostly fire. Belted drapes, an overstuffed chair and sofa, a carved mantelpiece, all of antique design. The actual furniture, production-line junk, was undamaged. Intense reddish-orange light glowed around the bed, and at its heart lay Michelle. Naked, her back arched, lengths of her hair lifted into the air and tangled, floating in an invisible current. The muscles of her legs and abdomen were coiling, bunching, as if she were shedding her skin. The crackling grew louder, and the light began to rise from the bed, to form into a column of even brighter light. It narrowed at the midpoint, bulged in an approximation of hips and breasts, gradually assuming the shape of a burning woman. She was faceless, a fiery silhouette. Her flickering gown shifted as with the movements of walking, and flames leaped out behind her head like wind-blown hair. Elliot was pumped full of terror, too afraid to scream or run. Her aura of heat and power wrapped around him. Though she was within arm's length, she seemed a long way off, inset into a great distance and walking toward him down a tunnel that conformed exactly to her shape. She stretched out a hand, brushing his cheek with a finger. The touch brought more pain than he had ever known. It was luminous, lighting every circuit of his body. He could feel his skin crisping, cracking, fluids leaking forth and sizzling. He heard himself moan, a gush of rotten sound like something trapped in a drain. Then she jerked back her hand, as if he had burned her. Dazed, his nerves screaming, Elliot slumped to the floor, and through blurred eyes caught sight of a blackness rippling by the door. The car! The burning woman stood facing it a few feet away. It was such an uncanny scene, this confrontation of fire and darkness, of two supernatural systems, that Elliot was shocked to alertness. He had the idea that neither of them knew what to do. Surrounded by its patch of disturbed air, the car undulated. The burning woman crackled and flickered, embedded in her eerie distance. Tentatively she lifted her hand, but before she could complete the gesture, the car reached with blinding swiftness, and its hand enveloped hers. A shriek like tortured metal issued from them, as if some ironclad principle had been breached. Dark tendrils wound through the burning woman's arm. Seams of fire striped the car, and there was a high-pitched humming, a vibration that jarred Elliot's teeth. For a moment he was afraid that spiritual versions of antimatter and matter had been brought into conjunction, that the room would explode. But the hum was sheared off as the car snatched back its hand. A scrap of reddish-orange flame glimmered within it. The car melted downward and went rolling out the door. The burning woman and every bit of flame in the room shrank to an incandescent point and vanished. Still dazed, Elliot touched his face. It felt burned, but there was no apparent damage. He hauled himself to his feet, staggered to bed, and collapsed next to Michella. He was breathing deeply, unconscious. "Michella!" He shook her. She moaned, her head rolled from side to side. He heaved her over his shoulder in a fireman's lift and crept out into the hall. Moving stealthily, he eased along the hall to the balcony, overlooking the courtyard, and peered over the edge, and bit his lip to stifle a cry. Clearly visible in the electric blue air of the pre-dawn darkness, standing in the middle of the courtyard, was a tall, pale woman wearing a white nightgown. Her black hair fanned across her back. She snapped her head around to stare at him, her cameo features twisted by a gloating smile, and that smile told Elliot everything he had wanted to know about the possibility of escape. "Just try to leave," Aimé Cousineau was saying. "Go ahead and try." "I'd like that." A shadow sprang erect about a dozen feet away from her, and she turned to it. Suddenly there was a wind in the courtyard, a violent whirling wind of which she was the calm center. Plants went flapping up into the well like leathery birds, pots shattered, and the shards flew toward the car. Slowed by Michella's weight, wanting to get as far as he could from the battle, Elliot headed up the stairs toward Mr. Chatterjee's bedroom. It was an hour later, an hour of peeking down into the courtyard, watching the game of hide-and-seek that the car was playing with Aimé Cousineau, realizing that the car was protecting them by keeping her busy. It was then that Elliot remembered the book. He retrieved it from the shelf and began to skim through it, hoping to learn something helpful. There was nothing else to do. He picked up at the point of Aimé's rap about her marriage to happiness, passed over the transformation of Jenny Whitcomb into a teenage monster, and found a second section dealing with Aimé. In 1895, a wealthy Swiss-American named Armand Cousineau had returned to Saint-Bérénice. his birthplace, for a visit. He was smitten with Aimée Vuillemont, and her family, seizing the opportunity to be rid of her, allowed Cousineau to marry Aimée and sail her off to his home in Carversville, New Hampshire. Aimée's taste for seduction had not been curbed by the move. Lawyers, deacons, merchants, farmers, they were all grist for her mill. But in the winter of 1905 she fell in love, obsessively, passionately in love, with a young schoolmaster. She believed that the schoolmaster had saved her from her unholy marriage, and her gratitude knew no bounds. Unfortunately, when the schoolmaster fell in love with another woman, neither did her fury. One night, while passing the Cousineau mansion, the town doctor spotted a woman walking the grounds. A woman of flame, not burning, but composed of flame, her every particular a fiery construct. Smoke was curling from a window. The doctor rushed inside and discovered the schoolmaster wrapped in chains, burning like a log in the vast fireplace. He put out the small blaze spreading from the hearth, and on going back onto the grounds, he stumbled over Aimée's charred corpse. It was not clear whether Aimée's death had been accidental, a stray spark catching on her nightgown, or the result of suicide, but it was clear that thereafter the mansion had been haunted by a spirit who delighted in possessing women and driving them to kill their men. The spirit's supernatural powers were limited by the flesh, but were augmented by immense physical strength. Jenny Whitcomb, for example, had killed her brother Tim by twisting off his arm, and then had gone after her other brother and her father, a harrowing chase that had lasted a day and a night. While in possession of a body, the spirit was not limited to nocturnal activity. Christ! The light coming through the skylight was gray. They were safe. Elliot went to the bed and began shaking Michella. She moaned. Her eyes blinked open. "Wake up," he said. "We've got to get out." "What?" She batted at his hands. "What are you talking about?" "Don't you remember?" "Remember what?" She swung her legs onto the floor, sitting with her head down, stunned by wakefulness. She stood, swayed, and said, "God, what did you do to me? I feel—" A dull, suspicious expression washed over her face. "We have to leave." He walked around the bed to her. "Ranjeesh hit the jackpot. Those crates of his had an honest-to-God spirit packed in with the bricks. Last night it tried to possess you." He saw her disbelief. "You must have blanked out. Here." He offered the book. "This'll explain." "Oh, God!" she shouted. "What did you do? I'm all raw inside." She backed away, eyes wide with fright. "I didn't do anything." He held out his palms, as if to prove he had no weapons. "You raped me while I was asleep." She looked left, right, in a panic. "That's ridiculous." "You must have drugged me or something. Oh, God, go away." "I won't argue," he said. "We have to get out. After that you can turn me in for rape or whatever. But we're leaving, even if I have to drag you." Some of her desperation evaporated. Her shoulders sagged. "Look," he said, moving closer, "I didn't rape you. What you're feeling is something that goddamn spirit did to you. It was—" She brought her knee up into his groin. As he writhed on the floor, curled up around the pane, Elliot heard the door open and her footsteps receding. He caught at the edge of the bed, hauled himself to his knees, and vomited all over the sheets. He fell back and lay there for several minutes until the pain had dwindled to a powerful throbbing, a throbbing that jolted his heart into the same rhythm. Then, gingerly, he stood and shuffled out into the hall. Leaning on the railing, he eased down the stairs to Michella's room and lowered himself into a sitting position. He let out a shuddering sigh. Actinic flashes burst in front of his eyes. "Michella," he said, "listen to me." His voice sounded feeble, the voice of an old man. "I've got a knife," she said from just behind the door. "I'll use it if you try to break in." "I wouldn't worry about that," he said. "And I sure as hell wouldn't worry about being raped. Now will you listen?" No response. He told her everything, and when he was done, she said, "You're insane. You raped me." "I wouldn't hurt you. He had been on the verge of telling her he loved her, but decided it probably wasn't true. He probably just wished that he had a good, clean truth like love. The pain was making him nauseated again, as if the blackish-purple stain of his bruises were seeping up into his stomach and filling him with bad gases. He struggled to his feet and leaned against the wall. There was no point in arguing, and there was not much hope that she would leave the house on her own, not if she reacted to a May like Jenny Whitcomb. The only solution was to go to the police, accuse her of some crime, assault. She would accuse him of rape, but with luck they would both be held overnight. And he would have time to wire Mr. Chatterjee, who would believe him. Mr. Chatterjee was by nature a believer. It simply hadn't fit his notion of sophistication to give credence to his native spirits. He'd be on the first flight from Delhi, eager to document the terror. Himself eager to get it over, Elliot negotiated the stairs and hobbled across the courtyard. But the car was waiting, flapping its arms in the shadowed alcove that led to the street. Whether it was an effect of the light or of its battle with Amé, or specifically of the pale scrap of fire visible within its hand, the car looked less substantial. Its blackness was somewhat opaque, and the air around it was blurred, smeary, like waves washing over a lens. It was as if the car were being submerged more deeply in its own medium. Elliot felt no compunction about allowing it to touch him. He was grateful to it, and his relaxed attitude seemed to intensify the communication. He began to see images in his mind's eye, Michela's face, Amé's, and then the two faces were superimposed. He was shown this over and over, and he understood from it that the car wanted the possession to take place. But he didn't understand why. More images. Himself running, Michela running, Durbar Square, the mask of white Bhairab, the car, lots of car, little black hieroglyphs. These images were repeated too, and after each sequence the car would hold its hand up to his face and display the glimmering scrap of a maze fire. Elliot thought he understood, but whenever he tried to convey that he wasn't sure, the car merely repeated the images. At last, realizing that the car had reached the limits of its ability to communicate, Elliot headed for the street. The car melted down, reared up in the doorway to block his path, and flapped its arms desperately. Once again, Elliot had a sense of its weird old manness. It went against logic to put his trust in such an erratic creature, especially in such a dangerous plan. But logic had little hold on him, and this was a permanent solution. If it worked, if he hadn't misread it. He laughed. The hell with it. "Take it easy, Bongo," he said. "I'll be back as soon as I get my shooting iron fixed." The waiting room of Sam Chipley's clinic was crowded with Newari mothers and children, who giggled as Elliot did a bow-legged shuffle through their midst. Sam's wife led him into the examination room, where Sam, a burly, bearded man, his long hair tied in a ponytail, helped him onto a surgical table. "Holy shit," he said after inspecting the injury. "What you been into, man?" He began rubbing ointment into the bruises. "Accident," gritted Elliot, trying not to cry out. "Yeah, I bet," said Sam. "Maybe a sexy little accident who had a change of heart when it came down to strokes. You know, not getting it steady might tend to make you a tad intense for some ladies, man. Ever think about that?" "That's not how it was." "Am I all right?" "Yeah, but you ain't going to be super stud for a while." Sam went to the sink and washed his hands. "Don't give me that innocent bullshit. You were trying to slip it to Chatterjee's new squeeze, right? You know her?" "He brought her over one day, showing her off. She's a head case, man. You should know better." "Will I be able to run?" Sam laughed. "Not hardly." "Listen, Sam." Elliot sat up, winced. "Chatterjee's lady. She's in bad trouble, and I'm the only one who can help her. I have to be able to run, and I need something to keep me awake. I haven't slept for a couple of days." "I ain't giving you pills, Elliot. You can stagger through your doper phase without my help." Sam finished drying his hands and went to sit on a stool beside the window. Beyond the window was a brick wall, and atop it a string of prayer flags snapped in the breeze. "I'm not after a supply, damn it, just enough to keep me going tonight. This is important, Sam." Sam scratched his neck. "What kind of trouble's she in?" "I can't tell you now," said Elliot, knowing that Sam would laugh at the idea of something as metaphysically suspect as the car. "But I will tomorrow. It's not illegal. Come on, man. There's got to be something you can give me." "Oh, I can fix you up. I can make you feel like king shit on Coronation Day," Sam mulled it over. "Okay, Elliot, but you get your ass back here tomorrow and tell me what's happening." He gave a snort of amusement. "All I can say is, it must be some strange damn trouble for you to be the only one who can save her." After wiring Mr. Chatterjee, urging him to come home at once, Elliot returned to the house and unscrewed the hinges of the front door. He was not certain that Aimee would be able to control the house, to slam doors and make windows stick as she had with her house in New Hampshire, but he didn't want to take any chances. As he lifted the door and set it against the wall of the alcove, he was amazed by its lightness. He felt possessed of a giddy strength, capable of heaving the door up through the well of the courtyard and over the roofs. The cocktail of painkillers and speed was working wonders. His groin ached, but the ache was distant, far removed from the center of his consciousness, which was a fount of well-being. When he had finished with the door, he grabbed some fruit juice from the kitchen and went back to the alcove to wait. In mid-afternoon, Michella came downstairs. Elliot tried to talk to her, to convince her to leave, but she warned him to keep away and scuttled back to her room. Then, around 5 o'clock, the burning woman appeared, floating a few feet above the courtyard floor. The sun had withdrawn to the upper third of the well, and her fiery silhouette was inset into slate-blue shadow, the flames of her hair dancing about her head. Elliot, who had been hitting the painkillers heavily, was dazzled by her. Had she been a hallucination, she would have made his all-time top 10. But even realizing that she was not, he was too drugged to relate to her as a threat. He snickered and shied a piece of broken pot at her. She shrank to an incandescent point, vanished, and that brought home to him his foolhardiness. He took more speed to counteract his euphoria, and did stretching exercises to loosen the kinks and to rid himself of the cramped sensation in his chest. Twilight blended the shadows in the courtyard. Celebrants passed in the street, and he could hear distant drums and cymbals. He felt cut off from the city, the festival, afraid. Not even the presence of the car, half merged with the shadows along the wall, served to comfort him. Near dusk, Aimee Cousineau walked into the courtyard, and stopped about 20 feet away, staring at him. He had no desire to laugh or throw things. At this distance he could see that her eyes had no whites or pupils or irises. They were dead black. One moment they seemed to be the bulging head of black screws threaded into her skull. The next they seemed to recede into blackness, into a cave beneath a mountain where something waited to teach the joys of hell to whoever wandered in. Elliot sidled closer to the door. But she turned, climbed the stairs to the second landing, and walked down Michella's hallway. Elliot's waiting began in earnest. An hour passed. He paced between the door and the courtyard. His mouth was cottony, his joints felt brittle, held together by frail wires of speed and adrenaline. This was insane. All he had done was to put them in worse danger. Finally, he heard a door close upstairs. He backed into the street, bumping into 2 Nawari girls who giggled and skipped away. Crowds of people were moving toward Durbar Square. "Elliot!" Michella's voice. He'd expected a hoarse demon voice, and when she walked into the alcove, her white scarf glowing palely against the dark air, he was surprised to see that she was unchanged. Her features held no trace of anything other than her usual listlessness. "I'm sorry I hurt you," she said, walking toward him. "I know you didn't do anything. I was just upset about last night." Elliot continued to back away. "What's wrong?" She stopped in the doorway. It might have been his imagination, the drugs, but Elliot could have sworn that her eyes were much darker than normal. He trotted off a dozen yards or so and stood looking at her. "Elliot!" It was a scream of rage and frustration, and he could scarcely believe the speed with which she darted toward him. He ran full tilt at first, leaping sideways to avoid collisions, veering past alarmed, dark-skinned faces. But after a couple of blocks he found a more efficient rhythm and began to anticipate obstacles, to glide in and out of the crowd. Angry shouts were raised behind him. He glanced back. Michelle was closing the distance, beelining for him, knocking people sprawling with what seemed effortless blows. He ran harder. The crowd grew thicker, and he kept near the walls of the houses where it was thinnest. But even there it was hard to maintain a good pace. Torches were waved in his face. Young men, singing, their arms linked, posed barriers that slowed him further. He could no longer see Michelle, but he could see the wake of her passage. Fists shaking, heads jerking. The entire scene was starting to lose cohesiveness to Elliot. There were screams of torchlight, bright shards of deranged shouts, jostling waves of incense and ordure. He felt like the only solid chunk in a glittering soup that was being poured through a stone trough. At the edge of Durbar Square, he had a brief glimpse of a shadow standing by the massive gilt doors of Dagutali Temple. It was larger and a more anthracitic black than Mr. Chatterjee's car, one of the old ones, the powerful ones. The sight buoyed his confidence and restored his equilibrium. He had not misread the plan, but he knew that this was the most dangerous part. He had lost track of Michelle, and the crowd was sweeping him along. If she caught up to him now, he would not be able to run. Fighting for elbow room, struggling to keep his feet, he was borne into the temple complex. The pagoda roofs sloped up into darkness like strangely carved mountains, their peaks hidden by a moonless night. The cobbled paths were narrow, barely 10 feet across, and the crowd was being squeezed along them, a lava flow of humanity. Torches bobbed everywhere, sending wild licks of shadow and orange light up the walls, revealing scowling faces on the eaves. Atop its pedestal, the gilt statue of Hanuman, the monkey god, looked to be swaying. Clashing cymbals and a rhythmic drumming scattered Elliot's heartbeat. The sinewy wail of oboes seemed to be graphing the fluctuations of his nerves. As he swept past Hanuman Doka Temple, he caught sight of the brass mask of white Bhairab shining over the heads of the crowd like the face of an evil clown. It was less than 100 feet away, set in a huge niche in a temple wall, and illuminated by light bulbs that hung down among strings of prayer flags. The crowd surged faster, knocking him this way and that, but he managed to spot 2 more Kai in the doorway of Hanuman Doka. Both melded downward, vanishing, and Elliot's hopes soared. They must have located Michelle. They must be attacking. By the time he had been carried to within a few yards of the mask, he was sure that he was safe. They must have finished her exorcism by now. The only problem left was to find her. That, he realized, had been the weak link in the plan. He'd been an idiot not to have foreseen it. Who knows what might happen if she were to fall in the midst of the crowd? Suddenly he was beneath the pipe that stuck out of the god's mouth. The stream of rice beer arching from it looked translucent under the lights, and as it splashed his face, no fish, its coldness acted to wash away his veneer of chemical strength. He was dizzy, His groin throbbed. The great face, with its fierce fangs and goofy, startled eyes, appeared to be swelling and rocking back and forth. He took a deep breath. The thing to do would be to find a place next to a wall where he could wedge himself against the flow of the crowd, wait until it had thinned, and then search for her. He was about to do that very thing when two powerful hands gripped his elbows from behind. Unable to turn, he craned his neck and peered over his shoulder. Michelle smiled at him, a gloating gotcha smile. Her eyes were dead black ovals. She shaped his name with her mouth, her voice inaudible above the music and shouting, and she began to push him ahead of her, using him as a battering ram to forge a path through the crowd. To anyone watching, it might have appeared that he was running interference for her, but his feet were dangling just off the ground. Angry Noirs yelled at him as he knocked them aside. He yelled too. No one noticed. Within seconds, they had got clear into a side street, threading between groups of drunkards. People laughed at Elliot's cries for help, and one guy imitated the awkward, loose-limbed way he was running. Michelle turned into a doorway, carrying him down a dirt-floored corridor whose walls were carved into ornate screens. The dusky orange lamplight shining through the screens cast a lacework of shadow on the dirt. The corridor widened to a small courtyard, the age-darkened wood of its walls and doors inlaid with intricate mosaics of ivory. Michelle stopped and slammed him against a wall. He was stunned, but he recognized the place to be one of the old Buddhist temples that surrounded the square. Except for a life-sized statue of a golden cow, the courtyard was empty. "Elliot!" The way she said it, it was more of a curse than a name. He opened his mouth to scream, but she drew him into an embrace. Her grip on his right elbow tightened, and her other hand squeezed the back of his neck, pinching off the scream. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I only want to kiss you." Her breasts crushed into his chest. Her pelvis ground against him in a mockery of passion, and inch by inch she forced his face down to hers. Her lips parted, and— "Oh, Christ Jesus!" Elliot writhed in her grasp, enlivened by a new horror. The inside of her mouth was as black as her eyes. She wanted him to kiss that blackness, to taste the evil she had kissed beneath the Eiger. He kicked and clawed with his free hand, but she was irresistible, her hands like iron. His elbow cracked, and brilliant pain shot through his arm. Something else was cracking in his neck. Yet none of that compared to what he felt as her tongue, a burning black poker, pushed between his lips. His chest was bursting with the need to scream, and everything was going dark. Thinking this was death, he experienced a peevish resentment that death was not, as he'd been led to believe, an end to pain, that it merely added a tickling sensation to all his other pain. Then the searing heat in his mouth diminished, and he thought that death must have been a bit slower than usual. Several seconds passed before he realized that he was lying on the ground, several more before he noticed Michelle lying beside him, and, because darkness was tattering the edges of his vision, it was considerably longer before he distinguished the 6 undulating darknesses that had ringed Aimé Cousineau. They towered over her. Their blackness gleamed like thick fur, and the air around them was awash with vibration. In her fluted white nightgown, her cameo face composed in an expression of calm, Aimé looked the antithesis of the vaguely male giants that were menacing her, delicate and finely worked in contrast to their crudity. Her eyes appeared to mirror their negative color. After a moment, a little wind kicked up, swirling about her. The undulations of the car increased, becoming rhythmic, the movements of boneless dancers, and the wind subsided. Puzzled, she darted between 2 of them and took a defensive stance next to the golden cow. She lowered her head and stared up through her brows at the car. They melted downward, rolled forward, sprang erect, and hemmed her in against the statue. But the stair was doing its damage. Pieces of ivory and wood were splintering, flying off the walls toward the car, and one of them was fading, a mist of black particles accumulating around its body. Then, with a shrill noise that reminded Elliot of a jet passing overhead, it misted away. 5 ka remained in the courtyard, and May smiled and turned her stare on another. Before the stare could take effect, however, the ka moved close, blocking Elliot's view of her, and when they pulled back, it was a May who showed signs of damage. Rills of blackness were leading from her eyes, webbing her cheeks, making it look as if her face were cracking. Her nightgown caught fire. Her hair began to leap. Flames danced on her fingertips, spread to her arms, her breast, and she assumed the form of the burning woman. As soon as the transformation was complete, she tried to shrink, to dwindle to her vanishing point. But, acting in unison, the ka extended their hands and touched her. There was that shriek of tortured metal, lapsing to a high-pitched hum, and to Elliot's amazement, the ka were sucked inside her. It was a rapid process. The ka faded to a haze, to nothing, and veins of black marbled the burning woman's fire. The blackness coalesced, forming into 5 tiny stick figures, a hieroglyphic design patterning her gown. With a fuming sound, she expanded again, regaining her normal dimensions, and the ka flowed back out, surrounding her. For an instant she stood motionless, dwarfed, a schoolgirl helpless amidst a circle of bullies. Then she clawed at the nearest of them. Though she had no features with which to express emotion, it seemed to Elliot there was desperation in her gesture, and the agitated leaping of her fiery hair. Unperturbed, the ka stretched out their enormous mittened hands, hands that spread like oil and enveloped her. The destruction of the burning woman, of Aimé Cousineau, lasted only a matter of seconds. But to Elliot it occurred within a bubble of slow time, a time during which he achieved a speculative distance. He wondered if, as the ka stole portions of her fire and secreted it within their bodies, they were removing disparate elements of her soul, if she consisted of psychologically distinct fragments. The girl who had wandered into the cave, the girl who had returned from it, the betrayed lover. Did she embody gradations of innocence and sinfulness, or was she a contaminated essence, an unfractionated evil? While still involved in this speculation, half a reaction to pain, half to the metallic shriek of her losing battle, he lost consciousness. And when he reopened his eyes, the courtyard was deserted. He could hear music and shouting from Durbar Square. The golden cow stared contentedly into nowhere. He had the idea that if he moved, he would further break all the broken things inside him. But he inched his left hand across the dirt and rested it on Michela's breast. It was rising and falling with a steady rhythm. That made him happy, and he kept his hand there, exulting in the hits of her life against his palm. Something shadowy above him. He strained to see it. One of the ka. No, it was Mr. Chatterjee's ka, opaquely black, scrap of fire glimmering in its hand. Compared to its big brothers, it had the look of a skinny, sorry mutt. Elliot felt camaraderie toward it. "Hey, Bongo," he said weakly. "We won." A tickling at the top of his head, a whining note, and he had an impression not of gratitude, as he might have expected, but of intense curiosity. The tickling stopped, and Elliot suddenly felt clear in his mind. Strange. He was passing out once again, his consciousness whirling, darkening, and yet he was calm and unafraid. A roar came from the direction of the square. Somebody, the luckiest somebody in the Kathmandu Valley, had caught the fish. But as Elliot's eyelids fluttered shut, as he had a last glimpse of the car looming above them and felt the warm measure of Michela's heartbeat, he thought maybe that the crowd was cheering the wrong man. 3 weeks after the night of White Bhairab, Ranjeesh Chatterjee divested himself of all worldly possessions, including the gift of a year's free rent at his house to Elliot, and took up residence at Swayambhunath, where, according to Sam Chipley, who visited Elliot in the hospital, he was attempting to visualize the Avalokiteshvara Buddha. It was then that Elliot understood the nature of his newfound clarity. Just as it had done long ago with the woman's goiters, the Ka had tried his habituation to meditation on for size, had not cared for it, and sloughed it off in a handy repository. Ranjeesh Chatterjee. It was such a delicious irony that Elliot had to restrain himself from telling Michela when she visited that same afternoon. She had no memory of the Ka, and news of it tended to unsettle her. But otherwise she had been healing right along with Elliot. All her listlessness had eroded over the weeks. Her capacity for love was returning, and was focused solely on Elliot. "I guess I needed someone to show me that I was worth an effort," she told him. "I'll never stop trying to repay you." She kissed him. "I can hardly wait till you come home." She brought him books and candy and flowers. She sat with him each day until the nurses shooed her away. Yet being the center of her devotion disturbed him. He was still uncertain whether or not he loved her. Clarity, it seemed, made a man dangerously versatile, his conscience flexible, and instituted a cautious approach to commitment. At least this was the substance of Elliot's clarity. He didn't want to rush into anything. When at last he did come home, he and Michela made love beneath the starlight glory of Mr. Chatterjee's skylight. Because of Elliot's neck brace and cast, they had to manage the act with extreme care. But despite that, despite the ambivalence of his feelings, this time it was love they made. Afterward, lying with his good arm around her, he edged nearer to commitment. Whether or not he loved her, there was no way this part of things could be improved by any increment of emotion. Maybe he'd give it a try with her. If it didn't work out, well, he was not going to be responsible for her mental health. She would have to learn to live without him. "Happy?" he asked, caressing her shoulder. She nodded and cuddled closer, and whispered something that was partially drowned out by the crinkling of the pillow. He was sure he had misheard her, but the mere thought that he hadn't was enough to lodge a nugget of chill between his shoulder blades. "What did you say?" he asked. She turned to him and propped herself on an elbow, silhouetted by the starlight, her features obscured. But when she spoke, he realized that Mr. Chatterjee's Ka had been true to its erratic traditions of barter on the night of White Bhairab, and he knew that if she were to tip back her head ever so slightly and let the light shine into her eyes, he would be able to resolve all his speculations about the composition of Aimé Cousineau's soul. "I'm wed to happiness," she said. Salvador. 3 weeks before they wasted Tegelutla, Dantzler had his baptism of fire. The platoon was crossing a meadow at the foot of an emerald-green volcano, and being a dreamy sort, he was idling along, swatting tall grasses with his rifle barrel, and thinking how it might have been a first-grader with crayons who had devised this elementary landscape of a perfect cone rising into a cloudless sky, when cat pistol noises sounded on the slope. Someone screamed for the medic, and Dantzler dove into the grass, fumbling for his ampules. He slipped one from the dispenser and popped it under his nose, inhaling frantically. Then, to be on the safe side, he popped another, a double helping of martial arts, as D.T. would say, and lay with his head down until the drugs had worked their magic. There was dirt in his mouth, and he was very afraid. Gradually his arms and legs lost their heaviness, and his heart rate slowed. His vision sharpened to the point that he could see not only the pinpricks of fire blooming on the slope, but also the figures behind them, half obscured by brush. A bubble of grim anger welled up in his brain, hardened to a fierce resolve, and he started moving toward the volcano. By the time he reached the base of the cone, he was all rage and reflexes. He spent the next 40 minutes spinning acrobatically through the thickets, spraying shadows with bursts of his M18. Yet part of his mind remained distant from the action, marveling at his efficiency, at the comic strip enthusiasm he felt for the task of killing. He shouted at the men he shot, and he shot them many more times than was necessary, like a child playing soldier. "Playin' my ass," D.T. would say. "You just actin' natural." D.T. was a firm believer in the ampules, though the official line was that they contained tailored RNA compounds and pseudo-endorphins modified to an inhalant form. He held the opinion that they opened a man up to his inner nature. He was big, black, with heavily muscled arms and crudely stamped features, and he had come to the Special Forces direct from prison, where he had done a stretch for attempted murder. The palms of his hands were covered by jail tattoos, a pentagram and a horned monster. The words "Die High" were painted on his helmet. This was his second tour in Salvador, and Moody, who was Dantzler's buddy, said the drugs had addled D.T.'s brains, that he was crazy and gone to hell. "He collects trophies," Moody had said, "and not just ears like they done in Nam." When Dantzler had finally gotten a glimpse of the trophies, he had been appalled. They were kept in a tin box in D.T.'s pack, and were nearly unrecognizable. They looked like withered brown orchids. But despite his revulsion, despite the fact that he was afraid of D.T., he admired the man's capacity for survival, and had taken to heart his advice to rely on the drugs. On the way back down the slope, they discovered a live casualty, an Indian kid about Dantzler's age, 19 or 20. Black hair, adobe skin, and heavy-lidded brown eyes. Dantzler, whose father was an anthropologist and had done field work in Salvador, figured him for a Santa Ana tribesman. Before leaving the States, Dantzler had pored over his father's notes, hoping this would give him an edge, and had learned to identify the various regional types. The kid had a minor leg wound, and was wearing fatigue pants and a faded "Coke Adds Life" T-shirt. This T-shirt irritated D.T. no end. "What the hell you know about Coke?" he asked the kid as they headed for the chopper that was to carry them deeper into Morazan province. "You think it's funny or something?" He whacked the kid in the back with his rifle butt, and when they reached the chopper, he slung him inside and had him sit by the door. He sat beside him, tapped out a joint from a pack of cools, and asked, "Where's Infante?" "Dead," said the medic. "Shit." D.T. licked the joint so it would burn evenly. "Goddamn beaner ain't no use 'cept somebody else knows Spanish." "I know a little," Dantzler volunteered. Staring at Dantzler, D.T.'s eyes went empty and unfocused. "Nah," he said. "You don't know no Spanish." Dantzler ducked his head to avoid D.T.'s stare and said nothing. He thought he understood what D.T. meant, but he ducked away from the understanding as well. The chopper bore them aloft, and D.T. lit the joint. He let the smoke out his nostrils and passed the joint to the kid, who accepted gratefully. "Que sabor," he said, exhaling a billow. He smiled and nodded, wanting to be friends. Dantzler turned his gaze to the open door. They were flying low between the hills, and looking at the deep bays of shadow in their folds acted to drain away the residue of the drugs, leaving him weary and frazzled. Sunlight poured in, dazzling the oil-smeared floor. "Hey, Dantzler!" D.T. had to shout over the noise of the rotors. "Ask him what's his name." The kid's eyelids were drooping from the joint, but on hearing Spanish he perked up. He shook his head, though, refusing to answer. Dantzler smiled and told him not to be afraid. "Ricardo Koo," said the kid. "Cool," said D.T. with false heartiness. "That's my brand." He offered his pack to the kid. "Gracias, no." The kid waved the joint and grinned. "Dude's named for a goddamn cigarette," said D.T. disparagingly, as if this were the height of insanity. Dantzler asked the kid if there were more soldiers nearby, and once again received no reply. But apparently sensing in Dantzler a kindred soul, the kid leaned forward and spoke rapidly, saying that his village was Santander Jimenez, that his father was, he hesitated, a man of power. He asked where they were taking him. Dantzler returned a stony glare. He found it easy to reject the kid, and he realized later this was because he had already given up on him. Latching his hands behind his head, D.T. began to sing, a wordless melody. His voice was discordant, barely audible above the rotors. But the tune had a familiar ring, and Dantzler soon placed it, the theme from Star Trek. It brought back memories of watching TV with his sister, laughing at the low-budget aliens and Scotty's actor's equity accent. He gazed out the door again. The sun was behind the hills, and the hillsides were unfeatured blurs of dark green smoke. Oh, God, he wanted to be home, to be anywhere but Salvador. A couple of the guys joined in the singing at D.T.'s urging, and as the volume swelled, Dantzler's emotion peaked. He was on the verge of tears, remembering tastes and sights, the way his girl Janine had smelled, so clean and fresh, not reeking of sweat and perfume like the whores around Ilopango, finding all this substance in the banal touchstone of his culture and the illusions of the hillsides rushing past. Then Moody tensed beside him, and he glanced up to learn the reason why. In the gloom of the chopper's belly, D.T. was as unfeatured as the hills, a black presence ruling them, more the leader of a coven than a platoon. The other two guys were singing their lungs out, and even the kid was getting into the spirit of things. "Musica!" he said at one point, smiling at everybody, trying to fan the flame of good feeling. He swayed to the rhythm, and essayed a la-la now and again. But no one else was responding. The singing stopped, and Dantzler saw that the whole platoon was staring at the kid, their expressions slack and dispirited. "Space!" shouted D.T., giving the kid a little shove. "The final frontier!" The smile had not yet left the kid's face when he toppled out the door. D.T. peered after him. A few seconds later he smacked his hand against the floor and sat back grinning. Dantzler felt like screaming. The stupid horror of the joke was so at odds with the languor of his homesickness. He looked to the others for reaction. They were sitting with their heads down, fiddling with trigger guards and pack straps, studying their bootlaces, and seeing this, he quickly imitated them. Morazan province was spook country, Santa Ana spooks. Flights of birds had been reported to attack patrols. Animals appeared at the perimeters of campsites and vanished when you shot at them. Dreams afflicted everyone who ventured there. Dantzler could not testify to the birds and animals, but he did have a recurring dream. In it, the kid D.T. had killed was pinwheeling down through a golden fog, his T-shirt visible against the roiling backdrop, and sometimes a voice would boom out of the fog saying, "You are killing my son." "No, no," Dantzler would reply. "It wasn't me, and besides, he's already dead." Then he would wake, covered with sweat, groping for his rifle, his heart racing. But the dream was not an important terror, and he assigned it no significance. The land was far more terrifying. pine-forested ridges that stood out against the sky like fringes of electrified hair, little trails winding off into thickets and petering out, as if what they led to had been magicked away, gray rock faces along which they were forced to walk, hopelessly exposed to ambush. There were innumerable booby traps set by the guerrillas, and they lost several men to rockfalls. It was the emptiest place of Dantzler's experience. No people, no animals, just a few hawks circling the solitudes between the ridges. Once in a while they found tunnels, and these they blew with the new gas grenades. The gas ignited the rich concentrations of hydrocarbons and sent flames sweeping through the entire system. D.T. would praise whoever had discovered the tunnel and would estimate in a loud voice how many beaners they had refried. But Dantzler knew they were traversing pure emptiness and burning empty holes. Days under debilitating heat, they humped the mountains, traveling 7, 8, even 10 clicks up trails so steep that frequently the feet of the guy ahead of you would be on a level with your face. Nights it was cold, the darkness absolute, the silence so profound that Dantzler imagined he could hear the great humming vibration of the earth. They might have been anywhere or nowhere. Their fear was nourished by the isolation, and the only remedy was martial arts. Dantzler took to popping the pills without the excuse of combat. Moody cautioned him against abusing the drugs, citing rumors of bad side effects and D.T.'s madness. But even he was using them more and more often. During basic training, Dantzler's D.I. had told the Boots that the drugs were available only to the Special Forces, that their use was optional. But there had been too many instances of lackluster battlefield performance in the last war, and this was to prevent a reoccurrence. "The chicken-shit infantry should take 'em," the D.I. had said. "You bastards are brave already. You're born killers, right?" "Right, sir," they had shouted. "What are you?" "Born killers, sir." But Dantzler was not a born killer. He was not even clear as to how he had been drafted, less clear as to how he had been manipulated into the Special Forces. And he had learned that nothing was optional in Salvador, with the possible exception of life itself. The platoon's mission was reconnaissance and mop-up. Along with other Special Forces platoons, they were to secure Morazan prior to the invasion of Nicaragua. Specifically, they were to proceed to the village of Tecalutla, where the Sandinista patrol had recently been spotted, and following that, they were to join up with the 1st Infantry and take part in the offensive against Leon, the provincial capital just across the Nicaraguan border. As Dantzler and Moody walked together, they frequently talked about the offensive, how it would be good to get down into flat country. Occasionally they talked about the possibility of reporting D.T., and once, after he had led them on a forced night march, they toyed with the idea of killing him. But most often they discussed the ways of the Indians and the land, since this was what had caused them to become buddies. Moody was slightly built, freckled, and red-haired. His eyes had the 1,000-yard stare that came from too much war. Dantzler had seen winos with such vacant, lusterless stares. Moody's father had been in Nam, and Moody said it had been worse than Salvador, because there had been no real commitment to win. But he thought Nicaragua and Guatemala might be the worst of all, especially if the Cubans sent in troops as they had threatened. He was adept at locating tunnels and detecting booby traps, and it was for this reason Dantzler had cultivated his friendship. Essentially a loner, Moody had resisted all advances until learning of Dantzler's father. Thereafter he had buddied up, eager to hear about the field notes, believing they might give him an edge. "They think the land has animal traits," said Dantzler one day as they climbed along a ridge-top. "Just like some kinds of fish look like plants or sea-bottom, parts of the land look like plain ground, jungle, whatever. But when you enter them, you find you've entered the spirit world,
The world of Sukias. "What's Sukias?" asked Moody. "Magicians." A twig snapped behind Dantzler, and he spun around, twitching off the safety of his rifle. It was only Hodge, a lanky kid with the beginnings of a beer gut. He stared hollow-eyed at Dantzler and popped an ampule. Moody made a noise of disbelief. "If they got magicians, why ain't they winning? Why ain't they zapping us off the cliffs?" "It's not their business," said Dantzler. "They don't believe in messing with worldly affairs unless it concerns them directly. Anyway, these places, the ones that look like normal land but aren't, they're called—" He drew a blank on the name. "Aya something. I can't remember. But they have different laws. They're where your spirit goes to die after your body dies. Don't they got no heaven?" "Nope. It just takes longer for your spirit to die, and so it goes to one of these places that's between everything and nothing." "Nothing," said Moody disconsolately, as if all his hopes for an afterlife had been dashed. "Don't make no sense to have spirits and not have no heaven." "Hey," said Dantzler, tensing as wind rustled the pine boughs. "They're just a bunch of damn primitives. You know what their sacred drink is? Hot chocolate. My old man was a guest at one of their funerals, and he said they carried cups of hot chocolate balanced on these little red towers and acted like drinking it was going to wake them to the secrets of the universe." He laughed, and the laughter sounded tinny and psychotic to his own ears. "So you're going to worry about fools who think hot chocolate's holy water?" "Maybe they just like it," said Moody. "Maybe somebody dying just give 'em an excuse to drink it." But Dantzler was no longer listening. A moment before, as they emerged from pine cover onto the highest point of the ridge, a stony scarp open to the winds and providing a view of rumpled mountains and valleys extending to the horizon, he had popped an ampule. He felt so strong, so full of righteous purpose and controlled fury, it seemed only the sky was around him, that he was still ascending, preparing to do battle with the gods themselves. Tecolootla was a village of whitewashed stone tucked into a notch between two hills. From above, the houses, with their shadow-blackened windows and doorways, looked like an unlucky throw of dice. The streets ran uphill and down, diverging around boulders. Bougainvilleas and hibiscuses speckled the hillsides, and there were tilled fields on the gentler slopes. It was a sweet, peaceful place when they arrived, and after they had gone, it was once again peaceful. But its sweetness had been permanently banished. The reports of Sandinistas had proved accurate, and though they were casualties left behind to recuperate, DT had decided their presence called for extreme measures. Foo gas, frag grenades, and such. He had fired an M60 until the barrel melted down, and then had manned the flamethrower. Afterward, as they rested atop the next ridge, exhausted and begrimed, having radioed in a chopper for resupply, he could not get over how one of the houses he had torched had come to resemble a toasted marshmallow. "Ain't that how it was, man?" he asked, striding up and down the line. He did not care if they agreed about the house. It was a deeper question he was asking, one concerning the ethics of their actions. "Yeah," said Dantzler, forcing a smile. "Sure did." DT grunted with laughter. "You know I'm right, don't you, man?" The sun hung directly behind his head, a golden corona rimming a black oval, and Dantzler could not turn his eyes away. He felt weak and weakening, as if threads of himself were being spun loose and sucked into the blackness. He had popped 3 ampules prior to the firefight, and his experience of Tecolootla had been a kind of mad whirling dance through the streets, spraying erratic bursts that appeared to be writing weird names on the walls. The leader of the Sandinistas had worn a mask, a gray face with a surprised hole of a mouth and pink circles around the eyes, a ghost face. Dantzler had been afraid of the mask, and had poured round after round into it. Then, leaving the village, he had seen a small girl standing beside the shell of the last house, watching them, her colorless rag of a dress tattering in the breeze. She had been a victim of that malnutrition disease, the one that peeled your skin and whitened your hair and left you retarded. He could not recall the name of the disease. Things like names were slipping away from him. Nor could he believe anyone had survived, and for a moment he had thought the spirit of the village had come out to mark their trail. That was all he could remember of Tecolootla, all he wanted to remember. But he knew he had been brave. 4 days later, they headed up into a cloud forest. It was the dry season, but dry season or not, blackish-gray clouds always shrouded these peaks. They were shot through by ugly glimmers of lightning, making it seem that malfunctioning neon signs were hidden beneath them, advertisements for evil. Everyone was jittery, and Jerry Ledoux, a slim, dark-haired Cajun kid, flat-out refused to go. "It ain't reasonable," he said. "Be easier to go through the passes." "We're on recon, man. You think the beaners be waitin' in the passes, waving their white flags?" D.T. whipped his rifle into firing position and pointed it at Ledoux. "Come on, Louisiana man, pop a few, and you feel different." As Ledoux popped the ampules, D.T. talked to him. "Look at it this way, man. This is your big adventure. Up there it be like all them animal shows on the tube. The Savage Kingdom, the Unknown. Could be like Mars or something. Monsters and shit with big red eyes and tentacles. You want to miss that, man? You want to miss being the first grunt on Mars?" Soon Ledoux was raring to go, giggling at D.T.'s rap. Moody kept his mouth shut, but he fingered the safety of his rifle and glared at D.T.'s back. When D.T. turned to him, however, he relaxed. Since Tecolootla, he had grown taciturn, and there seemed to be a shifting of lights and darks in his eyes, as if something were scurrying back and forth behind them. He had taken to wearing banana leaves on his head, arranging them under his helmet so the frayed ends stuck out the sides like strange green hair. He said this was camouflage, but Dantzler was certain it bespoke some secretive, irrational purpose. Of course, D.T. had noticed Moody's spiritual erosion, and as they prepared to move out, he called Dantzler aside. "He done found some place inside his head that feel good to him," said D.T. "He's trying to curl up into it, and once he do that, he ain't going to be responsible. Keep an eye on him." Dantzler mumbled his assent, but was not enthused. "I know he your friend, man, but that don't mean shit, not the way things are. Now me, I don't give a damn about you personally, but I'm your brother in arms, and that's something you can count on. You understand?" To Dantzler's shame, he did understand. They had planned on negotiating the cloud forest by nightfall, but they had underestimated the difficulty. The vegetation beneath the clouds was lush, thick, juicy leaves that mashed underfoot, tangles of vines, trees with slick, pale bark and waxy leaves, and the visibility was only about 15 feet. They were gray wraiths passing through grayness. The vague shapes of the foliage reminded Dantzler of fancifully engraved letters, and for a while he entertained himself with the notion that they were walking among the half-formed phrases of a constitution not yet manifest in the land. They barged off the trail, losing it completely, becoming veiled in spider webs and drenched by spills of water. Their voices were oddly muffled, the tag ends of words swallowed up. After 7 hours of this, D.T. reluctantly gave the order to pitch camp. They set electric lamps around the perimeter so they could see to string the jungle hammocks. The beam of light illuminated the moisture in the air, piercing the murk with jeweled blades. They talked in hushed tones, alarmed by the eerie atmosphere. When they had done with the hammocks, D.T. posted 4 sentries, Moody, Ledoux, Dantzler, and himself. Then they switched off the lamps. It grew pitch dark, and the darkness was picked out by plips and plops, the entire spectrum of dripping sounds. To Dantzler's ears they blended into a gabbling speech. He imagined tiny Santa Ana demons talking about him, and to stave off paranoia he popped 2 ampules. He continued to pop them, trying to limit himself to 1 every half hour. But he was uneasy, unsure where to train his rifle in the dark, and he exceeded his limit. Soon it began to grow light again, and he assumed that more time had passed than he had thought. That often happened with the ampules. It was easy to lose yourself in being alert, in the wealth of perceptual detail available to your sharpened senses. Yet on checking his watch, he saw it was only a few minutes after 2 o'clock. His system was too inundated with the drugs to allow panic, but he twitched his head from side to side in tight little arcs to determine the source of the brightness. There did not appear to be a single source. It was simply that filaments of the cloud were gleaming, casting a diffuse golden glow, as if they were elements of a nervous system coming to life. He started to call out, then held back. The others must have seen the light, and they had given no cry. They probably had a good reason for their silence. He scrunched down flat, pointing his rifle out from the campsite. Bathed in the golden mist, the forest had acquired an alchemic beauty. Beads of water glittered with gemmy brilliance. The leaves and vines and bark were gilded. Every surface shimmered with light. Everything except a fleck of blackness hovering between 2 of the trunks, its size gradually increasing. As it swelled in his vision, he saw it had the shape of a bird, its wings beating, flying toward him from an inconceivable distance. Inconceivable because the dense vegetation did not permit you to see very far in a straight line, and yet the bird was growing larger with such slowness that it must have been coming from a long way off. It was not really flying, he realized. Rather, it was as if the forest were painted on a piece of paper, as if someone were holding a lit match behind it and burning a hole that maintained the shape of a bird as it spread. He was transfixed, unable to react. Even when it had blotted out half the light, when he lay before it no bigger than a mote in relation to its huge span, he could not move or squeeze the trigger. And then the blackness swept over him. He had the sensation of being borne along at incredible speed, and he could no longer hear the dripping of the forest. "Moody!" he shouted. "DT!" But the voice that answered belonged to neither of them. It was hoarse, issuing from every part of the surrounding blackness, and he recognized it as the voice of his recurring dream. "You are killing my son," it said. "I have led you here to this Ayawamako so he may judge you." Dantzler knew to his bones the voice was that of the Sukia of the village of Santander, Jimenez. He wanted to offer a denial, to explain his innocence, but all he could manage was, "No!" He said it tearfully, hopelessly, his forehead resting on his rifle barrel. Then his mind gave a savage twist, and his soldiery self regained control. He ejected an ampule from his dispenser and popped it. The voice laughed, malefic, damning laughter whose vibrations shuddered Dantzler. He opened up with the rifle, spraying fire in all directions. Filigrees of golden holes appeared in the blackness, tendrils of mist coiled through them. He kept on firing until the blackness shattered and fell in jagged sections toward him, slowly, like shards of black glass dropping through water. He emptied the rifle and flung himself flat, shielding his head with his arms, expecting to be sliced into bits. But nothing touched him. At last he peeked between his arms. Then, amazed because the forest was now a uniform lustrous yellow, he rose to his knees. He scraped his hand on one of the crushed leaves beneath him, and blood welled from the cut. The broken fibers of the leaf were as stiff as wires. He stood, a giddy trickle of hysteria leaking up from the bottom of his soul. It was no forest, but a building of solid gold worked to resemble a forest. The sort of conceit that might have been fabricated for the child of an emperor. Canopied by golden leaves, columned by slender golden trunks, carpeted by golden grasses. The water beads were diamonds. All the gleam and glitter soothed his apprehension. Here was something out of a myth, a habitat for princesses and wizards and dragons. Almost gleeful, he turned to the campsite to see how the others were reacting. Once, when he was 9 years old, he had sneaked into the attic to rummage through the boxes and trunks, and he had run across an old Morocco-bound copy of Gulliver's Travels. He had been taught to treasure old books, and so he had opened it eagerly to look at the illustrations, only to find that the centers of the pages had been eaten away, and there, right in the heart of the fiction, was a nest of larvae. Pulpy, horrid things. It had been an awful sight, but one unique in his experience, and he might have studied those crawling scraps of life for a very long time if his father had not interrupted. Such a sight was now before him, and he was numb with it. They were all dead. He should have guessed they would be. He had given no thought to them while firing his rifle. They had been struggling out of their hammocks when the bullets hit, and as a result they were hanging half in, half out, their limbs dangling, blood pooled beneath them. The veils of golden mist made them look dark and mysterious and malformed, like monsters killed as they emerged from their cocoons. Dantzler could not stop staring, but he was shrinking inside himself. It was not his fault. That thought kept swooping in and out of a flock of less acceptable thoughts. He wanted it to stay put, to be true, to alleviate the sick horror he was beginning to feel. "What's your name?" asked the girl's voice behind him. She was sitting on a stone about 20 feet away. Her hair was a tawny shade of gold, her skin a half-tone lighter, and her dress was cunningly formed out of the mist. Only her eyes were real. Brown, heavy-lidded eyes. They were at variance with the rest of her face, which had the fresh, unaffected beauty of an American teenager. "Don't be afraid," she said, and patted the ground, inviting him to sit beside her. He recognized the eyes, but it was no matter. He badly needed the consolation she could offer. He walked over and sat down. She let him lean his head against her thigh. "What's your name?" she repeated. "Dantzler," he said. "John Dantzler." And then he added, "I'm from Boston. My father's—" It would be too difficult to explain about anthropology. "He's a teacher." "Are there many soldiers in Boston?" She stroked his cheek with a golden finger. The caress made Dantzler happy. "Oh, no," he said. "They hardly know there's a war going on." "This is true?" she said, incredulous. "Well, they do know about it, but it's just news on the TV to them. They've got more pressing problems. Their jobs, families." "Will you let them know about the war when you return home?" she asked. "Will you do that for me?" Dantzler had given up hope of returning home, of surviving, and her assumption that he would do both acted to awaken his gratitude. "Yes," he said fervently, "I will." "You must hurry," she said. "If you stay in the Ayahuamaco too long, you will never leave. You must find the way out. It is a way not of directions or trails, but of events." "Where is this place?" he asked, suddenly aware of how much he had taken it for granted. She shifted her leg away, and if he had not caught himself on the stone, he would have fallen. When he looked up, she had vanished, He was surprised that her disappearance did not alarm him. In reflex, he slipped out a couple of ampules, but after a moment's reflection, he decided not to use them. It was impossible to slip them back into the dispenser, so he tucked them into the interior webbing of his helmet for later. He doubted he would need them, though. He felt strong, competent, and unafraid. Dantzler stepped carefully between the hammocks, not wanting to brush against them. It might have been his imagination, but they seemed to be bulged down lower than before, as if death had weighed out heavier than life. That heaviness was in the air, pressuring him. Mist rose like golden steam from the corpses, but the sight no longer affected him, perhaps because the mist gave the illusion of being their souls. He picked up a rifle with a full magazine and headed off into the forest. The tips of the golden leaves were sharp, and he had to ease past them to avoid being cut. But he was at the top of his form, moving gracefully, and the obstacles barely slowed his pace. He was not even anxious about the girl's warning to hurry. He was certain the way out would soon present itself. After a minute or so, he heard voices, and after another few seconds, he came to a clearing divided by a stream, one so perfectly reflecting that its banks appeared to enclose a wedge of golden mist. Moody was squatting to the left of the stream, staring at the blade of his survival knife and singing under his breath, a wordless melody that had the erratic rhythm of a trapped fly. Beside him lay Jerry Ledoux, his throat slashed from ear to ear. D.T. was sitting on the other side of the stream. He had been shot just above the knee, and though he had ripped up his shirt for bandages and tied off the leg with a tourniquet, he was not in good shape. He was sweating, and a gray chalky pallor infused his skin. The entire scene had the weird vitality of something that had materialized in a magic mirror, a bubble of reality enclosed within a gilt frame. D.T. heard Dantzler's footfalls and glanced up. "Waste him!" he shouted, pointing to Moody. Moody did not return from contemplation of the knife. "No," he said, as if speaking to someone whose image was held in the blade. "Waste him, man!" screamed D.T. "He killed Ledoux." "Please," said Moody to the knife. "I don't want to." There was blood clotted on his face, more blood on the banana leaves sticking out of his helmet. "Did you kill Jerry?" asked Dantzler. While he addressed the question to Moody, he did not relate to him as an individual, only as part of a design whose message he had to unravel. "Jesus Christ, waste him!" D.T. smashed his fist against the ground in frustration. "Okay," said Moody. With an apologetic look, he sprang to his feet and charged Dantzler, swinging the knife. Emotionless, Dantzler stitched a line of fire across Moody's chest. He went sideways into the bushes and down. "What the hell was you waiting for?" D.T. tried to rise, but winced and fell back. "Damn, don't know if I can walk." "Pop a few," Dantzler suggested mildly. "Yeah, good thinking, man." D.T. fumbled for his dispenser. Dantzler peered into the bushes to see where Moody had fallen. He felt nothing, and this pleased him. He was weary of feeling. D.T. popped an ampule with a flourish, as if making a toast, and inhaled. "Ain't you going to do some, man?" "I don't need them," said Dantzler. "I'm fine." The stream interested him. It did not reflect the mist, as he had supposed, but was itself a seam of the mist. "How many you think they was?" asked D.T. "How many what?" "Beaners, man. I wasted 3 or 4 after they hit us, but I couldn't tell how many they was." Dantzler considered this in light of his own interpretation of events and Moody's conversation with the knife. It made sense. A Santa Anna kind of sense. "Beats me," he said, "but I guess there's less than there used to be." D.T. snorted. "You got that right." He heaved to his feet and limped to the edge of the stream. "Give me a hand across." Dantzler reached out to him, but instead of taking his hand, he grabbed his wrist and pulled him off balance. D.T. teetered on his good leg, then toppled and vanished beneath the mist. Dantzler had expected him to fall, but he surfaced instantly, mist clinging to his skin. Of course, thought Dantzler, his body would have to die before his spirit would fall. "What you doing, man?" D.T. was more disbelieving than enraged. Dantzler planted a foot in the middle of his back and pushed him down until his head was submerged. D.T. bucked and clawed at the foot and managed to come to his hands and knees. Mist slithered from his eyes, his nose, and he choked out the words, "Kill you." Dantzler pushed him down again. He got into pushing him down and letting him up, over and over. Not so as to torture him, not really. It was because he had suddenly understood the nature of the Ayawamako's laws, that they were approximations of normal laws, and he further understood that his actions had to approximate those of someone jiggling a key in a lock. D.T. was the key to the way out, and Dantzler was jiggling him, making sure all the tumblers were engaged. Some of the vessels in D.T.'s eyes had burst, and the whites were occluded by films of blood. When he tried to speak, mist curled from his mouth. Gradually his struggles subsided. He clawed runnels in the gleaming yellow dirt of the bank and shuddered. His shoulders were knobs of black land foundering in a mystic sea. For a long time after D.T. sank from view, Dantzler stood beside the stream, uncertain of what was left to do and unable to remember a lesson he had been taught. Finally he shouldered his rifle and walked away from the clearing. Morning had broken, the mist had thinned, and the forest had regained its usual coloration. But he scarcely noticed these changes, still troubled by his faulty memory. Eventually he let it slide. It would all come clear sooner or later. He was just happy to be alive. After a while he began to kick the stones as he went, and to swing his rifle in a carefree fashion against the weeds. When the First Infantry poured across the Nicaraguan border and wasted Leon, Dantzler was having a quiet time at the VA hospital in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and at the precise moment the bulletin was flashed nationwide, he was sitting in the lounge watching the American League playoffs between Detroit and Texas. Some of the patients ranted at the interruption, while others shouted them down, wanting to hear the details. Dantzler expressed no reaction whatsoever. He was solely concerned with being a model patient. However, noticing that one of the staff was giving him a clinical stare, he added his weight on the side of the baseball fans. He did not want to appear too controlled. The doctors were as suspicious of that sort of behavior as they were of its contrary. But the funny thing was, at least it was funny to Dantzler, that his feigned annoyance at the bulletin was an exemplary proof of his control, his expertise at moving through life the way he had moved through the golden leaves of the cloud forest. Cautiously, gracefully, efficiently. Touching nothing and being touched by nothing. That was the lesson he had learned. To be as perfect a counterfeit of a man as the Ayawamako had been of the land. To adopt the various stances of a man, and yet, by virtue of his distance from things human, to be all the more prepared for the onset of crisis or a call to action. He saw nothing aberrant in this. Even the doctors would admit that men were little more than organized pretense. If he was different from other men, it was only that he had a deeper awareness of the principles on which his personality was founded. When the Battle of Managua was joined, Dantzler was living at home. His parents had urged him to go easy in readjusting to civilian life, but he had immediately gotten a job as a management trainee in a bank. Each morning he would drive to work and spend a controlled, quiet 8 hours. Each night he would watch TV with his mother, and before going to bed he would climb to the attic and inspect the trunk containing his souvenirs of war, helmet, fatigues, knife, boots. The doctors had insisted he face his experiences, and this ritual was his way of following their instructions. All in all, he was quite pleased with his progress, but he still had problems. He had not been able to force himself to venture out at night, remembering too well the darkness in the cloud forest, and he had rejected his friends, refusing to see them or answer their calls. He was not secure with the idea of friendship. Further, despite his methodical approach to life, he was prone to a nagging restlessness, the feeling of a chore left undone. One night his mother came into his room and told him that an old friend, Phil Curry, was on the phone. "Please talk to him, Johnny," she said. "He's been drafted, and I think he's a little scared." The word drafted struck a responsive chord in Dantzler's soul, and after brief deliberation he went downstairs and picked up the receiver. "Hey," said Phil. "What's the story, man? 3 months, and you don't even give me a call." "I'm sorry," said Dantzler. "I haven't been feeling so hot." "Yeah, I understand." Phil was silent a moment. "Listen, man, I'm leaving, you know, and we're having a big send-off at Sparky's. It's going on right now. Why don't you come down?" "I don't know." "Janine's here, man. You know, she's still crazy about you. Talks about you all the time. She don't go out with nobody." Dantzler was unable to think of anything to say. "Look," said Phil, "I'm pretty weirded out by this soldier shit. I hear it's pretty bad down there. If you got anything you can tell me about what it's like, man, I'd appreciate it." Dantzler could relate to Phil's concern, his desire for an edge, and besides, it felt right to go. Very right. He would take some precautions against the darkness. "I'll be there," he said. It was a foul night, spitting snow, but Sparky's parking lot was jammed. Dantzler's mind was flurried like the snow, crowded like the lot, thoughts whirling in, jockeying for position, melting away. He hoped his mother would not wait up. He wondered if Janine still wore her hair long. He was worried because the palms of his hands were unnaturally warm. Even with the car windows rolled up, he could hear loud music coming from inside the club. Above the door, the words Sparky's Rock City were being spelled out a letter at a time in red neon, and when the spelling was complete, the letters flashed off and on, and a golden neon explosion boomed around them. After the explosion, the entire sign went dark for a split second, and the big ramshackle building seemed to grow large and merge with the black sky. He had an idea it was watching him, and he shuddered. One of those sudden lurches downward of the kind that take you just before you fall asleep. He knew the people inside did not intend him any harm, but he also knew that places have a way of changing people's intent, and he did not want to be caught off guard. Sparky's might be such a place, might be a huge black presence camouflaged by neon. Its true substance one with the abyss of the sky, the phosphorescent snowflakes jittering in his headlights, the wind keening through the side vent. He would have liked very much to drive home and forget about his promise to Phil. However, he felt a responsibility to explain about the war. More than a responsibility, an evangelistic urge. He would tell them about the kid falling out of the chopper, the white-haired girl in Tecolootla, the emptiness. God, yes. How you went down chock full of ordinary American thoughts and dreams, memories of smoking weed and chasing tail, and hanging out and freeway flying with a case of something cold, and how you smuggled back a human-shaped container of pure Salvadorian emptiness, primo grade. Smuggled it back to the land of silk and money, of mind-fuck video games and topless tennis matches and fast-food solutions to the nutritional problem. Just a taste of Salvador would banish all those trivial obsessions. Just a taste. It would be easy to explain. Of course, some things beggared explanation. He bent down and adjusted the survival knife in his boot so the hilt would not rub against his calf. From his coat pocket he withdrew the 2 ampules he had secreted in his helmet that long-ago night in the cloud forest. As the neon explosion flashed once more, glimmers of gold coursed along their shiny surfaces. He did not think he would need them. His hand was steady, and his purpose was clear. But to be on the safe side, he popped them both. How the Wind Spoke at Madaket. 1. Softly at dawn, rustling dead leaves in the roof gutters, tickling the wires of the television antenna against the shingled wall, seething through the beech grasses, shifting the bare twigs of a hawthorn to claw at the tool-shed door, playfully flipping a peg off the clothesline, snuffling the garbage and tattering the plastic bags, creating 1,000 nervous flutters, 1,000 more shivery whispers, then building, keening in the window cracks and rattling the panes, smacking down a sheet of plyboard that has been leaning against the woodpile, swelling to a pour off the open sea, its howl articulated by throats of narrow streets and teeth of vacant houses, until you begin to imagine a huge invisible animal throwing back its head and roaring, and the cottages creaking like the timbers of an old ship. 2. Waking at first light, Peter Ramey lay abed a while and listened to the wind. Then, steeling himself against the cold, he threw off the covers, hurriedly pulled on jeans, tennis shoes, and a flannel shirt, and went into the front room to kindle a fire in the wood stove. Outside, the trees were silhouetted by a backdrop of slate clouds, but the sky wasn't yet bright enough to cast the shadow of the window frame across the picnic-style table beneath it. The other furniture, 3 chewed-up wicker chairs and a sofa bunk, hunched in their dark corners. The tinder caught, and soon the fire was snapping inside the stove. Still cold, Peter beat his arms against his shoulders and hopped from one foot to another, setting dishes and drawers to rattling. He was a pale, heavy-set man of 33, with ragged black hair and beard, so tall that he had to duck through the doors of the cottage, and because of his size he had never really settled into the place. He felt like a tramp who had appropriated a child's abandoned treehouse in which to spend the winter. The kitchen was an alcove off the front room, and after easing the chill, his face stinging with heat, he lit the gas stove and started breakfast. He cut a hole in a slice of bread, laid it in the frying pan, then cracked an egg and poured it into the hole. Usually he just opened cans and cereal boxes or heated frozen food. But Sarah Tappinger, his current lover, had taught him to fix eggs this way, and it made him feel like a competent bachelor to keep up the practice. He shoveled down the egg and bread standing at the kitchen window, watching the gray-shingled houses across the street melt from the darkness, shadowy clumps resolving into thickets of bayberry and sheep-laurel, a picket line of Japanese pines beyond them. The wind had dropped, and it looked as if the clouds were going to hang around, which was fine by Peter. Since renting the cottage in Madaket 8 months before, he had learned that he thrived on bleakness, that the blustery, overcast days nourished his imagination. He had finished 1 novel here, and he planned to stay until the 2nd was done, and maybe a 3rd. What the hell? There wasn't much point in returning to California. He turned on the water to do the dishes, but the thought of L.A. had soured him on being competent. Screw it. Let the roaches breed. He pulled on a sweater, stuffed a notebook in his pocket, and stepped out into the cold. As if it had been waiting for him, a blast of wind came swerving around the corner of the cottage and numbed his face. He tucked his chin onto his chest and set out walking, turning left on Tennessee Avenue and heading toward Smith Point, past more gray-shingled houses with quarter boards bearing cutesy names above their doors, names like Sea Shanty and Tooth Acres, the vacation home of a New Jersey dentist. When he had arrived on Nantucket, he'd been amused by the fact that almost every structure on the island, even the Sears Roebuck store, had gray shingles, and he had written his ex-wife a long, humorous let's be friends letter telling about the shingles, about all the odd characters and quirkiness of the place. His ex-wife had not answered, and Peter couldn't blame her, not after what he had done. Solitude was the reason he gave for having moved to Madaket. But while this was superficially true, it would have been more accurate to say that he had been fleeing the ruins of his life. He had been idling along, content with his marriage, churning out scripts for a PBS children's show, when he had fallen obsessively in love with another woman, herself married. Plans and promises had been made, as a result of which he had left his wife. But then, in a sudden reversal of form, the woman, who had never expressed any sentiment other than boredom and resentment concerning her husband, had decided to honor her vows, leaving Peter alone and feeling both a damned fool and a villain. Desperate, he had fought for her, failed, tried to hate her, failed, and finally, hoping a change of geography would provoke a change of heart, hers or his, he had come to Madaket. That had been in September, directly after the exodus of the summer tourists. It was now May, and though the cold weather still lingered, the tourists were beginning to filter back, but no hearts had changed. 20 minutes of brisk walking brought him to the top of a dune overlooking Smith Point, a jut of sand extending 100 yards or so into the water, with 3 small islands strung out beyond it. The nearest of these had been separated from the point during a hurricane, and had the islands still been attached, it, in conjunction with Eel Point, some 3/4 of a mile distant, would have given the western end of the land mass the shape of a crab's claw. Far out at sea, a ray of sunlight pierced the overcast and dazzled the water beneath to such brilliance that it looked like a laving of fresh white paint. Seagulls made curving flights overhead, hovered and dropped scallops onto the gravelly shingle to break the shells, then swooped down to pluck the meat. Sad-voweled gusts of wind sprayed a fine grit through the air. Peter sat in the lee of a dune, choosing a spot from which he could see the ocean between stalks of the pale green beach grass, and opened his notebook. The words, "How the Wind Spoke at Madaket" were printed on the inside cover. He had no illusions that the publishers would keep the title. They would change it to "The Keening" or "The Huffing and Puffing," package it with a garish cover, and stick it next to "Love's Tormenting Itch" by Wanda LaFontaine on the grocery store racks. But none of that mattered as long as the words were good, and they were, though it hadn't gone well at first, not until he had started walking each morning to Smith Point and riding longhand. Then everything had snapped into focus. He had realized that it was his story he wanted to tell. The woman, his loneliness, his psychic flashes, the resolution of his character, all wrapped in the eerie metaphor of the wind. The writing had flowed so easily that it seemed the wind was collaborating on the book, whispering in his ear and guiding his hand across the page. He flipped the pages and noticed a paragraph that was a bit too formal, that he should break up and seed throughout the story. Sadler had spent much of his life in Los Angeles, where the sounds of nature were obscured, and to his mind the constancy of the wind was Nantucket's most remarkable feature. Morning, noon, and night it flowed across the island, giving him a sense of being a bottom dweller in an ocean of air, buffeted by currents that sprang from exotic quarters of the globe. He was a lonely soul, and the wind served to articulate his loneliness, to point up the immensity of the world in which he had become isolated. Over the months he had come to feel an affinity with it, to consider it a fellow-traveler through emptiness and time. He half believed its vague speech-like utterances to be exactly that, an oracular voice whose powers of speech were not yet fully developed, and from listening to them he derived an impression of impending strangeness. He did not discount the impression, because as far back as he could recall he had received similar ones, and most had been borne out by reality. It was no great prophetic gift, no foreshadowings of earthquakes or assassinations. Rather, it was a low-grade psychic ability, flashes of vision often accompanied by queasiness and headaches. Sometimes he could touch an object and know something about its owner. Sometimes he would glimpse the shape of an upcoming event. But these premonitions were never clear enough to do him any good, to prevent broken arms or, as he had lately discovered, emotional disaster. Still, he hearkened to them. And now he thought the wind might actually be trying to tell him something of his future, of a new factor about to complicate his existence. For whenever he staked himself out on the dune at Smith Point, he would feel gooseflesh pebbling his skin, nausea, an eddying sensation behind his forehead, as if his thoughts were spinning out of control. Peter rested his head on his knees and took deep breaths until the spell had abated. It was happening more and more often, and while it was most likely a product of suggestibility, a side effect of writing such a personal story, he couldn't shake the notion that he had become involved in some Twilight Zone irony, that the story was coming true as he wrote it. He hoped not. It wasn't going to be a very pleasant story. When the last of his nausea had passed, he took out a blue felt tip, turned to a clean page, and began to detail the unpleasantness. 2 hours and 15 pages later, hands stiff with cold, he heard a voice hailing him. Sarah Tappinger was struggling up the side of the dune from the blacktop, slipping in the soft sand. She was, he thought, with a degree of self-satisfaction, a damned pretty woman. 30-ish, long auburn hair and nice cheekbones, endowed with what one of Peter's islander acquaintances called big chest problems. That same acquaintance had congratulated him for having scored with Sarah, saying that she'd blue-balled half the men on the island after her divorce, and wasn't he the lucky son of a bitch? Peter supposed he was. Sarah was witty, bright, independent. She ran the local Montessori school, and they were compatible in every way. Yet it was not a towering passion. It was friendly, comfortable, and this Peter found alarming. Although being with her only glossed over his loneliness, he had come to depend on the relationship, and he was concerned that this signaled an overall reduction of his expectations, and that this in turn signaled the onset of middle age, a state for which he was unprepared. "Hi," she said, flinging herself down beside him and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Want to play?" "Why aren't you in school?" "It's Friday. I told you, remember? Parent-teacher conferences." She took his hand. "You're cold as ice. How long have you been here?" "Couple of hours." "You're insane." She laughed, delighted by his insanity. "I was watching you for a bit before I called. With your hair flying about, you looked like a mad Bolshevik hatching a plot." "Actually," he said, adopting a Russian accent, "I come here to make contact with our submarines." "Oh? What's up? An invasion?" "Not exactly. You see, in Russia we have many shortages. Grain, high technology, blue jeans, but the Russian soul can fly above such hardships. There is, however, a shortage of one commodity that we must solve immediately, and this is why I have lured you here." She pretended bewilderment. "You need school administrators?" No, it is more serious. I believe the American word for it is—" He caught her by the shoulders and pushed her down on the sand, pinning her beneath him. "Poontang! We cannot do without." Her smile faltered, then faded to a look of rapt anticipation. He kissed her. Through her coat he felt the softness of her breasts. The wind ruffled his hair, and he had the idea that it was leaning over his shoulder, spying on them. He broke off the kiss. He was queasy again, dizzy. "You're sweating," she said, dabbing at his brow with a gloved hand. "Is this one of those spells?" He nodded and lay back against the dune. "What do you see?" She continued to pat his brow dry, a concerned frown etching delicate lines at the corners of her mouth. "Nothing," he said. But he did see something. Something glinting behind a cloudy surface. Something that attracted him, yet frightened him at the same time. Something he knew would soon fall to his hand. Though nobody realized it at the time, the first sign of trouble was the disappearance of Ellen Borchard, age 13, on the evening of Tuesday, May 19th, an event Peter had written into his book just prior to Sarah's visit on Friday morning. But it didn't really begin for him until Friday night, while drinking at the Atlantic Cafe in the village of Nantucket. He had gone there with Sarah for dinner, and since the restaurant section was filled to capacity, they had opted for drinks and sandwiches at the bar. They had hardly settled on their stools when Jerry Highsmith, a blond young man who conducted bicycle tours of the island, the self-proclaimed hunk of hunks, was Sarah's description of him, latched on to Peter. He was a regular at the cafe and an aspiring writer, and he took every opportunity to get Peter's advice. As always, Peter offered encouragement, but he secretly felt that anyone who liked to do their drinking at the Atlantic could have little to say to the reading public. It was a typical New England tourist trap, decorated with brass barometers and old life-preservers, and it catered to the young summer crowd, many of whom, evident by their Bahama tans, were packed around the bar. Soon Jerry moved off in pursuit of a redhead with a honeysuckle drawl, a member of his latest tour group, and his stool was taken by Mills Lindstrom, a retired fisherman and a neighbor of Peter's. "Damn wind out there's sharp enough to carve bone," said Mills by way of a greeting, and ordered a whiskey. He was a big, red-faced man, stuffed into overalls and a Levi's jacket, white curls spilled from under his cap, and a lacing of broken blood vessels webbed his cheeks. The lacing was more prominent than usual, because Mills had a load on. "What are you doing here?" Peter was surprised that Mills would set foot in the cafe. It was his conviction that tourism was a deadly pollution, and places like the Atlantic were its mutant growths. "Took the boat out today, first time in 2 months. Mills knocked back half his whiskey. "Thought I might set a few lines, but then I run into that thing off Smith Point. Didn't feel like fishing any more." He emptied his glass and signaled for a refill. "Carl Keating told me it was Foreman out there a while back. Guess it slipped my mind." "What thing?" asked Peter. Mills sipped at his second whiskey. "Offshore pollution aggregate," he said grimly. "That's the fancy name, but basically it's a garbage dump. Must be pretty near a kilometer square of water, covered in garbage. Oil slick, plastic bottles, driftwood. They collect at slack points in the tides, but not usually so close to land. This one ain't more'n 15 miles off the point." Peter was intrigued. "You're talking about something like the Sargasso Sea, right?" "S'pose so, 'cept these ain't so big, and there ain't no seaweed." "Are they permanent?" "This one's new, the one off Smith Point. But there's one about 30 miles off the vineyard that's been there for some years. Big storm'll break it up, but it'll always come back." Mills patted his pockets, trying unsuccessfully to find his pipe. "Ocean's gettin' like a stagnant pond, gettin' to where a man throws in a line, and more'n likely he'll come up with an old boot 'stead of a fish. I remember 20 years ago when the mackerel was runnin'. There'd be so many fish the water would look black for miles. Now you spot a patch of dark water, and you know some damn tanker's taking a shit." Sarah, who had been talking to a friend, put her arm around Peter's shoulder and asked what was up. After Peter had explained, she gave a dramatic shudder and said, "It sounds spooky to me." She affected a sepulchral tone. strange magnetic zones that lure sailors to their dooms.
"Spooky," Mills scoffed. "You got better sense than that, Sarah. Spooky."
The more he considered the comment, the madder he became.
He stood and made a flailing gesture that spilled the drink of a tanned college-age kid behind him. He ignored the kid's complaint and glared at Sarah. "Maybe you think this place is spooky. It's the same damn thing. A garbage dump. Except here the garbage walks and talks."
He turned his glare on the kid.
"And thinks it owns the goddamn world."
"Shit," said Peter, watching Mills shoulder his way through the crowd. "I was going to ask him to take me to see it." "Ask him tomorrow," said Sarah, "though I don't know why you'd want to see it." She grinned and held up her hands to ward off his explanation. "Sorry. I should realize that anyone who'll spend all day staring at seagulls would find a square kilometer of garbage downright erotic." He made a grab for her breasts.
"I'll show you erotic."
She laughed and caught his hand and, her mood suddenly altered, brushed the knuckles against her lips. "Show me later," she said. They had a few more drinks, talked about Peter's work, about Sarah's, and discussed the idea of taking a weekend together in New York. Peter began to acquire a glow. It was partly the drinks, yet he realized that Sarah, too, was responsible. Though there had been other women since he had left his wife, he had scarcely noticed them. He had tried to be honest with them, had explained that he was in love with someone else, but he had learned that this was simply a sly form of dishonesty, that when you went to bed with someone, no matter how frank you had been as to your emotional state, they would refuse to believe there was any impediment to commitment that their love could not overcome. And so, in effect, he had used those women. But he did notice Sarah. He did appreciate her. And he had not told her about the woman back in L.A. Once he had thought this a lie, but now he was beginning to suspect it was a sign that the passion was over. He had been in love for such a long time with a woman absent from him that perhaps he had grown to believe absence was a precondition for intensity, and perhaps it was causing him to overlook the birth of a far more realistic yet equally intense passion closer at hand. He studied Sarah's face as she rambled on about New York. Beautiful. The kind of beauty that sneaks up on you, that you assumed was mere prettiness. But then, noticing her mouth was a bit too full, you decided that she was interestingly pretty. And then, noticing the energy of the face, how her eyes widened when she talked, how expressive her mouth was, you were led feature by feature to a perception of her beauty. Oh, he noticed her all right. The trouble was that during those months of loneliness— months? Christ, it had been over a year. He had become distanced from his emotions. He had set up surveillance systems inside his soul, and every time he started to twitch one way or the other, instead of completing the action, he analyzed it, and thus aborted it. He doubted he would ever be able to lose himself again. Sarah glanced questioningly at someone behind him. Hugh Weldon, the chief of police. He nodded at them and settled onto the stool. "Sarah," he said, "Mr. Ramey, glad I caught you." Weldon always struck Peter as the archetypal New Englander, gaunt, weather-beaten, dour. His basic expression was so bleak you assumed his gray crew cut to have been an act of penance. He was in his 50s, but had a habit of sucking at his teeth that made him seem 10 years older. Usually Peter found him amusing. However, on this occasion he experienced nausea and a sense of unease, feelings he recognized as the onset of a premonitory spell. After exchanging pleasantries with Sarah, Weldon turned to Peter. "Don't want you to go taking this wrong, Mr. Ramey, but I got to ask where you were last Tuesday evening, round 6 o'clock. The feelings were growing stronger, evolving into a sluggish panic that roiled inside Peter like the effects of a bad drug. "Tuesday," he said. "That's when the Borchard girl disappeared." "My God, Hugh," said Sarah testily. "What is this? Roust out the bearded stranger every time somebody's kid runs away? You know damn well that's what Ellen did. I'd run away myself if Ethan Borchard was my father."
"Maybe." Weldon favored Peter with a neutral stare. "Did you happen to see Ellen last Tuesday, Mr. Ramey?"
"I was home," said Peter, barely able to speak. Sweat was popping out on his forehead, all over his body, and he knew he must look as guilty as hell. But that didn't matter, because he could almost see what was going to happen. He was sitting somewhere, and just out of reach below him something glinted.
"Then you must have seen her," said Weldon. "According to witnesses, she was moping round your woodpile for pretty near an hour, wearing bright yellow. Be hard to miss that."
"No," said Peter. He was reaching for that glint, and he knew it was going to be bad in any case, very bad. But it would be even worse if he touched it, and he couldn't stop himself.
"Now, that don't make sense," said Weldon from a long way off. "That cottage of yours is so small, it appears to me a man would just naturally catch sight of something like a girl standing by his woodpile while he was moving round. 6 o'clock's dinner time for most folks, and you got a nice view of the woodpile out your kitchen window."
"I didn't see her." The spell was starting to fade, and Peter was terribly dizzy.
"Don't see how that's possible."
Weldon sucked at his teeth, and the glutinous sound caused Peter's stomach to do a slow flip-flop. "You ever stop to think, Hugh," said Sarah angrily, "that maybe he was otherwise occupied?"
"You know something, Sarah? Why don't you say it plain?"
"I was with him last Tuesday. He was moving around all right, but he wasn't looking out any window. Is that plain enough?"
Weldon sucked at his teeth again. "I expect it is. You sure about this?"
Sarah gave a sarcastic laugh. "Want to see my hickey?"
"No reason to be snitty, Sarah. I ain't doing this for pleasure."
Weldon heaved to his feet and gazed down at Peter.
"You looking a bit peaked, Mr. Ramey. Hope it ain't something you ate."
He held the stare a moment longer, then pushed off through the crowd. "God, Peter!" Sarah cupped his face in her hands. "You look awful." "Dizzy," he said, fumbling for his wallet. He tossed some bills on the counter. "Come on, I need some air." With Sarah guiding him, he made it through the front door and leaned on the hood of a parked car, head down, gulping in the cold air. Her arm around his shoulders was a good weight that helped steady him, and after a few seconds he began to feel stronger, able to lift his head. The street, with its cobblestones and newly budded trees and old-fashioned lamp-posts and tiny shops, looked like a prop for a model railroad. Wind prowled the sidewalks, spinning paper cups and fluttering awnings. A strong gust shivered him and brought a flashback of dizziness and vision. Once more he was reaching down toward that glint, only this time it was very close, so close that its energies were tingling his fingertips, pulling at him, and if he could just stretch out his hand another inch or two— Dizziness overwhelmed him. He caught himself on the hood of the car, his arm gave way, and he slumped forward, feeling the cold metal against his cheek. Sarah was calling to someone, asking for help, and he wanted to reassure her, to say he'd be all right in a minute. But the words clogged in his throat, and he continued lying there, watching the world tip and spin, until someone with arms stronger than Sarah's lifted him and said, "Hey, man, you better stop hitting the sauce, or I might be tempted to snake your old lady." Streetlight angled a rectangle of yellow glare across the foot of Sarah's bed, illuminating her stockinged legs and half of Peter's bulk beneath the covers. She lit a cigarette. Then, exasperated at having given into the habit again, she stubbed it out, turned on her side, and lay watching the rise and fall of Peter's chest. Dead to the world. Why, she wondered, was she such a sucker for the damaged ones? She laughed at herself. She knew the answer. She wanted to be the one to make them forget whatever had hurt them, usually another woman. The combination Florence Nightingale and sex therapist, that was her, and she could never resist a new challenge. Though Peter had not talked about it, She could tell some L.A. ghost owned half his heart. He had all the symptoms: sudden silences, distracted stares, the way he jumped for the mailbox as soon as the postman came, and yet was always disappointed by what he had received. She believed that she owned the other half of his heart, but whenever he started to go with it, to forget the past and immerse himself in the here and now, the ghost would rear up, and he'd create a little distance. His approach to love-making, for instance. He'd come on soft and gentle, and then, just as they were on the verge of a new level of intimacy, he'd draw back, crack a joke, or do something rough, like tackling her on the beach that morning, and she would feel cheap and sluttish. Sometimes she thought that the thing to do would be to tell him to get the hell out of her life, to come back and see her when his head was clear, but she knew she wouldn't. He owned more than half her heart. She eased off the bed, careful not to wake him, and slipped out of her clothes. A branch scraped the window, startling her, and she held her blouse up to cover her breasts. All right, a peeping Tom at a third-floor window. In New York, maybe, but not in Nantucket. She tossed the blouse into the laundry hamper and caught sight of herself in the full-length mirror affixed to the closet door. In the dim light, the reflection looked elongated and unfamiliar, and she had a feeling that Peter's ghost woman was watching her from across the continent, from another mirror. She could almost make her out, tall, long-legged, a mournful expression. Sarah didn't need to see her to know the woman had been sad. It was the sad ones who were the real heartbreakers, and the men whose hearts they had broken were like fossil records of what the women were. They offered their sadness to be cured, yet it wasn't a cure they wanted, only another reason for sadness, a spicy bit to mix in with the stew they had been stirring all their lives. Sarah moved closer to the mirror, and the illusion of the other woman was replaced by the confirmation of her own body. "That's what I'm going to do to you, lady," she whispered. "Blot you out." The words sounded empty. She turned back the bedspread and slid in beside Peter. He made a muffled noise, and she saw gleams of the street lights in his eyes. "Sorry about earlier," he said. "No problem," she said brightly. "I got Bob Frazier and Jerry Highsmith to help bring you home. Do you remember?" "Vaguely. I'm surprised Jerry could tear himself away from his redhead. Him and his sweet ginger." He lifted his arm so Sarah could burrow in against his shoulder. "I guess your reputation's ruined." "I don't know about that, but it's certainly getting more exotic all the time." He laughed. "Peter," she said. "Yeah?" "I'm worried about these spells of yours. That's what this was, wasn't it?" "Yeah." He was silent a moment. "I'm worried, too. I've been having them 2 and 3 times a day, and that's never happened before. But there's nothing I can do except try not to think about them." "Can you see what's going to happen?" "Not really, and there's no point in trying to figure it out. I can't ever use what I see. It just happens, whatever's going to, and then I understand that that was what the premonition was about. It's a pretty worthless gift." Sarah snuggled closer, throwing her leg across his hip. "Why don't we go over to the Cape tomorrow?" "I was going to check out Mill's garbage dump." "Okay. We can do that in the morning and still catch the 3 o'clock boat. It might be good for you to get off the island for a day or so." "All right. Maybe that's not such a bad idea." Sarah shifted her leg and realized that he was erect. She eased her hand beneath the covers to touch him, and he turned so as to allow her better access. His breath quickened, and he kissed her, gentle, treasuring kisses on her lips, her throat, her eyes, and his hips moved in counterpoint to the rhythm of her hand, slowly at first, becoming insistent, convulsive, until he was prodding against her thigh, and she had to take her hand away and let him slip between her legs, opening her. Her thoughts were dissolving into a medium of urgency, her consciousness being reduced to an awareness of heat and shadows. But when he lifted himself above her, that brief separation broke the spell, and she could suddenly hear the fretful sounds of the wind, could see the particulars of his face, and the light fixture on the ceiling behind him. His features seemed to sharpen, to grow alert, and he opened his mouth to speak. She put a finger to his lips. "Please, Peter, no jokes. This is serious." She beamed the thoughts at him, and maybe they sank in. His face slackened, and as she guided him into place, he moaned, a despairing sound, such as a ghost might make at the end of its earthly term. And then she was clawing at him, driving him deeper inside, and talking to him, not words, just breathy noises, sighs and whispers, but having meanings that he would understand. 3. That same night, while Peter and Sarah were asleep, Sally McCall was driving her jeep along the blacktop that led to Smith Point. She was drunk, and not giving a good goddamn where she wandered, steering in a never-ending S, sending the headlights veering across low, gorsy hills and gnarled hawthorns. With one hand she kept a chokehold on a pint of cherry brandy, her third of the evening. Sconset Sally, they called her. Crazy Sally. 74 years old and still able to shell scallops and row better than most men on the island. Wrapped in a couple of Salvation Army dresses, 2 moth-eaten sweaters, a tweed jacket, gone at the elbows, and generally looking like a bag lady from hell. Brambles of white hair sticking out from under a battered fisherman's hat. Static fizzled on the radio, and Sally accompanied it with mutters, curses, and fitful bursts of song, all things that echoed the jumble of her thoughts. She parked near the spot where the blacktop gave out, staggered from the jeep, and stumped through the soft sand to the top of a dune. There she swayed for a moment, dizzied by the pour of wind and the sweep of darkness broken only by a few stars on the horizon. "Woo-hoo!" she screeched. The wind sucked up her yell and added it to its sound. She lurched forward, slipped, and went rolling down the face of the dune, sand adhering to her tongue. Spitting, she sat up and found that somehow she'd managed to hold on to the bottle, that the cap was still on even though she hadn't screwed it tight. A flicker of paranoia set her to jerking her head from side to side. She didn't want anybody spying on her, spreading more stories about old drunk Sally. The ones they told were bad enough. Half were lies, and the rest were slanted to make her seem loopy, like the one about how she'd bought herself a mail-order husband, and he'd run off after 2 weeks, stowed away on a boat, scared to death of her, and she had come riding on horseback through Nantucket, hoping to bring him home. A swarthy little bump of a man, Italian, no English, and he hadn't known shit from shortcake in bed. Better to do yourself than fool with a pimple like him. All she'd wanted had been the goddamn trousers she'd dressed him in, and the tale-tellers had cast her as a desperate woman. Bastards, bunch of goddamn... Sally's train of thought pulled into a tunnel, and she sat staring blankly at the dark. Damn cold it was, and windy a bit as well. She took a swig of brandy. When it hit bottom, she felt 10 degrees warmer. Another swig put her legs under her, and she started walking along the beach, away from the point, searching for a nice, lonesome spot where nobody was likely to happen by. That was what she wanted, just to sit and spit and feel the night on her skin. You couldn't hardly find such a place nowadays, what with all the summer trash floating in from the mainland. The Gucci-Poochie sissies and the little swish-tailed chick women, eager to bend over and butter their behinds for the first $500 suit that showed interest. Probably some fat boy junior executive who couldn't get it up and would marry him just for the privilege of being humiliated every night. That train of thought went spiraling off, and Sally spiraled after it. She sat down with a thump. She gave out with a cackle, liked the sound of it, and cackled louder. She sipped at the brandy, wishing that she had brought another bottle, letting her thoughts subside into a crackle of half-formed images and memories that seemed to have been urged upon her by the thrashings and skitterings of the wind. As her eyes adjusted, she made out a couple of houses lumped against the lesser blackness of the sky. Vacant summer places. No, wait. Those were them whatchamacallums. Condominiums. What had that Ramey boy said about 'em? Iniums with a condom slipped over each. Prophylactic lives. He was a good boy, that Peter. The first person she'd met with the gift for dog's years, and it was strong in him, stronger than her gift, which wasn't good for much except for guessing the weather. And she was so old now that her bones could do that just as well. He'd told her how some people in California had blown up condominiums to protect the beauty of their coastline, and it had struck her as a fine idea. The thought of condominiums ringing the island caused her to tear up, and with a burst of drunken nostalgia she remembered what a wonder the sea had been when she was a girl. Clean, pure, rife with spirits. She'd been able to sense those spirits. Battering and crunching from somewhere off in the dunes, she staggered to her feet, cocking an ear. More sounds of breakage. She headed toward them, toward the condominiums. Might be some kids vandalizing the place. If so, she'd cheer 'em on. But as she climbed to the top of the nearest dune, the sounds died away. Then the wind picked up, not howling or roaring, but with a weird ululation, almost a melody, as if it were pouring through the holes of an enormous flute. The back of Sally's neck prickled, and a cold, slimy worm of fear wriggled the length of her spine. She was close enough to the condominiums to see their roof lines against the sky, but she could see nothing else. There was only the eerie music of the wind, repeating the same passage of 5 notes over and over. Then it too died. Sally took a slug of brandy, screwed up her courage, and started walking again. The beach grass swayed and tickled her hands, and the tickling spread goose-flesh up her arms. About 20 feet from the first condominium she stopped, her heartbeat ragged. Fear was turning the brandy to a sour mess in her stomach. What was there to be afraid of, she asked herself. The wind? Shit. She had another slug of brandy and went forward. It was so dark she had to grope her way along the wall, and she was startled to find a hole smack in the middle of it. Bigger than a damn door it was, edged by broken boards and ripped shingles, like a giant fist had smashed it through. Her mouth was cottony, but she stepped inside. She rummaged in her pockets, dug out a box of kitchen matches, lit one, and cupped it with her hands until it burned steadily. The room was unfurnished, just carpeting and telephone fixtures and paint-spattered newspapers and rags. Sliding glass doors were inset into the opposite wall, but most of the glass had been blown out, crunching under her feet. As she drew near, an icicle-shaped piece hanging from the frame caught the glow of a match and for a second was etched on the dark like a fiery tooth. The match scorched her fingers. She dropped it and lit another, and moved into the next room. More holes and a heaviness in the air, as if the house were holding its breath. Nerves, she thought. Goddamn old woman nerves. Maybe it had been kids, drunk and ramming a car into the walls. A breeze eeled from somewhere and puffed out the match. She lit a third one. The breeze extinguished it, too. And she realized that kids hadn't been responsible for the damage, because the breeze didn't blow away this time. It fluttered around her, lifting her dress, her hair, twining about her legs, patting and frisking her all over, and in the breeze was a feeling, a knowledge that turned her bones to splinters of black ice. Something had come from the sea, some evil thing with a wind for a body, had smashed holes in the walls to play its foul, spine-chilling music, and it was surrounding her, toying with her, getting ready to whirl her off to hell and gone. It had a clammy, bitter smell, and that smell clung to her skin everywhere it touched. Sally backed into the first room, wanting to scream, but only able to manage a feeble squawk. The wind flowed after her, lifting the newspapers and flapping them at her like crinkly white bats, matting them against her face and chest. Then she screamed. She dove for the hole in the wall and flung herself into a frenzied, heart-busting run, stumbling, falling, scrambling to her feet, and waving her arms and yelling. Behind her the wind gushed from the house, roaring, and she imagined it shaping itself into a towering figure, a black demon who was laughing at her, letting her think she might make it before swooping down and tearing her apart. She rolled down the face of the last dune and, her breath sobbing, clawed at the door handle of the jeep. She jiggled the key in the ignition, prayed until the engine turned over, and then, gears grinding, swerved off along the Nantucket Road. She was halfway to Sconset before she grew calm enough to think what to do, and the first thing she decided was to drive straight to Nantucket and tell Hugh Weldon, though God only knew what he'd do, or what he'd say, that scrawny flint of a man. Like as not, he'd laugh in her face and be off to share the latest Sconset Sally story with his cronies. No, she told herself. There weren't going to be any more stories about old Sally drunk as the moon and seeing ghosts and raving about the wind. They wouldn't believe her, so let 'em think kids had done it. A little sun of gleeful viciousness rose in her thoughts, burning away the shadows of her fear and heating her blood even quicker than would a jolt of cherry brandy. Let it happen, whatever was going to happen, and then she'd tell her story. Then she'd say, "I would have told you sooner, but you would have called me crazy." Oh, no. She wouldn't be the butt of their jokes this time. Let 'em find out for themselves that some new devil had come from the sea. 4. Mills Lindstrom's boat was a Boston whaler, about 20 feet of blue squarish hull, with a couple of bucket seats, a control pylon, and a 55-horsepower outboard racketing behind. Sarah had to sit on Peter's lap, and while he wouldn't have minded that in any case, in this case he appreciated the extra warmth. Though it was calm, the sea rolling in long swells, heavy clouds, and a cold front had settled over the island. Farther out, the sun was breaking through, but all around them crumbling banks of whitish mist hung close to the water. The gloom couldn't dampen Peter's mood, however. He was anticipating a pleasant weekend with Sarah, and gave hardly a thought to their destination, carrying on a steady stream of chatter. Mills, on the other hand, was brooding and taciturn, and when they came in sight of the offshore pollution aggregate, a dirty brown stain spreading for hundreds of yards across the water, he pulled his pipe from beneath his rain gear and set to chomping the stem, as if to restrain impassioned speech. Peter borrowed Mills' binoculars and peered ahead. The surface of the aggregate was pocked by thousands of white objects. At this distance they looked like bones sticking up from thin soil. Streamers of mist were woven across it, and the edge was shifting sluggishly, an obscene cap sliding over the dome of a swell. It was a no-man's land, an ugly blot, and as they drew near, its ugliness increased. The most common of the white objects were Clorox bottles, such as fishermen used to mark the spread of their nets. There were also a great many fluorescent tubes, other plastic debris, torn pieces of netting and driftwood, all mired in a pale brown jelly of decayed oil products. It was a Golgotha of the inorganic world, a plane of ultimate spiritual malaise, of entropy triumphant, and perhaps, thought Peter, the entire earth would one day come to resemble it. The briny, bitter stench made his skin crawl. "God!" said Sarah as they began cruising along the edge. She opened her mouth to say more, but couldn't find the words. "I see why you felt like drinking last night," said Peter to Mills, who just shook his head and grunted. "Can we go into it?" asked Sarah. "All them torn nets'll foul the propeller." Mills stared at her askance. "Ain't it bad enough from out here?" "We can tip up the motor and row in," Peter suggested. "Come on, Mills. It'll be like landing on the moon." And indeed, as they rowed into the aggregate, cutting through the pale brown stuff, Peter felt that they had crossed some intangible border into uncharted territory. The air seemed heavier, full of suppressed energy, and the silence seemed deeper. The only sound was the slosh of the oars. Mills had told Peter that the thing would have roughly a spiral shape due to the actions of opposing currents, and that intensified his feeling of having entered the unknown. He pictured them as characters in a fantasy novel, creeping across a great device inlaid on the floor of an abandoned temple. Debris bobbed against the hull. The brown glop had the consistency of jello that hadn't set properly, and when Peter dipped his hand into it, beads accumulated on his fingers. Some of the textures on the surface had a horrid, almost organic beauty. Bleached, worm-like tendrils of netting mired in the slick, reminding Peter of some animal's diseased spoor. Larval chips of wood matted on a bed of glistening cellophane. A blue plastic lid bearing a girl's sunbonneted face embedded in a spaghetti of styrofoam strips. They would point out such oddities to each other, but nobody was eager to talk. The desolation of the aggregate was oppressive, and not even a ray of sunlight fingering the boat, as if a searchlight were keeping track of them from the real world, not even that could dispel the gloom. Then, about 200 yards in, Peter saw something shiny inside an opaque plastic container, reached down, and picked it up. The instant he brought it on board, he realized that this was the object about which he had experienced the premonition, and he had the urge to throw it back. But he felt such a powerful attraction to it that instead he removed the lid and lifted out a pair of silver combs, the sort Spanish women wear in their hair. Touching them, he had a vivid mental image of a young woman's face, a pale, drawn face that might have been beautiful, but was starved thin and worn by sorrows. Gabriela. The name seeped into his consciousness the way a paw track frozen in the ground melts up from beneath the snow during a thaw. Gabriela Pa. Pasco. Pasquale. His finger traced the design etched on the combs, and every curlicue conveyed a sense of her personality. Sadness, loneliness, and, most of all, terror. She'd been afraid for a very long time. Sarah asked to see the combs, took them, and his ghostly impression of Gabriela Pasquale's life flew apart like a creature of foam, leaving him disoriented. "They're beautiful," said Sarah. "And they must be really old." "Looks like Mexican work," said Mills. "Humph! What we got here?" He stretched out his oar, trying to snag something. He hauled the oar back in, and Sarah lifted the thing from the blade, a rag showing yellow streaks through its coating of slick. "It's a blouse." Sarah turned it in her hands, her nose wrinkling at having to touch the slick. She stopped turning it and stared at Peter. "Oh, God! It's Ellen Borchard's." Peter took it from her. Beneath the manufacturer's label was Ellen Borchard's name tag. He closed his eyes, hoping to read some impression as he had with the silver combs. Nothing. His gift had deserted him. But he had a bad feeling that he knew exactly what had happened to the girl. "Better take that to Hugh Weldon," said Mills. Might." He broke off and stared out over the aggregate. At first, Peter didn't see what had caught Mill's eyes. Then he noticed that a wind had sprung up, a most peculiar wind. It was moving slowly around the boat about 50 feet away, its path evident by the agitation of the debris over which it passed. It whispered and sighed, and with a sucking noise a couple of Clorox bottles popped out of the slick and spun into the air. Each time the wind made a complete circuit of the boat, it seemed to have grown a little stronger. "What the hell?" Mill's face was drained of color, the web of broken blood vessels on his cheeks showing like a bright red tattoo. Sarah's nails bit into Peter's arm, and he was overwhelmed by the knowledge that this wind was what he had been warned against. Panicked, he shook Sarah off, scrambled to the back of the boat, and tipped down the outboard motor. "The nets!" Mills began. "Fuck the nets! Let's get out of here!" The wind was keening, and the entire surface of the aggregate was starting to heave. Crouched in the stern, Peter was again struck by its resemblance to a graveyard with bones sticking out of the earth. Only now all the bones were wiggling, working themselves loose. Some of the Clorox bottles were rolling sluggishly along, bouncing high when they hit an obstruction. The sight froze him for a moment, but as Mills fired the engine, he crawled back to his seat and pulled Sarah down with him. Mills turned the boat toward Madaket. The slick glubbed and smacked against the hull, and brown flecks splashed onto the windshield and oozed sideways. With each passing second, the wind grew stronger and louder, building to a howl that drowned out the motor. A fluorescent tube went twirling up beside them like a cheerleader's baton. Bottles and cellophane and spatters of oil slick flew at them from every direction. Sarah ducked her face into Peter's shoulder, and he held her tight, praying that the propeller wouldn't foul. Mills swerved the boat to avoid a piece of driftwood that sailed past the bow. And then they were into clear water, out of the wind, though they could still hear it raging and running down the long slope of a swell. Relieved, Peter stroked Sarah's hair and let out a shuddering breath. But when he glanced behind them, all his relief went glimmering. Thousands upon thousands of Clorox bottles and fluorescent tubes and other debris were spinning in mid-air above the aggregate. An insane mobile posed against the gray sky, and just beyond the edge, narrow tracts of water were being lashed up, as if a windy knife were slicing back and forth across it, undecided whether or not to follow them home. Hugh Weldon had been out in Madaket investigating the vandalism of the condominiums, and after receiving the radio call, it had only taken him a few minutes to get to Peter's cottage. He sat beside Mills at the picnic table, listening to their story, and from the perspective of the sofa bunk, where Peter was sitting, his arms around Sarah, the chief presented an angular, mantis-like silhouette against the gray light from the window. The squabbling of the police radio outside seemed part of his persona, a radiation emanating from him. When they had finished, he stood, walked to the wood stove, lifted the lid, and spat inside it. The stove crackled and spat back a spark. "If it was just you two," he said to Peter and Sarah, "I'd run you in and find out what you've been smoking. But Mills here don't have the imagination for this kind of foolishness, so I guess I got to believe you." He set down the lid with a clank and squinted at Peter. "You said you wrote something about Ellen Borchard in your book. What?" Peter leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "She was down at Smith Point just after dark. She was angry at her parents, and she wanted to scare them. So she took off her blouse — she had extra clothes with her because she was planning to run away — and was about to rip it up to make them think she'd been murdered, when the wind killed her." "Now, how'd it do that?" asked Weldon. "In the book, the wind was a sort of elemental. Cruel, capricious. It played with her, knocked her down, rolled her along the shingle. Then it would let her up and knock her down again. She was bleeding all over from the shell cuts and screaming. Finally, it whirled her up and out to sea." Peter stared down at his hands. The inside of his head felt heavy, solid, as if his brains were made of mercury. "Jesus Christ," said Weldon. "What you got to say about that, Mills?" "It wasn't no normal wind," said Mills. "That's all I know." "Jesus Christ," repeated Weldon. He rubbed the back of his neck and peered at Peter. "I've been 20 years at this job, and I've heard some tall tales, but this— What did you say it was? An elemental?" "Yeah, but I don't really know for sure. Maybe if I could handle those combs again, I could learn more about it." "Peter," Sarah put her hand on his arm. Her brow was furrowed. "Why don't we let Hugh deal with it?" Weldon was amused. "Nah, Sarah, you let Mr. Ramey see what he can do." He chuckled. "Maybe he can tell me how the Red Sox are going to do this year. Me and Mills can have another look at that mess off the point." Mills' neck seemed to retract into his shoulders. "I ain't going back out there, Hugh, and if you want my opinion, you better keep clear of it yourself." "Damn it, Mills!" Weldon smacked his hand against his hip. "I ain't gonna beg, but you sure as hell could save me some trouble. It'll take me an hour to get the Coast Guard boys off their duffs. Wait a minute." He turned to Peter. "Maybe you people were seeing things. There must have been all kinds of bad chemicals fuming up from that mess. Could be you breathed something in." Brakes squealed, a car door slammed, and seconds later the bedraggled figure of Sally McCall strode past the window and knocked on the door. "What in God's name does she want?" said Weldon. Peter opened the door, and Sally gave him a gap-toothed grin. "Morning, Peter," she said. She was wearing a stained raincoat over her usual assortment of dresses and sweaters, and a gaily colored man's necktie for a scarf. "Is that skinny old fart Hugh Weldon inside?" "I ain't got time for your crap today, Sally," called Weldon. Sally pushed past Peter. "Morning, Sarah. Mills." "Hear one of your dogs just had a litter," said Mills. "Yep, 6 gnarly little bastards." Sally wiped her nose with the back of her hand and checked it to see what had rubbed off. "You in the market?" "I might drop round and take a look," said Mills. "Dobermans or Shepards?" "Dobermans. Gonna be fierce." "What's on your mind, Sally?" said Weldon, stepping between them. "Got a confession to make." Weldon chuckled. "What did you do now? You sure as hell didn't burglarize no dress shop." A frown etched the wrinkles deeper on Sally's face. "You stupid son of a bitch," she said flatly. "I swear, God must have been running short of everything but horse shit when he made you." "Listen, you old—" "Must have ground up your balls and used 'em for brains," Sally went on. "Must have—" "Sally!" Peter pushed them apart and took the old woman by the shoulders. A glaze faded from her eyes as she looked at him. At last she shrugged free of his grasp and patted down her hair, a peculiarly feminine gesture for someone so shapeless and careworn. "I should have told you sooner," she said to Weldon, "but I was sick of you laughing at me. Then I decided it might be important, and I'd have to risk listening to your jackass bray. So I'm telling you." She looked out the window. "I know what done them condominiums. It was the wind." She snapped a hateful glance at Weldon. "And I ain't crazy, neither." Peter felt weak in the knees. They were surrounded by trouble. It was in the air, as it had been off Smith Point, yet stronger, as if he were becoming sensitized to the feeling. "The wind," said Weldon, acting dazed. "That's right," said Sally, defiantly. "It punched holes in them damn buildings and was whistling through 'em like it was playing music." She glared at him. "Don't you believe me?" "He believes you," said Peter. "We think the wind killed Ellen Borchard." "Now don't be spreading that around. We ain't sure." Weldon said it desperately, clinging to disbelief. Sally crossed the room to Peter. "It's true about the Borchard girl, ain't it?" "I think so," he said. And that thing what killed her, it's here in Madaket. You feel it, don't you?" He nodded. "Yeah." Sally headed for the door. "Where you going?" asked Weldon. She mumbled and went outside. Peter saw her pacing back and forth in the yard. "Crazy old bat," said Weldon. "Maybe she is," said Mills, "but you ought not to be treating her so harsh after all she's done." "What's she done?" asked Peter. "Sally used to live up in Madaket," said Mills, "and whenever a ship would run up on Dry Shoals or one of the others, she'd make for the wreck in that old lobster boat of hers. Most times she'd beat the Coast Guard to 'em. Must have saved 50 or 60 souls over the years, sailing out in the worst kind of weather." "Mills," said Weldon emphatically, "run me out to that garbage dump of yours." Mills stood and hitched up his pants. "Ain't you been listening, Hugh? Peter and Sally say that thing's round here somewhere." Weldon was a frustrated man. He sucked at his teeth, and his face worked. He picked up the container holding the combs, glanced at Peter, and set the container down. "You want me to see what I can learn from those?" asked Peter. Weldon shrugged. "Can't hurt nothing, I guess." He stared out the window as if unconcerned with the issue. Peter took the container and sat down next to Sarah. "Wait," she said. "I don't understand. If this thing is nearby, shouldn't we get away from here?" Nobody answered. The plastic container was cold, and when Peter pried off the lid, the cold welled out at him, intense, aching cold, as if he had opened the door to a meat locker. Sally burst into the room and pointed at the container. "What's that?" "Some old combs," said Peter. "They didn't feel like this when I found them, not as strong." "Feel like what?" asked Weldon. Every new mystery seemed to be unnerving him further, and Peter suspected that if the mysteries weren't cleared up soon, the chief would start disbelieving them on purely practical grounds. Sally came over to Peter and looked into the container. "Gimme one," she said, extending a grimy hand. Weldon and Mills moved up behind her, like two old soldiers flanking their mad queen. Reluctantly, Peter picked up one of the combs. Its coldness flowed into his arm, his head, and for a moment he was in the midst of a storm-tossed sea, terrified, waves crashing over the bows of a fishing boat, and the wind singing around him. He dropped the comb. His hands were trembling, and his heart was doing a jig against his chest wall. "Oh, shit," he said to no one in particular. "I don't know if I want to do this." Sarah gave Sally her seat beside Peter, and as they handled the combs, setting them down every minute or so to report what they had learned, she chewed her nails and fretted. She could relate to Hugh Weldon's frustration. It was awful just to sit and watch. Each time Peter and Sally handled the combs, their respiration grew shallow, and their eyes rolled back, and when they laid them aside, they appeared drained and frightened. "Gabriela Pascual was from Miami," said Peter. "I can't tell exactly when all this happened, but it was years ago. Because in my image of her, her clothes look a little old-fashioned, maybe 10 or 15 years back. Something like that. Anyway, there was trouble for her on shore, some emotional entanglement, and her brother didn't want to leave her alone, so he took her along on a fishing voyage. He was a commercial fisherman." "She had the gift," Sally chimed in. "That's why there's so much of her in the combs. That, and because she killed herself and died holding 'em." "Why'd she kill herself?" asked Weldon. "Fear," said Peter. "Loneliness. Crazy as it sounds, the wind was holding her prisoner. I think she cracked up from being alone on a drifting boat with only this thing, the elemental, for company." "Alone?" said Weldon. "What happened to her brother?" "He died." Sally's voice was shaky. "The wind came down and killed 'em all, except this Gabriela. It wanted her." As the story unfolded, gusts of wind began to shudder the cottage, and Sarah tried to remain unconcerned as to whether or not they were natural phenomena. She turned her eyes from the window, away from the heaving trees and bushes, and concentrated on what was being said. But that in itself was so eerie that she couldn't keep from jumping whenever the panes rattled. Gabriela Pascual, said Peter, had been frequently seasick during the cruise. She had been frightened of the crew, most of whom considered her bad luck, and possessed by a feeling of imminent disaster. And, Sally added, that premonition had been borne out. One cloudless, calm day, the elemental had swept down and killed everyone except Gabriela. It had whirled the crew and her brother into the air, smashed them against bulkheads, dropped them onto the decks. She had expected to die as well, but it had seemed interested in her. It had caressed her and played with her, knocking her down and rolling her about. And at night it had poured through the passageways and broken windows, making a chilling music that, as the days passed and the ship drifted north, she came to half understand. She didn't think of it as a spirit, said Peter. There wasn't anything mystical about it in her mind. It struck her as being kind of an animal, interrupted Sally. A big, stupid animal. Vicious it was, but not evil. Least it didn't feel evil to her. Gabriela, Peter went on, had never been sure what it wanted of her. Perhaps her presence had been all. Most of the time it had left her alone. Then suddenly it would spring up out of a calm to juggle splinters of glass or chase her about. Once the ship had drifted near to shore, and when she had attempted to jump over the side, the elemental had battered her and driven her below decks. Though at first it had controlled the drift of the ship, gradually it lost interest in her, and on several occasions the ship almost foundered. Finally, no longer caring to prolong the inevitable, she had cut her wrists and died clutching the container holding her most valued possessions, her grandmother's silver combs, with the wind howling in her ears. Peter leaned back against the wall, his eyes shut, and Sally sighed and patted her breast. For a long moment no one spoke. "Wonder why it's hanging round that garbage out there," said Mills. "Maybe no reason," said Peter dully. "Or maybe it's attracted to slack points in the tides, to some condition of the air." "I don't get it," said Weldon. "What the hell is it? It can't be no animal." "Why not?" Peter stood, swayed, then righted himself. "What's wind, anyway? Charged ions, vacating air masses. Who's to say that some stable form of ions couldn't approximate a life? Could be there's one of these at the heart of every storm, and they've always been mistaken for spirits, given an anthropomorphic character, like Ariel." He laughed disconsolately. "It's no sprite, that's for sure." Sally's eyes looked unnaturally bright, like watery jewels lodged in her withered face. "The sea breeds 'em," she said firmly, as if that were explanation enough of anything strange. "Peter's book was right," said Sarah. "It's an elemental. That's what you're describing, anyway. A violent, inhuman creature, part spirit and part animal." She laughed, and the laugh edged a bit high, bordering on the hysteric. "It's hard to believe." "Right," said Weldon. "Damned hard. I got an old crazy woman and a man I don't know from Adam telling me—" "Listen," said Mills. He walked to the door and swung it open. It took Sarah a second to fix on the sound, but then she realized that the wind had died, had gone from heavy gusts to trifling breezes in an instant, and farther away, coming from the sea, or nearer, maybe as close as Tennessee Avenue, she heard a roaring. 5. A few moments earlier, Jerry Highsmith had been both earning his living and looking forward to a night of exotic pleasures in the arms of Ginger McCurdy. He was standing in front of one of the houses on Tennessee Avenue, its quarterboard reading, "Ahab attacked," and a collection of old harpoons and whalebones mounted on either side of the door. His bicycle leaned against a rail fence behind him, and ranged around him, straddling their bikes, dolled up in pastel-hued jogging suits and sweat clothes, were 26 members of the Peach State Ramblers Bicycle Club, 10 men, 16 women. The women were all in good shape, but most were in their 30s, a bit long in the tooth for Jerry's taste. Ginger, on the other hand, was prime, 23 or 24, with red hair down to her ass, and a body that wouldn't quit. She had peeled off her sweats and was blooming out a halter and shorts cut so high that each time she dismounted you could see right up to the pearly gates. And she knew what she was doing. Every jiggle of those twin jaloobies was aimed at his crotch. She had pressed to the front of the group and was attending to his spiel about the bullshit whaling days. Oh, yeah, Ginger was ready. A couple of lobsters, a little wine, a stroll along the waterfront, and then, by God, he'd pump her so full of the Nantucket experience that she'd breach like a snow-white hill. Thar she fucking blows. "Now, y'all," he began. They tittered. They liked him mocking their accent. He grinned abashedly, as if he hadn't known what he was doing. "Must be catchin'," he said. "Now, you people probably haven't had a chance to visit the Whaling Museum, have you?" A chorus of no's. "Well, then, I'll give you a course in harpoonin'." He pointed at the wall of the Ahab attack. "That top one with the single barb sticking off the side, that's the kind most commonly used during the whalin' era. The shaft's of ash. That was the preferred wood. It stands up to the weather." He stared pointedly at Ginger. "And it won't bend under pressure." Ginger tried to constrain a smile. "Now that one," he continued, keeping an eye on her, "the one with the arrow point and no barbs, that was favored by some whalers. They said it allowed for deeper penetration." "What about the one with 2 barbs?" asked someone. Jerry peered over heads and saw that the questioner was his second choice, Miss Selina Persons, a nice 30-ish brunette, flat-chested but with killer legs. Despite the fact that he was obviously after Ginger, she hadn't lost interest. Who knows? A double-header might be a possibility. "That was used toward the end of the whalin' era," he said, "but generally 2-barbed harpoons weren't considered as effective as single-barbed ones. I don't know why exactly. Might have just been stubbornness on the whalers' part. Resistance to change. They knew the old single-barbed could give satisfaction." Miss Persons met his gaze with the glimmer of a smile. "Course," Jerry continued, addressing all the ramblers, "now the shaft's tipped with a charge that explodes inside the whale." He winked at Ginger and added, sotto voce, "Must be a rush." She covered her mouth with her hand. "Okay, folks." Jerry swung his bike away from the fence. "Mount up, and we'll be off to the next thrilling attraction." Laughing and chattering, the ramblers started to mount. But just then a powerful gust of wind swept down Tennessee Avenue, causing squeals and blowing away hats. Several of the riders overbalanced and fell, and several more nearly did. Ginger stumbled forward and clung to Jerry, giving him chest-to-chest massage. "Nice catch," she said, doing a little writhe as she stepped away. "Nice toss," he replied. She smiled, but the smile faded and was replaced by a bewildered look. "What's that?" Jerry turned. About 20 yards away, a column of whirling leaves had formed above the blacktop. It was slender, only a few feet high, and though he had never seen anything similar, it alarmed him no more than had the freakish gust of wind. Within seconds, however, the column had grown to a height of 15 feet. Twigs and gravel and branches were being sucked into it, and it sounded like a miniature tornado. Someone screamed. Ginger clung to him in genuine fright. There was a rank smell in the air, and a pressure was building in Jerry's ears. He couldn't be sure because the column was spinning so rapidly, but it seemed to be assuming a roughly human shape, a dark green figure made of plant litter and stones. His mouth had gone dry, and he restrained an urge to throw Ginger aside and run. "Come on!" he shouted. A couple of the ramblers managed to mount their bicycles, but the wind had grown stronger, roaring, and it sent them wobbling and crashing into the weeds. The rest huddled together, their hair whipping about, and stared at the great druid thing that was taking shape and swaying above them, as tall as the tree-tops. Shingles were popping off the sides of the houses, sailing up and being absorbed by the figure, and as Jerry tried to outvoice the wind, yelling at the ramblers to lie flat, he saw the whalebones and harpoons ripped from the wall of the A-habitat. The windows of the house exploded outward. One man clutched the bloody flap of his cheek, which had been sliced open by a shard of glass. A woman grabbed the back of her knee and crumpled. Jerry shouted a final warning and pulled Ginger down with him into the roadside ditch. She squirmed and struggled in a panic, but he forced her head down and held tight. The figure had risen much higher than the trees, and though it was still swaying, its form had stabilized somewhat. It had a face now, a graveyard smile of gray shingles and two circular patches of stones for eyes, a terrible blank gaze that seemed responsible for the increasing air pressure. Jerry's heart boomed in his inner ear, and his blood felt like sludge. The figure kept swelling up and up. The roar was resolving into an oscillating hum that shivered the ground. Stones and leaves were beginning to spray out of it. Jerry knew what was going to happen, and he couldn't keep from watching. Amid a flurry of leaves, he saw one of the harpoons flit through the air, impaling a woman who had been trying to stand. The force of the blow drove her out of Jerry's field of vision. Then the great figure exploded. Jerry squeezed his eyes shut. Twigs and balls of dirt and gravel stung him. Ginger leaped sideways and collapsed atop him, clawing at his hip. He waited for something worse to happen, but nothing did. "You okay?" he asked, pushing Ginger away by the shoulders. She wasn't okay. A splintered inch of whalebone stuck out from the center of her forehead. Shrieking with revulsion, Jerry wriggled from beneath her and came to his hands and knees. A moan. One of the men was crawling toward him, his face a mask of blood, a ragged hole where his right eye had been. His good eye looked glazed like a doll's. Horrified, not knowing what to do, Jerry scrambled to his feet and backed away. All the harpoons he saw had found targets. Most of the ramblers lay unmoving, their blood smeared over the blacktop. The rest were sitting up, dazed and bleeding. Jerry's heel struck something, and he spun about. The quarterboard of the A-habitat had nailed Miss Selina Persons vampire style to the roadside dirt. The board had been driven so deep into the ground that only the letter A was showing above the mired ruin of her jogging suit, as if she were an exhibit. Jerry began to tremble, and tears started from his eyes. A breeze ruffled his hair. Somebody wailed, shocking him from his daze. He should call the hospital, the police. But where was a phone? Most of the houses were empty, waiting for summer tenants, and the phones wouldn't be working. Somebody must have seen what had happened, though. He should just do what he could until help arrived. Gathering himself, he walked toward the man whose eye was missing, but before he had gone more than a few paces, a fierce gust of wind struck him in the back and knocked him flat. This time the roaring was all around him, the pressure so intense that it seemed a white-hot needle had pierced him from ear to ear. He shut his eyes and clamped both hands to his ears, trying to smother the pain. Then he felt himself lifted. He couldn't believe it at first, even when he opened his eyes and saw that he was being borne aloft, revolving in a slow circle. It made no sense. He couldn't hear, and the quiet added to his sense of unreality. Further adding to it, a riderless bicycle pedaled past. The air was full of sticks and leaves and pebbles, a threadbare curtain between him and the world, and he imagined himself rising in the gorge of that hideous dark figure. Ginger McCurdy was flying about 20 feet overhead, her red hair streaming, arms floating languidly as if in a dance. She was revolving faster than he, and he realized that his rate of spin was increasing as he rose. He saw what was going to happen. You went higher and higher, faster and faster, until you were spewed out, shot out over the village. His mind rebelled at the prospect of death, and he tried to swim back down the wind, flailing, kicking, bursting with fear. But as he whirled higher, twisting and turning, it became hard to breathe, to think, and he was too dizzy to be afraid any longer. Another woman sailed by a few feet away. Her mouth was open, her face contorted. Blood dripped from her scalp. She clawed at him, and he reached out to her, not knowing why he bothered. Their hands just missed touching. Thoughts were coming, one at a time. Maybe he'd land in the water. Miraculous survivor, a freak tornado. Maybe he'd fly across the island and settle gently in a Nantucket treetop. A broken leg, a bruise or two. They'd set up drinks for him in the Atlantic Cafe. Maybe Connie Keating would finally come across, would finally recognize the miraculous potential of Jerry Highsmith. Maybe. He was tumbling now, limbs jerking about, and he gave up thinking. Flash glimpses of the gapped houses below, of the other dancers on the wind, moving with spasmodic abandon. Suddenly, as he was bent backward by a violent updraft, there was a wrenching pain inside him, a grating, then a vital dislocation that delivered him from pain. "Oh, Christ Jesus! Oh, God!" Dazzles exploded behind his eyes, something bright blue flipped past him, and he died. 6. After the column of leaves and branches looming up from Tennessee Avenue had vanished, after the roaring had died, Hugh Weldon sprinted for his squad car with Peter and Sarah at his heels. He frowned as they piled in, but made no objection, and this, Peter thought, was probably a sign that he had stopped trying to rationalize events, that he accepted the wind as a force to which normal procedures did not apply. He switched on the siren, and they sped off. But less than 50 yards from the cottage, he slammed on the brakes. A woman was hanging in a hawthorn tree beside the road. An old-fashioned harpoon plunged through her chest. There was no point in checking to see if she was alive. All her major bones were quite obviously broken, and she was painted with blood head to foot, making her look like a horrid African doll set out as a warning to trespassers. Weldon got on the radio. "Body out in Madaket," he said. "Send a wagon." "You might need more than one," said Sarah. She pointed to 3 dabs of color farther up the road. She was very pale, and she squeezed Peter's hand so hard that she left white imprints on his skin. Over the next 25 minutes they found 18 bodies, broken, mutilated, several pierced by harpoons or fragments of bone. Peter would not have believed that the human form could be reduced to such grotesque statements, and though he was horrified, nauseated, he became increasingly numbed by what he saw. Odd thoughts flocked to his brain, most persistent among them being that the violence had been done partly for his benefit. It was a sick, nasty idea, and he tried to dismiss it, but after a while he began to consider it in light of other thoughts that had lately been striking him out of the blue. The manuscript of How the Wind Spoke at Madaket, for instance. As improbable as it sounded, it was hard to escape the conclusion that the wind had been seeding all this in his brain. He didn't want to believe it, yet there it was, as believable as anything else that had happened. And given that, was his latest thought any less believable? He was beginning to understand the progression of events, to understand it with the same sudden clarity that had helped him solve the problems of his book, and he wished very much that he could have obeyed his premonition and not touched the combs. Until then, the elemental had not been sure of him. It had been nosing around him like, as Sally had described it, a big stupid animal sensing something familiar about him, but unable to remember what. And when he had found the combs, When he had opened the container, there must have been some kind of circuit closed. A flashpoint sparked between his power and Gabriela Pascual's, and the elemental had made the connection. He recalled how excited it had seemed, darting back and forth beyond the borders of the aggregate. As they turned back onto Tennessee Avenue, where a small group of townsfolk were covering bodies with blankets, Weldon got on the radio again, interrupting Peter's chain of logic. "Where the hell are them ambulances?" he snapped. "Sent 'em a half-hour ago," came the reply. "Should have been there by now." Weldon cast a grim look at Peter and Sarah. "Try 'em on the radio," he told the operator. A few minutes later, the report came that none of the ambulances were answering their radios. Weldon told his people to stay put, that he'd check it out himself. As they turned off Tennessee Avenue onto the Nantucket Road, the sun broke through the overcast, flooding the landscape in a thin yellow light and warming the interior of the car. The light seemed to be illuminating Peter's weaknesses, making him realize how tense he was, how his muscles ached with the poisons of adrenaline and fatigue. Sarah leaned against him, her eyes closed, and the pressure of her body acted to shore him up, to give him a burst of vitality. Weldon kept the speed at 30, glancing left and right, but nothing was out of the ordinary. Deserted streets, houses with blank-looking windows. Many of the homes in Madaket were vacant, and the occupants of many of the rest were away at work or off on errands. About 2 miles out of town, as they crested a low rise just beyond the dump, they spotted the ambulances. Weldon pulled onto the shoulder, letting the engine idle, and stared at the sight. 4 ambulances were strewn across the blacktop, forming an effective roadblock 100 feet away. One had been flipped over on its roof like a dead white bug. Another had crashed into a light pole and was swathed in electrical lines whose broken ends were sticking in through the driver's window, humping and writhing and sparking. The other 2 had been smashed together and were burning. Transparent licks of flame warped the air above their blackened husks. But the wrecked ambulances were not the reason that Weldon had stopped so far away. Why they sat silent and hopeless. To the right of the road was a field of bleached weeds and grasses, an Andrew Wyeth field, glowing yellow in the pale sun, figured by a few stunted oaks and extending to a hill overlooking the sea, where 3 gray houses were posed against a faded blue sky. Though only fitful breezes played about the squad car, the field was registering the passage of heavy winds. The grasses were rippling, eddying, bending, and swaying in contrary directions, as if thousands of low-slung animals were scampering through them to and fro. And this rippling was so constant, so furious, it seemed that the shadows of the clouds passing overhead were standing still, and the land was flowing away. The sound of the wind was a mournful whistling rush. Peter was entranced. The scene had a fey power that weighed upon him, and he had trouble catching his breath. "Let's go," said Sarah tremulously. "Let's—" She stared past Peter, a look of fearful comprehension forming on her face. The wind had begun to roar. Less than 30 feet away a patch of grass had been flattened, and a man wearing an orderly's uniform was being lifted into the air, revolving slowly. His head flopped at a ridiculous straw-man angle, and the front of his tunic was drenched with blood. The car shuddered in the turbulence. Sarah shrieked and clutched at Peter. Weldon tried to jam the gearshift into reverse, missed, and the car stalled. He twisted the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered, dieseled, and went dead. The orderly continued to rise, assuming a vertical position. He spun faster and faster, blurring like an ice skater doing a fancy finish, and at the same time drifted closer to the car. Sarah was screaming, and Peter wished he could scream, could do something to release the tightness in his chest. The engine caught, but before Weldon could put the car in gear, the wind subsided, and the orderly fell onto the hood. Drops of blood sprinkled the windshield. He lay spread-eagled for a moment, his dead eyes staring at them. Then, with the obscene sluggishness of a snail retracting its foot, he slumped down onto the road, leaving a red smear across the white metal. Weldon rested his head on the wheel, taking deep breaths. Peter cradled Sarah in his arms. After a second, Weldon leaned back, picked up the radio mic, and thumbed the switch open. "Jack," he said, "this is Hugh. You copy?" "Loud and clear, Chief." "We got us a problem out in Madaket." Weldon swallowed hard and gave a little twitch of his head. "I want you to set up a roadblock about 5 miles from town, no closer. And don't let nobody through. You understand?" "What's happening out there, Chief? Alice Cuddy called in and said something about a freak wind, but the phone went dead and I couldn't get her back." "Yeah, we had us some wind." Weldon exchanged a glance with Peter. "But the main problem's a chemical spill. It's under control for now, but you keep everybody away. Madaket's in quarantine." "You need some help?" "I need you to do what I told you. Get on the horn and call everyone living between the roadblock and Madaket. Tell them to head for Nantucket as quick as they can. Put the word on the radio, too." "What about folks coming from Madaket? Do I let 'em through?" "Won't be nobody coming that way," said Weldon. Silence. "Chief, you okay?" "Hell, yes." Weldon switched off. "Why didn't you tell them?" asked Peter. "Don't want 'em thinking I'm crazy and coming out to check on me," said Weldon. "Ain't no point in them dying, too." He shifted into reverse. "I'm going to tell everyone to get in their cellars and wait this damn thing out. Maybe we can figure out something to do. But first, I'll take you home and let Sarah get some rest." "I'm all right," she said, lifting her head from Peter's chest. "You'll feel better after a rest," he said, forcing her head back down. It was an act of tenderness, but also he did not want her to catch sight of the field. Dappled with cloud shadow, glowing palely, some quality of light different from that which shone upon the squad car. It seemed at a strange distance from the road, a view into an alternate universe where things were familiar, yet not quite the same. The grasses were rippling more furiously than ever, and every so often a column of yellow stalks would whirl high into the air and scatter, as if an enormous child were running through the field, ripping up handfuls of them to celebrate his exuberance. "I'm not sleepy," Sarah complained. She still hadn't regained her color, and one of her eyelids had developed a tic. Peter sat beside her on the bed. "There's nothing you can do, so why not rest?" "What are you going to do?" "I thought I'd have another go at the combs." The idea distressed her. He started to explain why he had to, but instead bent and kissed her on the forehead. "I love you," he said. The words slipped out so easily that he was amazed. It had been a very long time since he had spoken them to anyone other than a memory. "You don't have to tell me that, just because things look bad," she said, frowning. "Maybe that's why I'm telling you now," he said. "But I don't believe it's a lie." She gave a dispirited laugh. "You don't sound very confident." He thought it over. "I was in love with someone once," he said, "and that relationship colored my view of love. I guess I believed that it always had to happen the same way, a nuclear strike. But I'm beginning to understand it can be different, that you can build toward the sound and the fury." "It's nice to hear," she said, and then after a pause, "But you're still in love with her, aren't you?" "I still think about her, but—" He shook his head. "I'm trying to put it behind me, and maybe I'm succeeding. I had a dream about her this morning." She arched an eyebrow. "Oh?" "It wasn't a sweet dream," he said. She was telling me how she'd cemented over her feelings for me. "All that's left," she said, "is this little hard place on my breast." And she told me that sometimes it moved around, twitched, and she showed me. I could see the damn thing jumping underneath her blouse, and when I touched it, she wanted me to, it was unbelievably hard, like a pebble lodged beneath her skin, a heartstone. That was all that was left of us, just this piece of hardness. It pissed me off so much that I threw her on the floor. Then I woke up. He scratched his beard, embarrassed by confession. It was the first time I've ever had a violent thought about her. Sarah stared at him, expressionless. "I don't know if it's meaningful," he said lamely, "but it seems so." She remained silent. Her stare made him feel guilty for having had the dream, sorry that he had mentioned it. "I don't dream about her very much," he said. "It's not important," she said. "Well," he stood, "try and get some sleep, okay?" She reached for his hand. "Peter?" "Yeah?" "I love you. But you knew that, right?" It hurt him to see how hesitantly she said it, because he knew that he was to blame for her hesitancy. He bent down and kissed her again. "Sleep," he said. "We'll talk about it later." He closed the door behind him gently. Mills was sitting at the table, gazing out at Sconset Sally, who was pacing the yard, her lips moving, waving her arms, as if arguing with an invisible playmate. "That old gal sure's gone down these last years," said Mills. "Used to be sharp as a tack, but she's acting pretty crazy now." "Can't blame her," said Peter, sitting down across from Mills. "I'm feeling pretty crazy myself." "So," Mills tamped tobacco into the bowl of his pipe, "you got a line on what this thing is?" "Maybe it's the devil." Peter leaned against the wall. "I don't really know, but I'm starting to think that Gabriela Pascual was right about it being an animal." Mills chomped on the stem of his pipe and fished in his pocket for a lighter. "How's that?" "Like I said, I don't really know for sure, but I've been getting more and more sensitized to it ever since I found the combs. At least it seems that way, as if the connection between us were growing stronger." Peter spotted a book of matches tucked under his sugar bowl and slid them across to Mills. "I'm beginning to have some insights into it. When we were out on the road just now, I felt that it was exhibiting an animal trait, staking out territory, protecting it from invaders. Look who it's attacked. Ambulances, bicyclists, people who were entering its territory. It attacked us when we visited the aggregate." "But it didn't kill us," said Mills. The logical response to Mills' statement surfaced from Peter's thoughts, but he didn't want to admit to it and shunted it aside. "Maybe I'm wrong," he said. "Well, if it is an animal, then it can take a hook. All we got to do is find its mouth." Mills grunted laughter, lit his pipe, and puffed bluish smoke. "After you've been out on the water a couple of weeks, you can feel when something strange is hard by, even if you can't see it. I ain't no psychic, but seems to me I brushed past this thing once or twice." Peter glanced up at him. Though Mills was a typical barroom creature, an old salt with a supply of exotic tales, every now and then Peter could sense about him the sort of specific gravity that accrues to those who have spent time in the solitudes. "You don't seem afraid," he said. "Oh, don't I?" Mills chuckled. "I'm afraid. I'm just too old to be running round in circles about it." The door flew open and Sally came in. "Hot in here," she said. She went to the stove and laid a finger against it. "Humph! Must be all this shit I'm wearing." She plumped herself down beside Mills. squirmed into a comfortable position, and squinted at Peter. "Goddamn wind won't have me," she said. "It wants you." Peter was startled. "What do you mean?" Sally pursed her lips, as if she had tasted something sour. "It would take me if you wasn't here, but you're too strong. I can't figure a way round that." "Leave the boy alone," said Mills. "Can't," Sally glowered at him. "He's got to do it." "You know what she's talking about?" asked Mills. "Hell yes, he knows, and if he don't, all he's got to do is go talk to it. You understand me, boy? It wants you." An icy fluid squirted down Peter's spine. "Like Gabriela," he said. "Is that what you mean?" "Go on," said Sally. "Talk to it." She pointed a bony finger at the door. "Just take a stand out there, and it'll come to you." Behind the cottage, walled off by the spread of 2 Japanese pines and a tool shed, was a field that the previous tenant had used for a garden. Peter had let it go to seed, and the entire plot was choked with weeds and litter, gas cans, rusty nails, a plastic toy truck, the decaying hide of a softball, cardboard scraps, this and more, resting upon a mat of desiccated vines. It reminded him of the aggregate, and thus seemed an appropriate place to stand and commune with the wind, if such a communion weren't the product of Sconset Sally's imagination, which Peter hoped it was. The afternoon was waning, and it had grown colder. Silver blares of wintry sunlight edged the blackish-gray clouds scudding overhead, and the wind was a steady pour off the sea. He could detect no presence in it, and he was beginning to feel foolish, thinking about going back inside, when a bitter-smelling breeze rippled across his face. He stiffened. Again he felt it. It was acting independent of the offshore wind, touching delicate fingers to his lips, his eyes, fondling him the way a blind man would in trying to know your shape in his brain. It feathered his hair and pried under the pocket flaps of his army jacket like a pet mouse searching for cheese. It frittered with his shoelaces and stroked him between the legs, shriveling his groin and sending a chill washing through his body. He did not quite understand how the wind spoke to him, yet he had an image of the process as being similar to how a cat will rub against your hand and transmit a static charge. The charge was actual, a mild stinging and popping. Somehow it was translated into knowledge, doubtless by means of his gift. The knowledge was personified, and he was aware that his conceptions were human renderings of inhuman impulses. But at the same time he was certain that they were basically accurate. Most of all, it was lonely. It was the only one of its kind, or, if there were others, it had never encountered them. Peter felt no sympathy for its loneliness, because it felt no sympathy for him. It wanted him not as a friend or companion, but as a witness to its power. It would enjoy preening for him, showing off, rubbing against his sensitivity to it, and deriving some unfathomable pleasure. It was very powerful. Though its touch was light, its vitality was undeniable, and it was even stronger over water. The land weakened it, and it was eager to return to the sea with Peter in tow. Gliding together through the wild canyons of the waves into a chaos of booming darkness and salt spray, traveling the most profound of all deserts, the sky above the sea, and testing its strength against the lesser powers of the storms, seizing flying fish and juggling them like silver blades, gathering nests of floating treasures and playing for weeks with the bodies of the drowned. Always at play. Or perhaps play was not the right word. Always employed in expressing the capricious violence that was its essential quality. Gabriela Pascual might not have been exact in calling it an animal, but what else could you call it? It was of nature, not of some nether world. It was ego without thought, power without morality, and it looked upon Peter as a man might look upon a clever toy, something to be cherished for a while, then neglected, then forgotten, then lost. Sarah waked at twilight from a dream of suffocation. She sat bolt upright, covered with sweat, her chest heaving. After a moment she calmed herself and swung her legs onto the floor and sat staring into space. In the half-light, the dark grain of the boards looked like a pattern of animal faces emerging from the wall. Out the window she could see shivering bushes and banks of running clouds. Still feeling sluggish, she went into the front room, intending to wash her face. But the bathroom door was locked, and Sconset Sally cawed at her from inside. Mills was snoozing on the sofa bunk, and Hugh Weldon was sitting at the table, sipping a cup of coffee. A cigarette smoldered in the saucer, and that struck her as funny. She had known Hugh all her life, and had never seen him smoke. "Where's Peter?" she asked.
"Out back," he said moodily. "Bunch of damn foolishness, if you ask me."
"What is?" He gave a snort of laughter.
"Sally says he's talking to the goddamn wind."
Sarah felt as if her heart had constricted. "What do you mean?"
"Beats the hell out of me," said Weldon. "Just more of Sally's nonsense."
But when their eyes met, she could sense his hopelessness and fear. She broke for the door. Weldon grabbed at her arm, but she shook free and headed for the Japanese pines back of the cottage. She brushed aside the branches and stopped short, suddenly afraid. The bending and swaying of the weeds revealed a slow, circular passage of wind, as if the belly of a great beast were dragging across them, and at the center of the field stood Peter. His eyes were closed, his mouth open, and strands of hair were floating above his head like the hair of a drowned man. The sight stabbed into her, and forgetting her fear, she ran toward him, calling his name. She had covered half the distance between them when a blast of wind smashed her to the ground. Stunned and disoriented, she tried to get to her feet, but the wind smacked her flat again, pressing her into the damp earth. As had happened out on the aggregate, garbage was rising from the weeds, scraps of plastic, rusty nails, a yellowed newspaper, rags, and directly overhead a large chunk of kindling. She was still dazed, yet she saw with peculiar clarity how the bottom of the chunk was splintered and flecked with whitish mold. It was quivering, as if the hand that held it were barely able to restrain its fury. And then, as she realized it was about to plunge down to jab out her eyes and pulp her skull, Peter dived on top of her. His weight knocked the breath out of her, but she heard the piece of kindling thunk against the back of his head. She sucked in air and pushed at him, rolling him away, and came to her knees. He was dead pale.
"Is he all right?"
It was Mills lumbering across the field. Behind him, Weldon had hold of Sconset Sally, who was struggling to escape. Mills had come perhaps a third of the way when the garbage, which had fallen back into the weeds, once more was lifted into the air, swirling, jiggling, and, as the wind produced one of its powerful gusts, hurtling toward him. For a second he was surrounded by a storm of cardboard and plastic. Then this fell away, and he took a staggering step forward. A number of dark dots speckled his face. Sarah thought at first they were clots of dirt. Then blood seeped out around them. They were rusty nail heads, piercing his brow, his cheeks, pinning his upper lip to his gum. He gave no cry. His eyes bulged, his knees buckled. He did an ungainly pirouette and pitched into the weeds. Sarah watched dully as the wind fluttered about Hugh Weldon and Sally, belling their clothes. It passed beyond them, lashing the pine boughs and vanishing. She spotted the hump of Mill's belly through the weeds. A tear seemed to be carving a cold groove in her cheek. She hiccuped, and thought what a pathetic reaction to death that was. Another hiccup, and another. She couldn't stop. Each successive spasm made her weaker, more unsteady, as if she were spitting up tiny fragments of her soul. 7. As darkness fell, the wind poured through the streets of the village, playing its tricks with the living, the inanimate, and the dead. It was indiscriminate, the ultimate free spirit doing its thing, and yet one might have ascribed a touch of frustration to its actions. Over Warren's Landing it crumpled a seagull into a bloody rag, and near the mouth of Hither Creek it scattered field mice into the air. It sent a spare tire rolling down the middle of Tennessee Avenue and skied shingles from the roof of the A habitat. For a while it floated about aimlessly. Then, increasing to tornado force, it uprooted a Japanese pine, just yanked it from the ground, dangling huge black root balls, and chucked it like a spear through the side of a house across the street. It repeated the process with 2 oaks and a hawthorn. Finally, it began to blast holes in the walls of the houses and snatch the wriggling creatures inside. It blew off old Julia Stackpole's cellar door and sailed it down into the shelves full of preserves behind which she was hiding. It gathered the broken glass into a hurricane of knives that slashed her arms, her face, and, most pertinently, her throat. It found even older George Coffin, who wasn't about to hide because, in his opinion, Hugh Weldon was a damned fool, standing in his kitchen, having just stepped back in after lighting his barbecue. It swept up the coals and hurled them at him with uncanny accuracy. Over the space of a half-hour it killed 21 people and flung their bodies onto their lawns, leaving them to bleed pale in the accumulating dusk. Its fury apparently abated. It dissipated to a breeze, and, zipping through shrubs and pine boughs, it fled back to the cottage, where something it now wanted was waiting in the yard. 8. Sconset Sally sat on the woodpile, sucking at a bottle of beer that she'd taken from Peter's refrigerator. She was as mad as a wet hen because she had a plan, a good plan, and that brainless wonder Hugh Weldon wouldn't hear it, wouldn't listen to a damn word she said. Stuck on being a hero, he was. The sky had deepened to indigo, and a big lopsided silver moon was leering at her from over the roof of the cottage. She didn't like its eye on her, and she spat toward it. The elemental caught the gob of spit and spun it around high in the air, making it glisten oyster-like. Fool thing! Half monster, half a walloping, invisible dog. It reminded her of that outsized old male of hers, Rommel. One second he'd be going for the mailman's throat, and the next he'd be on his back and waggling his paws, begging for a treat. She screwed her bottle into the grass so it wouldn't spill and picked up a stick of kindling. "Here," she said, and shied the stick. "Fetch!" The elemental caught the stick and juggled it for a few seconds, then let it fall at her feet. Sally chuckled. "Me and you might get along," she told the air, "'cause neither one of us gives a shit." The beer bottle lifted from the grass. She made a grab for it and missed. "God damn it!" she yelled. "Bring that back!" The bottle sailed to a height of about 20 feet and tipped over. The beer spilled out, collected in half a dozen large drops that, one by one, exploded into spray, showering her. Sputtering, she jumped to her feet and started to wipe her face, but the elemental knocked her back down. A trickle of fear welled up inside her. The bottle still hovered above her. After a second, it plopped into the grass, and the elemental curled around her, fidgeting with her hair, her collar, slithering inside her raincoat. Then abruptly, as if something else had attracted its attention, it was gone. She saw the grass flatten as it passed over, moving toward the street. She propped herself against the woodpile and finished wiping her face. She spotted Hugh Weldon through the window, pacing, and her anger was rekindled. Thought he was so goddamn masterful, did he? He didn't know piss about the elemental, and there he was, laughing at her plan. Well, screw him. He'd find out soon enough that his plan wouldn't work, that hers was the reasonable one, the sure-fire one. A little scary, maybe, but sure-fire all the same. 9. It had come full dark by the time Peter regained consciousness. He moved his head, and the throbbing nearly caused him to black out. He lay still, getting his bearings. Moonlight spilled through the bedroom window, and Sarah was leaning beside it, her blouse glowing a phosphorescent white. From the tilt of her head, he judged that she was listening to something, and he soon distinguished an unusual pattern to the wind. 5 notes, followed by a glissando, which led to a repetition of the passage. It was heavy, angry music, an ominous hook that might have been intended to signal the approach of a villain. Shortly thereafter, the pattern broke into 1,000 skirling notes, as if the wind were being forced through the open stops of a chorus of flutes. Then another passage, this of 7 notes, more rapid but equally ominous. A chill, helpless feeling stole over Peter, like the drawing of a morgue sheet. That breathy music was being played for him. It was swelling in volume, as if, and he was certain this was the case, the elemental was heralding his awakening, was once again sure of his presence. It was impatient, and it would not wait for him much longer. Each note drilled that message home. The thought of being alone with it on the open sea terrified him, yet he had no choice. There was no way to fight it, and it would simply keep on killing until he obeyed. If it weren't for the others, he would refuse to go. He would rather die here than submit to that harrowing, unnatural relationship. Or was it unnatural? It occurred to him that the history of the wind and Gabriela Pascual had a great deal in common with the histories of many human relationships. Desiring, obtaining, neglecting, forgetting. It might be that the elemental was some sort of core existence, that at the heart of every relationship lay a howling emptiness, a chaotic music. "Sarah," he said, wanting to deny it. The moonlight seemed to wrap around her as she turned. She came to sit beside him. "How are you feeling?" "Woozy." He gestured toward the window. "How long's that been going on?" "It just started," she said. "It's punched holes in a lot of houses. Hugh and Sally were out a while ago. More people are dead." She brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. But what?" "We have a plan." The wind was playing eerie triplets, an agitated whistling that set Peter's teeth on edge. "It better be a doozy," he said. "Actually, it's Hugh's plan," she said. "He noticed something out in the field. The instant you touched me, the wind withdrew from us. If it hadn't, if it had hurled that piece of wood at you instead of letting it drop, you would have died. And it didn't want that. At least that's what Sally says." "She's right. Did she tell you what it does want?" "Yes." She looked away, and her eyes caught the moonlight. They were teary. "Anyway, we think it was confused. That when we're close together, it can't tell us apart. And since it doesn't want to hurt you or Sally, you and I are safe as long as we maintain proximity. If Mills had just stayed where he was—" "Mills?" She told him. After a moment, still seeing Mills' nail-studded face in his mind's eye, he asked, "What's the plan?" "I'm going to ride in the jeep with Sally, and you're going with Hugh. We'll drive toward Nantucket, and when we reach the dump, you know that dirt road there that leads off into the moors?" "The one that leads to Alder Rock? Yeah." "At that point, you'll jump into the jeep with us, and we'll head for Alder Rock. Hugh will keep going toward Nantucket. Since it seems to be trying to isolate this end of the island, he figures it'll come after him, and we might be able to get beyond its range, and with both of us heading in different directions, we might be able to confuse it enough so that it won't react quickly, and he'll be able to escape too. She said all this in a rush that reminded Peter of the way a teenager would try to convince her parents to let her stay out late, blurting out the good reasons before they had time to raise any objections. "You might be right about it not being able to tell us apart when we're close to each other," he said. "God knows how it senses things, and that seems plausible. But the rest is stupid. We don't know whether its territoriality is limited to this end of the island. And what if it does lose track of me and Sally? What's it going to do then? Just blow away? Somehow I doubt it. It might head for Nantucket and do what it's done here."
"Sally says she has a backup plan."
"Christ, Sarah!" Gingerly, he eased up into a sitting position. "Sally's nuts. She doesn't have a clue."
"Well, what choice do we have?" Her voice broke. "You can't go with it."
"You think I want to? Jesus!" The bedroom door opened, and Weldon appeared silhouetted in a blur of orange light that hurt Peter's eyes. "Ready to travel?" said Weldon. Sconset Sally was at his rear, muttering, humming, producing a human static. Peter swung his legs off the bed. "This is nuts, Weldon." He stood and steadied himself on Sarah's shoulder. "You're just going to get killed." He gestured toward the window and the constant music of the wind. "Do you think you can outrun that in a squad car?" "Maybe this plan ain't worth a shit," Weldon began. "You got that right," said Peter. "If you want to confuse the elemental, why not split me and Sally up? One goes with you, the other with Sarah. That way, at least there's some logic to this." "Way I figure it," said Weldon, hitching up his pants, "it ain't your job to be risking yourself. It's mine. If Sally, say, goes with me, you're right, that'd confuse it. But so might this. Seems to me it's as eager to keep us normal people in line as it is to run off with freaks like you and Sally." "What?" "Shut up!" Weldon eased a step closer. "Now, if my way don't work, you try it yours. And if that don't do it, then you can go for a cruise with the damn thing. But we don't have no guarantees it's going to let anybody live, no matter what you do." "No, but—" "No buts about it. This is my bailiwick, and we're going to do what I say. If it don't work, well, then you can do what you have to. But till that happens, you're going to keep on making an ass of yourself," said Peter. "Right? Man, all day you've been looking for a way to assert your fucking authority. You don't have any authority in this situation, don't you understand?" Weldon went jaw to jaw with him. "Okay," he said. "You go on out there, Mr. Ramey. Go ahead. Just march on out there. You can use Mill's boat, or if you want something bigger, how about Sally's?" He snapped a glance back at Sally. "That okay with you, Sally?" She continued muttering, humming, and nodded her head. "See?" Weldon turned to Peter. "She don't mind. So you go ahead. You draw that son of a bitch away from us if you can." He hitched up his pants and exhaled. His breath smelled like a coffee cup full of cigarette butts. "But if it was me, I'd be about ready to try anything else." Peter's legs felt rooted to the floor. He realized that he had been using anger to muffle fear, and he did not know if he could muster up the courage to take a walk out into the wind, to sail away into the terror and nothingness that Gabriela Pascual had faced. Sarah slipped her hand through his arm.
"Please, Peter," she said. "It can't hurt to try."
Weldon backed off a step. "Nobody's blaming you for being scared, Mr. Ramey," he said. "I'm scared myself. But this is the only way I can figure to do my job." "You're going to die." Peter had trouble swallowing. "I can't let you do that." "You ain't got nothing to say about it," said Weldon. "'Cause you got no more authority than me, unless you can tell that thing to leave us be. Can you?" Sarah's fingers tightened on Peter's arm, but relaxed when he said, "No." "Then we'll do her my way." Weldon rubbed his hands together in what seemed to Peter hearty anticipation. Got your keys, Sally?
Yeah, she said, exasperated. She moved close to Peter and put a bird-claw hand on his wrist. Don't worry, Peter. This don't work. I got something up my sleeve. We'll pull a fast one on that devil. She cackled and gave a little whistle, like a parrot chortling over a piece of fruit. As they drove slowly along the streets of Madaket, the wind sang through the ruined houses, playing passages that sounded mournful and questioning, as if it were puzzled by the movements of the jeep and the squad car. The light of a three-quarter moon illuminated the destruction, gaping holes in the walls, denuded bushes, toppled trees. One of the houses had been given a surprised look, an O of a mouth where the door had been, flanked by two shattered windows. Litter covered the lawns. Flapping paperbacks, clothing, furniture, food, toys, and bodies. In the silvery light, their flesh was as pale as Swiss cheese, the wounds dark. They didn't seem real. They might have been a part of a gruesome environment created by an avant-garde sculptor. A carving knife skittered along the blacktop, and for a moment Peter thought it would jump into the air and hurtle toward him. He glanced over at Weldon to see how he was taking it all. Wooden Indian profile, eyes on the road. Peter envied him his pose of duty. He wished he had such a role to play, something that would brace him up, because every shift in the wind made him feel frail and rattled. They turned onto the Nantucket Road, and Weldon straightened in his seat. He checked the rearview mirror, keeping an eye on Sally and Sarah, and held the speed at 25.
"Okay," he said as they neared the dump and the road to Alder Rock. "I ain't gonna come to a full stop, so when I give the word, you move it." "All right," said Peter. He took hold of the door handle and let out a calming breath. "Good luck." "Yeah." Weldon sucked at his teeth. "Same to you." The speed indicator dropped to 15, to 10, to 5, and the moonlit landscape inched past. "Go!" shouted Weldon. Peter went. He heard the squad car squeal off as he sprinted toward the jeep. Sarah helped haul him into the back, and then they were veering onto the dirt road. Peter grabbed the frame of Sarah's seat, bouncing up and down. The thickets that covered the moors grew close to the road, and branches whipped the sides of the jeep. Sally was hunched over the wheel, driving like a maniac. She sent them skipping over potholes, swerving around tight corners, grinding up the little hills. There was no time to think, only to hold on and be afraid, to await the inevitable appearance of the elemental. Fear was a metallic taste in Peter's mouth. It was in the white gleam of Sarah's eyes as she glanced back at him, and the smears of moonlight that coursed along the hood. It was in every breath he took, every trembling shadow he saw. But by the time they reached Alder Rock, after 15 minutes or so, he had begun to hope, to half-believe, that Weldon's plan had worked. The rock was almost dead center of the island, its highest point. It was a barren hill, atop which stood a stone where the Indians had once conducted human sacrifices, a bit of history that did no good whatsoever for Peter's nerves. From the crest you could see for miles over the moors, and the rumpled pattern of depressions and small hills had the look of a sea that had been magically transformed to leaves during a moment of fury. The thickets, bayberry and such, were dusted to a silvery green by the moonlight, and the wind blew steadily, giving no evidence of unnatural forces. Sarah and Peter climbed from the jeep, followed after a second by Sally. Peter's legs were shaky, and he leaned against the hood. Sarah leaned back beside him, her hip touching his. He caught the scent of her hair. Sally peered toward Madaket. She was still muttering, and Peter made out some of the words. "Stupid. Never would listen to me. Never would. Son of a bitch. Keep it to my goddamn self." Sarah nudged him. "What do you think?" "All we can do is wait," he said. "We're going to be all right," she said firmly. She rubbed the heel of her right hand against the knuckles of her left. It seemed the kind of childish gesture intended to ensure good luck, and it inspired him to tenderness. He pulled her into an embrace. Standing there, gazing past her head over the moors, he had an image of them as being the standard lovers on the cover of a paperback, clinging together on a lonely hill, with all probability spread out around them. A corny way of looking at things, yet he felt the truth of it. The dizzying immersion that a paperback lover was supposed to feel. It was not as clear a feeling as he had once had, but perhaps clarity was no longer possible for him. Perhaps all his past clarity had simply been an instance of faulty perception, a flash of immaturity, an adolescent misunderstanding of what was possible. But whether or not that was the case, self-analysis would not solve his confusion. That sort of thinking blinded you to the world, made you disinclined to take risks. It was similar to what happened to academics, how they became so committed to their theories that they began to reject facts to the contrary, to grow conservative in their judgments, and deny the inexplicable, the magical. If there was magic in the world, and he knew there was, you could only approach it by abandoning the constraints of logic and lessons learned. For more than a year he had forgotten this, and had constructed defenses against magic. Now, in a single night, they had been blasted away, and at a terrible cost he had been made capable of risking himself again, of hoping. Then he noticed something that wasted hope. Another voice had been added to the natural flow of wind from the ocean, and in every direction, as far as the eye could see, the moon's silvered thickets were rippling, betraying the presence of far more wind than was evident atop the hill. He pushed Sarah away. She followed his gaze and put a hand to her mouth. The immensity of the elemental stunned Peter. They might have been standing on a crag in the midst of a troubled sea, one that receded into an interstellar dark. For the first time, despite his fear, he had an apprehension of the elemental's beauty, of the precision and intricacy of its power. One moment it could be a tendril of breeze, capable of delicate manipulations, and the next it could become an entity the size of a city. Leaves and branches, like flecks of black space, were streaming up from the thickets, forming into columns, 6 of them at regular intervals about Alder Rock, maybe 100 yards away. The sound of the wind evolved into a roar as they thickened and grew higher, and they grew swiftly. Within seconds, the tops of the columns were lost in darkness. They did not have the squat, conical shapes of tornadoes, nor did they twist and jab down their tails. They merely swayed, slender and graceful and menacing. In the moonlight, their whirling was almost undetectable, and they looked to be made of shining ebony, like 6 enormous savages poised to attack. They began moving toward the hill. Splintered bushes exploded upward from their bases, and the roaring swelled into a dissonant chord, the sound of 100 harmonicas being blown at once, only much, much louder. The sight of Sconset Sally scuttling for the jeep waked Peter from his daze. He pushed Sarah into the rear seat and climbed in beside Sally. Though the engine was running, it was drowned out by the wind. Sally drove even less cautiously than before. The island was crisscrossed by narrow dirt roads, and it seemed to Peter that they almost crashed on every one of them. Skidding sideways through a flurry of bushes, flying over the crests of hills, diving down steep slopes. The thickets grew too high in most places for him to see much, but the fury of the wind was all around them, and once, as they passed a place where the bushes had been burned off, he caught a glimpse of an ebony column about 50 yards away. It was traveling alongside them, he realized, harrowing them, running them to and fro. Peter lost track of where they were, and he could not believe that Sally had any better idea. She was trying to do the impossible, to drive out the wind, which was everywhere, and her lips were drawn back in a grimace of fear. Suddenly, they had just turned east. She slammed on the brakes. Sarah flew halfway into the front seat, and if Peter had not been braced, he might have gone through the windshield. Farther along the road, one of the columns had taken a stand, blocking their path. It looked like God, he thought, an ebony tower reaching from the earth to the sky, spraying clouds of dust and plant litter from its bottom, and it was moving toward them, slowly, a few feet per second, but definitely on the move. The jeep was shaking, and the roar seemed to be coming from the ground beneath them, from the air, from Peter's body, as if the atoms of things were all grinding together. Frozen-faced, Sally wrangled with the gear-shift. Sarah screamed, and Peter too screamed as the windshield was sucked out of its frame and whirled off. He braced himself against the dash, but his arms were weak, and with a rush of shame he felt his bladder go. The column was less than 100 feet away, a great spinning pillar of darkness. He could see how the material inside it aligned itself into tightly packed rings like the segments of a worm. The air was syrupy, hard to breathe, and then, miraculously, they were swerving away from it, away from the roaring, backing along the road. They turned a corner, and Sally got the jeep going forward. She sent them grinding up a largish hill, and braked, and let her head drop onto the steering wheel in an attitude of despair. They were once again at Altar Rock, and Hugh Weldon was waiting for them. He was sitting with his head propped against the boulder that gave the place its name. His eyes were filled with shadows, his mouth was open, and his chest rose and fell, labored breathing, as if he had just run a long way. There was no sign of the squad car. Peter tried to call to him, but his tongue was stuck to his palate, and all that came out was a strangled grunt. He tried again. "Weldon!" Sarah started to sob, and Sally gasped. Peter didn't know what had frightened them, and didn't care. For him, the process of thought had been thinned down to following one track at a time. He climbed from the jeep and went over to the chief. "Weldon," he said again. Weldon sighed. "What happened?" Peter knelt beside him and put a hand on his shoulder. He heard a hiss and felt a tremor pass through the body. Weldon's right eye began to bulge. Peter lost his balance and sat back hard. Then the eye popped out and dropped into the dust. With a high-pitched whistling, wind and blood sprayed from the empty socket. Peter fell backward, scrabbling at the dirt, in an effort to put distance between himself and Weldon. The corpse toppled onto its side, its head vibrating as the wind continued to pour out, boiling up dust beneath the socket. There was a dark smear marking the spot on the boulder where the head had rested. Until his heart rate slowed, Peter lay staring at the moon, as bright and distant as a wish. He heard the roaring of the wind from all sides and realized that it was growing louder, but he didn't want to admit to it. Finally, though, he got to his feet and gazed out across the moors. It was as if he were standing at the center of an unimaginably large temple, one forested with dozens upon dozens of shiny black pillars rising from a dark green floor. The nearest of them were about 100 yards away, and those were unmoving. But as Peter watched, others farther off began to slew back and forth, gliding in and out of the stationary ones like dancing cobras. There was a fever in the air, a pulse of heat and energy, and this, as much as the alienness of the sight, was what transfixed him and held him immobile. He found that he had gone beyond fear. You could no more hide from the elemental than you could from God. It would lead him on to the sea to die, and its power was so compelling that he almost acknowledged its right to do this. He climbed into the jeep. Sarah looked beaten. Sally touched his leg with a palsied hand. "You can use my boat,"
she said. On the way back to Madaket, Sarah sat with her hands clasped in her lap, outwardly calm, but inwardly turbulent. Thoughts fired across her brain so quickly that they left only partial impressions, and those were seared away by lightning strokes of terror. She wanted to say something to Peter, but words seemed inadequate to all she was feeling. At one point, she decided to go with him, but the decision sparked a sudden resentment. He didn't love her. Why should she sacrifice herself for him? Then, realizing that he was sacrificing himself for her, that he did love her, or that at least this was an act of love, she decided that if she went, it would make his act meaningless. That decision caused her to question whether or not she was using his sacrifice to obscure her true reason for staying behind, her fear. And what about the quality of her feelings for him? Were they so uncertain that fear could undermine them? In a blaze of irrationality, she saw that he was pressuring her to go with him, to prove her love, something she had never asked him to do. What right did he have? With half her mind, she understood the unreasonableness of these thoughts, yet she couldn't stop thinking them. She felt all her emotions winnowing, leaving her hollow, like Hugh Weldon, with only the wind inside him, propping him up, giving him the semblance of life. The grotesqueness of the image caused her to shrink further inside herself, and she just sat there, growing dim and empty, saying nothing. "Buck up," said Sally out of the blue, and patted Peter's leg. "We got one thing left to try." And then, with what seemed to Sarah an irrational good cheer, she said, "But if that don't work, the boat's got fishing tackle and a couple of cases of cherry brandy on board. I was too damn drunk to unload 'em yesterday. Cherry brandy'd be better'n water for where you're headed." Peter gave no reply. As they entered the village, the elemental chased beside them, whirling up debris, scattering leaves, tossing things high into the air. Playing, thought Sarah. It was playing, frisking along like a happy pup, like a petulant child who'd gotten his way and now was all smiles. She was overwhelmed with hatred for it, and she dug her nails into the seat cushion, wishing she had a way to hurt it. Then, as they passed Julia Stackpole's house, the corpse of Julia Stackpole sat up. Its bloody head hung down, its frail arms flapping. The entire body appeared to be vibrating, and with a horrid, disjointed motion, amid a swirling of papers and trash, it went rolling over and over and came to rest against a broken chair. Sarah shrank back into a corner of the seat, her breath ragged and shallow. A thin cloud swept free of the moon, and the light measurably brightened, making the gray of the houses seem gauzy and immaterial. The holes in their sides looked real enough, black, cavernous, as if the walls and doors and windows had only been a facade concealing emptiness. Sally parked next to a boathouse a couple of 100 yards north of Smith Point, a rickety wooden structure the size of a garage. Beyond it, a stretch of calm black water was figured by a blaze of moonlight. "You're going to have to row out to the boat," Sally told Peter. "Oars are in here." She unlocked the door and flicked on a light. The inside of the place was as dilapidated as Sally herself. Raw boards, spider webs spanning between paint cans and busted lobster traps, a jumble of 2x4s. Sally went stumping around, mumbling and kicking things, searching for the oars. Her footsteps set the light bulb dangling from the roof to swaying, and the light slopped back and forth over the walls like dirty yellow water. Sarah's legs were leaden. It was hard to move, and she thought maybe this was because there weren't any moves left. Peter took a few steps toward the center of the boathouse and stopped, looking lost. His hands twitched at his sides. She had the idea that his expression mirrored her own, slack, spiritless, with bruised crescents under his eyes. She moved then. The dam that had been holding back her emotions burst, and her arms were around him, and she was telling him that she couldn't let him go alone, telling him half-sentences, phrases that didn't connect. "Sarah," he said. "Jesus." He held her very tightly. The next second, though, she heard a dull thunk, and he sagged against her, almost knocking her down, and slumped to the floor. Brandishing a 2x4, Sally bent to him and struck again. "What are you doing?" Sarah screamed at him, began to wrestle with Sally. Their arms locked. They waltzed around and around for a matter of seconds, the light bulb jiggling madly. Sally sputtered and fumed. Spittle glistened on her lips. Finally, with a snarl, she shoved Sarah away. Sarah staggered back, tripped over Peter, and fell sprawling beside him. "Listen!" Sally cocked her head and pointed to the roof with the 2x4. "God damn it! It's working!" Sally came warily to her feet. "What are you talking about?" Sally picked up her fisherman's hat, which had fallen off during the struggle, and squashed it down onto her head. "The wind, God damn it! I told that stupid son of a bitch, Hugh Weldon, but oh no, he never listened to nobody." The wind was rising and fading in volume, doing so with such a regular rhythm that Sarah had the impression of a creature made of wind running frantically back and forth, something splintered in the distance. "I don't understand," said Sarah. "Unconscious is like dead to it," said Sally. She gestured at Peter with the board. "I knew it was so, 'cause after it did for Mills, it came for me. It touched me up all over, and I could tell it'd have me then. But that stupid bastard wouldn't listen, had to do things his goddamn way." "It would have you?" Sarah glanced down at Peter, who was unstirring, bleeding from the scalp. "You mean instead of Peter?" "Course that's what I mean." Sally frowned. "Don't make no sense, him goin'. Young man with all his future ahead. Now me—" She yanked at the lapel of her raincoat as if intending to throw herself away. "What I got to lose? A couple years of bein' alone? I ain't eager for it, you understand. But it don't make sense any other way. Tried to tell Hugh that, but he was stuck on being a goddamn hero." Her bird-bright eyes glittered in the webbed flesh, and Sarah had a perception of her that she had not had since childhood. The zany old spirit, half mad, but with one eye fixed on some corner of creation that nobody else could see. She remembered all the stories. Sally trying to signal the moon with a hurricane lamp. Sally rowing through a nor'easter to pluck 6 sailors off Whale Shoals. Sally passing out dead drunk at the ceremony the Coast Guard had given in her honor. Sally loosing her dogs on the then junior senator from Massachusetts when he had come to present her a medal. Crazy Sally. She suddenly seemed valuable to Sarah. "You can't," she began, but broke off and stared at Peter. "Can't not," said Sally, and clucked her tongue. "You see, somebody looks after my dogs." Sarah nodded. "And you better check on Peter," said Sally. "See if I hit him too hard." Sarah started to comply, but was struck by a thought. "Won't it know better this time? Peter was knocked out before. Won't it have learned?" "I suppose it can learn," said Sally. "But it's real stupid, and I don't think it's figured this out." She gestured at Peter. "Go ahead, see if he's all right." The hairs on Sarah's neck prickled as she knelt beside Peter, and she was later to reflect that in the back of her mind she had known what was about to happen. But even so, she was startled by the blow. 10. It wasn't until late the next afternoon that the doctors allowed Peter to have visitors other than the police. He was still suffering from dizziness and blurred vision, and, mentally speaking, he alternated between periods of relief and depression, seeing in his mind's eye the mutilated bodies, the whirling black pillars, tensing as the wind prowled along the hospital walls. In general, he felt walled off from emotion, but when Sarah came into the room, those walls crumbled. He drew her down beside him and buried his face in her hair.
They lay for a long time without speaking, and it was Sarah who finally broke the silence.
"Do they believe you?" she asked. "I don't think they believe me."
"They don't have much choice," he said. "I just think they don't want to believe it." After a moment she said,
"Are you going away?"
He pulled back from her. She had never looked more beautiful. Her eyes were wide, her mouth drawn thin, and the strain of all that had happened to them seemed to have carved an unnecessary ounce of fullness from her face. "That depends on whether or not you'll go with me," he said. "I don't want to stay. Whenever the wind changes pitch, every nerve in my body signals an air raid. But I won't leave you. I want to marry you." Her reaction was not what he had expected. She closed her eyes and kissed him on the forehead, a motherly, understanding kiss. Then she settled back on the pillow, gazing calmly at him. "That was a proposal," he said. "Didn't you catch it?"
"Marriage?"
She seemed perplexed by the idea. "Why not? We're qualified." He grinned. "We both have concussions."
"I don't know," she said. "I love you, Peter, but—"
"But you don't trust me?"
"Maybe that's part of it," she said, annoyed. "I don't know."
"Look." He smoothed down her hair. "Do you know what really happened in the boathouse last night?"
"I'm not sure what you mean."
"I'll tell you. What happened was that an old woman gave her life so you and I could have a chance at something." She started to speak, but he cut her off. "That's the bones of it. I admit the reality's a bit more murky. God knows why Sally did what she did. Maybe saving lives was a reflex of her madness. Maybe she was tired of living. Maybe it just seemed a good idea at the time. And as for us, we haven't exactly been Romeo and Juliet. I've been confused, and I've confused you. And aside from whatever problems we might have as a couple, we have a lot to forget. Until you came in, I was feeling shell-shocked, and that's a feeling that's probably going to last for a while. But like I said, the heart of the matter is that Sally died to give us a chance. No matter what her motives, what our circumstance, that's what happened. And we'd be fools to let that chance slip away." He traced the line of her cheekbone with a finger. "I love you. I've loved you for a long time and tried to deny it, to hold on to a dead issue. But that's all over."
"We can't make this sort of decision now," she murmured.
"Why not?"
"You said it yourself. You're shell-shocked. So am I. And I don't know how I feel about everything."
"Everything? You mean me?" She made a non-committal noise, closed her eyes, and after a moment she said,
"I need time to think."
In Peter's experience, when women said they needed time to think, nothing good ever came of it. "Jesus," he said angrily. "Is this how it has to be between people? One approaches, the other avoids, and then they switch roles, like insects whose mating instincts have been screwed up by pollution." He registered what he had said and had a flash feeling of horror. "Come on, Sarah. We're past that kind of dance, aren't we? It doesn't have to be marriage, but let's commit to something. Maybe we'll make a mess of it. Maybe we'll end up boring each other. But let's try. It might not be any effort at all." He put his arms around her, brought her tight against him, and was immersed in a cocoon of heat and weakness. He loved her, he realized, with an intensity that he had not believed he could recapture. His mouth had been smarter than his brain for once. Either that, or he had talked himself into it. The reasons didn't matter. "For Christ's sake, Sarah," he said, "marry me, live with me, do something with me." She was silent. Her left hand moved gently over his hair, light, distracted touches, tucking a curl behind his ear, toying with his beard, smoothing his mustache.
as if she were making him presentable. He remembered how that other long-ago woman had become increasingly silent and distracted and gentle in the days before she had dumped him. "Damn it!" he said with a growing sense of helplessness. "Answer me!" 11. On the second night out, Sconset Sally caught sight of a winking red light off her port bow. Some ship's riding light. It brought a tear to her eye, making her think of home. But she wiped the tear away with the back of her hand and had another slug of cherry brandy. The cramped wheelhouse of the lobster boat was cozy and relatively warm. Beyond, the moonlit plain of the sea was rising in light swells. Even if you didn't have nowhere good to go, she thought, wheels and keels and wings gave a boost to your spirit. She laughed. Especially if you had a supply of cherry brandy. She had another slug. A breeze curled around her arm and tugged at the neck of the bottle. "God damn it!" she squawked. "Get away!" She batted at the air as if she could shoo away the elemental, and hugged the bottle to her breast. Wind uncoiled a length of rope on the deck behind her, and then she could hear it moaning about the hull. She staggered to the wheelhouse door. "Woo, woo, woo," she sang, mocking it. "Don't be making your god-awful noises at me, you sorry bastard. Go kill another goddamn fish if you want something to do. Just leave me alone to my drinking." Waves surged up on the port side, big ones like black teeth. Sally almost dropped the bottle in her surprise. Then she saw they weren't really waves, but shapes of water made by the elemental. "You're losing your touch, asshole," she shouted. "I seen better'n that in the movies." She slumped down beside the door, clutching the bottle. The word movies conjured flashes of old films she'd seen, and she started singing songs from them. She did "Singin' in the Rain" and "Blue Moon" and "Love Me Tender." She knocked back swallows of brandy in between the verses, and when she felt primed enough, she launched into her favorite. "The sound that you hear," she bawled, "is the sound of Sally, a joy to be heard for 1,000 years." She belched. "The hills are alive with the sound of Sally." She couldn't recall the next line, and that ended the concert. The wind built to a howl around her, and her thoughts sank into a place where there were only dim urges and nerves fizzling and blood whining in her ears. Gradually she surfaced from it and found that her mood had become one of regret. Not about anything specific. Just general regrets. General regrets. She pictured him as an old fogey with a white walrus mustache and a Gilbert and Sullivan uniform, epaulets the size of skateboards. She couldn't get the picture out of her head, and she wondered if it stood for something important. If it did, she couldn't make it come clear. Like that line of her favorite song, it had leaked out through one of her cracks. Life had leaked out the same way, and all she could remember of it was a muddle of lonely nights and sick dogs and scallop shells and half-drowned sailors. Nothing important sticking up from the muddle. No monument to accomplishment or romance. Ha! She'd never met the man who could do what men said they could. The most reasonable men she'd known were those shipwrecked sailors, and their eyes big and dark, as if they'd seen into some terrible bottom-land that had sheared away their pride and stupidity. Her mind began to whirl, trying to get a fix on life, to pin it down like a dead butterfly and know its patterns. And soon she realized that she was literally whirling. Slowly, but getting faster and faster. She hauled herself up and clung to the wheelhouse door and peered over the side. The lobster boat was spinning around and around on the lip of a bowl of black water several 100 yards across. A whirlpool. Moonlight struck a glaze down its slopes, but didn't reach the bottom. Its roaring, heart-stopping power scared her, made her giddy and faint. But after a moment, she banished fear. So this was death. It just opened up and swallowed you whole.
All right. That was fine by her. She slumped against the wheelhouse and drank deeply of the cherry brandy, listening to the wind and the singing of her blood as she went down, not giving a damn. It sure beat puking up life a gob at a time in some hospital room. She kept slurping away at the brandy, guzzling it, wanting to be as looped as possible when the time came. But the time didn't come, and before too long she noticed that the boat had stopped spinning. The wind had quieted, and the sea was calm. A breeze coiled about her neck, slithered down her breast, and began curling around her legs, flipping the hem of her dress. "You bastard," she said suddenly, too drunk to move. The elemental swirled around her knees, belling the dress, and touched her between the legs. It tickled, and she swatted at it ineffectually, as if it were one of the dogs snooting at her. But a second later it prodded her there again, a little harder than before, rubbing back and forth, and she felt a quiver of arousal. It startled her, so that she went rolling across the deck, somehow keeping her bottle upright. That quiver stuck with her, though, and for an instant a red craving dominated the broken mosaic of her thoughts. Cackling and scratching herself, she staggered to her feet and leaned on the rail. The elemental was about 50 yards off the port bow, shaping itself a waterspout, a moonstruck column of blackness from the placid surface of the sea. "Hey!" she shouted, wobbling along the rail. "You come on back here. I'll teach you a new trick." The waterspout grew higher, a glistening black serpent that whooshed and sucked the boat toward it. But it didn't bother Sally. A devilish joy was in her, and her mind crackled with lightnings of pure craziness. She thought she had figured out something. Maybe nobody had ever taken a real interest in the elemental, and maybe that was why it eventually lost interest in them. Well, sir, she had an interest in it. Damn thing couldn't be any more stupid than some of her Dobermans. Snooted like one, for sure. She'd teach it to roll over and beg, and who knows what else. "Fetch me that fish," she'd tell it. "Blow me over to Hyannis and smash the liquor store window and bring me 6 bottles of brandy." She'd show it who was boss. And could be, one day she'd sail into the harbor at Nantucket with the thing on a leash. Sconset Sally and her pet Storm, scourge of the 7 seas. The boat was beginning to tip and slew sideways in the pull of the waterspout, but Sally scarcely noticed. "Hey!" she shouted again and chuckled. "Maybe we can work things out. Maybe we're meant for each other." She tripped over a warp in the planking, and the arm holding the bottle flailed above her head. Moonlight seemed to stream down into the bottle, igniting the brandy so that it glowed like a magic elixir, a dark red ruby flashing from her hand. Her maniacal laugh went sky-high. "You come on back here!" she screeched at the elemental, exulting in the wild frequencies of her life, at the thought of herself in league with this idiot god, and unmindful of her true circumstance, of the thundering around her and the tiny boat slipping toward the foaming base of the waterspout. "Come back here, damn it! We're 2 of a kind. We're birds of a feather. I'll sing you to sleep each night. You'll serve me my supper. I'll be your old cracked bride, and we'll have a hell of a honeymoon while it lasts."
Black Coral. The bearded young man, who didn't give a damn about anyone, or so he'd just shouted, whereupon the bartender had grabbed his scaling knife and said, "That be in the way of it, you can do your drinking elsewhere," came staggering out of the bar and shielded his eyes against the afternoon glare. Violet after-images flared and fizzled under his lids. He eased down the rickety stair, holding on to the rail, and stepped into the street, still blinking. And then, as he adjusted to the brightness, a ragged man with freckled, cocoa-colored skin and a prophet's beard swung into view, blocking out the sun. "Hot enough, the sun. Duppy be writhin' in the street, ain't it, Mr. Prince?" Prince choked. Christ, that damned St. Cecilia rum was eating holes in his stomach. He reeled.
The rum backed up into his throat, and the sun blinded him again. But he squinted and made out old Spurgeon James, grinning, rotten teeth angled like untended tombstones, holding an empty Coke bottle whose mouth was crusted with flies. "Gotta go," said Prince, lurching off. "You got work for me, Mr. Prince?" Prince kept walking. Old Spurgeon would lean on his shovel all day, reminisce about de back time, and offer advice. "That might go easier with the barrow now," while Prince sweated like a donkey and lifted concrete blocks. Work! Still, for entertainment's sake alone, he'd be worth more than most of the black trash on the island. And the Ladinos, de dommed Spanish. They'd work until they had enough to get drunk, play sick, then vanish with your best tools. Prince spotted a rooster pecking at a mango rind by the roadside, elected him representative of the island's workforce, and kicked. But the rooster flapped up, squabbling, lit on an overturned dinghy, and gave an assertive cluck. "Wait there a moment, Mr. Prince." Prince quickened his pace. If Spurgeon latched on, he'd never let loose. And today, January 18th, marked the 10th anniversary of his departure from Vietnam. He didn't want any company. The yellow dirt road rippled in a heat haze that made the houses, rows of weathered shanties set on pilings against the storm tides, appear to be dancing on thin, rubbery legs. Their tin roofs were buckled, pitched at every angle, showing patches of rust like scabs. That one, teetering on splayed pilings over a dirt front yard, the shutter hung by a single hinge, gray flour sack curtain belling inward. It always reminded him of a cranky old hen on her roost, trying grimly to hatch a non-existent egg. He'd seen a photograph of it taken 70 years before, and it had looked equally dejected and bedraggled then. Well, almost. There had been a sapodilla tree overspreading the roof. "Giving out a warning, Mr. Prince. Best you listen." Spurgeon, rags tattering in the breeze, stumbled toward him and nearly fell. He waved his arms to regain his balance, like a drunken ant, toppled sideways, and fetched up against a palm trunk, hugging it for support. Prince, in dizzy sympathy with the sight, tottered backward and caught himself on some shanty steps, for a second going eye to eye with Spurgeon. The old man's mouth worked, and a strand of spittle eeled out onto his beard. Prince pushed off from the steps. Stupidity. That was why nothing changed for the better on Guanoja Menor, derived from the Spanish guano and hoja, a fair translation being lesser leaf-shaped piece of bird shit. Why unemployable drunks hounded you in the street, why the rum poisoned you, why the shanties crashed from their perches in the least of storms. Unwavering stupidity. The islanders built outhouses on piers over the shallows where they bathed and fished the banks with no thought for conservation, then wondered why they stank and went hungry. They cut off their fingers to win bets that they wouldn't. They smoked black coral and inhaled gasoline fumes for escape. They fought with conch shells, wrapping their hands around the inner volute of the shell so it fit like a spiky boxing glove. And when the nearly as stupid Ladinos had come from the Honduran mainland, they'd been able to steal and swindle half the land on the island. Prince had learned from their example. "Mr. Prince!" Spurgeon again, weaving after him, his palm outstretched. Angrily, Prince dug out a coin and threw it at his feet. "That's so nice. That's so kind of you." Spurgeon spat on the coin, but he stooped for it and, in stooping, lost his balance and fell, smashing his Coke bottle on a stone. There went 50 centavos. There went 2 glasses of rum. The old man rolled in the street, too drunk to stand, smearing himself with yellow dirt. "Even the sick dog got's teeth," he croaked. "Just you remember that, Mr. Prince." Prince couldn't keep from laughing. Meacham's Landing, the town, a quaint seaport steeped in pirate legend, prattled the guidebook, lay along the curve of a bay inset between two scrub-thatched hills and served as the island capital. At midpoint of the bay stood the government office, a low white stucco building with sliding glass doors like a cheap motel. 3 prosperous-looking Spanish men were sitting on oil drums in its shade, talking to a soldier wearing blue fatigues. As Prince passed, an offshore breeze kicked up and blew scents of rotted coconut, papaya, and creosote in from the customs dock. A concrete strip stretching 100 yards or so into the glittering cobalt reach of the water. There was a vacancy about the scene, a lethargy uniformly affecting its every element. Cockles twitched the ends of their fronds, leaning in over the tin roofs. A pariah dog sniffed at a dried lobster claw in the dust. Ghost crabs scuttered under the shanties. It seemed to Prince that the tide of event had withdrawn, leaving the bottom dwellers exposed, creating a lull before some culminative action. And he remembered how it had been the same on bright afternoons in Saigon, when passers-by stopped and listened to the whine of an incoming rocket. How the plastic flags on the Hondas parked in front of the bars snapped in the wind. How a prostitute's monkey had screamed in its cage on hearing the distant crump, and everyone had laughed with relief. He felt less irritable, remembering, more at rights with the commemorative nature of the day. Beyond the government office, past the tiny public square and its dusty-leaved acacia, propped against the cement wall of the general store, clinging to it like a gaudy barnacle, was a shanty whose walls and trim had been painted crimson and bright blue and pink and quarantine yellow. Itchy-sounding reggae leaked from the closed shutter. Ghetto liquors. He tramped heavily on the stair, letting them know within that the drunkest mother on the island, Neil, his bloody majesty prince, was about to integrate their little rainbow paradise, and pushed into the hot, dark room. "Service," he said, kicking the counter. "What you want?" Rudy Welcomes stirred behind the bar. A slash of light from a split seam in the roof jiggled on his shaved skull. "St. Cecilia." Prince leaned on the bar, reconnoitering. 2 men sat at a rear table, their hair in spiky dreadlocks, wraiths materializing from the dark. The darkness was picked out by the purplish glow of black lights illuminating 4 Jimi Hendrix posters. Though of island stock, Rudy was American-born and, like Prince, a child of the 60s and a veteran. He said that the lights and posters put him in mind of a brothel on Tudor Street, where he had won the money with which to establish ghetto liquors. And Prince, recalling similar brothels, found that the lights provided an excellent frame of reference for the thoughtful, reminiscent stages of his drunk. The eerie purple radiance escaping the slender black canisters seemed the crystallized expression of war, and he fancied the color emblematic of evil energies and sluggish tropical demons. "So this your big day for drinking?" Rudy slid a pint bottle along the bar and resettled on his stool. "Don't you be starting that war buddy crap with me now. I ain't in the mood." "Shucks, Rudy." Prince adopted a southern accent. "You know I ain't war buddies with no nigger." Rudy stiffened, but let it pass. He gave a disaffected grunt. "Don't know why not, man. You could pass yourself. Way your hair's gotten all crispy and your skin's gone dark. See here?" He laid his hand on Prince's to compare the color, but Prince knocked it aside and stared, challenging. "Damn, seemed like Clint Eastwood done wandered into town." Rudy shook his head in disgust and moved off along the bar to change the record. The 2 men at the rear drifted across the room and whispered with him, casting sly looks at Prince. Prince basked in the tension. It further fleshed out his frame of reference. Confident that he'd established dominance, he took a table beside the shutter, relaxed, and sipped his rum. Through a gap in the boards, he saw a girl stringing up colored lights on the shanty opposite the bar.
His private holiday had this year coincided with Independence Day, always celebrated upon the third Friday in January. Stalls would sprout in the public square, offering strips of roast turtle and games of chance. Contending music would blare from the bars, reggae and salsa. Prince enjoyed watching street dancers lose their way in the mishmash of rhythms. It emphasized the fact that neither the Spanish nor the islanders could cope with the other's presence, and further emphasized that they were celebrating two different events. On the day that Queen Victoria had granted the islands their freedom, the Honduran military had sailed in and established governance. More stupidity. The rum was sitting easier on his stomach. Prince mellowed and went with the purple lights, seeing twisted black branches in them, seeing the twilit jungle in Long Biang, and he heard the hiss of the walkie-talkie and Leon's stagey whisper, "Hey, Prince, I got a funny shadow in that bombax tree." He had turned his scope on the tree, following the course of the serpentine limbs through the grainy and purpling air, and then the stutter of automatic fire, and he could hear Leon's screams in the air and carrying over the radio. "Got something for help you celebrate, Mr. Prince." A thin, hawk-faced man wearing frayed shorts dropped into the chair next to him, his dreadlocks wriggling. George Ebanks. Prince gripped the rum bottle, angry, ready to strike, but George thrust out a bristling something, a branch of black coral. "Dis de upful stuff, Mr. Prince," he said. "Rife with de island's secret." He pulled out a knife and whittled at the branch. Curly black shavings fell onto the table. "You just scrapes de color off, and das what you smokes." The branch intrigued Prince. It was dead black, unshining, hard to tell where each stalk ended and the room's darkness began. He'd heard the stories. Old Spurgeon said it drove you crazy, and even older John Anderson McCrae had said, "De coral's so black that when you smokes it, de color will rush into your eyes and allow you vision of de spirit world, and will allow them sight of you." "What's it do?" he asked, tempted. "It make you more a part of things, that's all, Mr. Prince. Don't fret. We going to smoke it with you." Rudy and the third man, wiry, short Jubert Cox, sidled up behind George's shoulder, and Rudy winked at Prince. George loaded the knife blade with black shavings and tamped them into a hash pipe, then lit it, drawing hard until the hollows of his cheeks reflected the violet-red coal. He handed the pipe across, a wisp of smoke curling from his tight-lipped smile, and watched Prince toke it down. The smoke tasted vile. It had a mustiness he associated with the thousands of dead polyps. Was it thousands per lungful, or merely hundreds? He just inhaled. But it was so cool that he did not concern himself with taste, and noticed only the coolness. Cold black stone lined his throat. The coolness spread to his arms and legs, weighting them down, and he imagined it questing with black tendrils through veins and arteries, finding out secret passages unknown even to his blood. Drifty stuff, and dizzying. He wasn't sure if he was sweating or not, but he was a little nauseous. And he didn't seem to be inhaling any more, not really. The smoke seemed to be issuing of its own volition from the pipe stem, a silken rope, a cold strangler's cord, tying a labyrinthine knot throughout his body. "Take but a trifle, don't it, Mr. Prince?" Jubert giggled. Rudy lifted the pipe from his numbed fingers, and involving the fissures of his brain in an intricate design, binding his thoughts into a coralline structure. The bright gaps in the shutter planking dwindled, receded, until they were golden straws adrift in the blackness, then golden pinpricks, then gone. And though he was initially fascinated by this production of the drug, as it progressed, Prince became worried that he was going blind. His tongue wouldn't work. His flesh was choked with black dust, distant from him, and the coolness had deepened to a penetrating chill. And as a faint radiance suffused the dark, he imagined that the process of the drug had been reversed, that now he was flowing up the pipe stem into the heart of the violet-red coal. "Oh, dis de upful stuff all right, Mr. Prince," said George from afar. "Dat what grows down to de root of de island." Rippling kelp beds faded in from the blackness, illuminated by a violet glow, and Prince saw that he was passing above them toward a dim wall, the reef, at whose base thousands upon thousands of witchy fires burned, flickering, ranging in color from indigo to violet white. All clinging, he saw, drawing near, to the stalks and branches of black coral, a bristling jungle of coral, stalks 20 and 30 feet high, and more. The fires were smaller than candle flames, and did not seem as much presences as they did peepholes into a cold furnace behind the reef. Maybe they were some sort of copepod, bioluminescent and half alive. He descended among the stalks, moving along the channels between them. Barracuda, sleek triggerfish. There, a grouper, 400 pounds if it was an ounce. Angelfish and rays. Bones showed in negative through their luminous flesh. Schools of smaller fish darted as one, stopped, darted again, into and out of the black branches. The place had a strange kinetic geometry, as if it were the innards of an organic machine whose creatures performed its functions by maneuvering in precise patterns through its interstices, and in which the violet fires served as the insane, empowering thoughts within an inky skull. Beautiful. Thomas de Quincey land. A jeweled shade, an occulted paradise. Then rising into the murk above him, an immense stalk. A shadowy, sinister Christmas tree poxed with flickering decorations. Sharks circled its upper reaches, cast in silhouette by the glow. Several of the fires detached from a branch and drifted toward him, eddying like slow moths. "They just markin' you, Mr. Prince. Don't be troubled." Where was George's voice coming from? It sounded right inside his ear. Oh, well. He wasn't troubled. The fires were weird, lovely. One drifted to within a foot of his eyes, hovering there, its violet-tipped edges shifting, not with the randomness of flame, but with a flowing, patterned movement, a complex pulse. Its center was an iridescent white. Must not be copepods. It drifted closer. Very lovely. A wash of violet spread from its edges in, and was absorbed by the whiteness. It brushed against his left eye. Prince's vision went haywire, spinning. He had a glimpse of the sentinel sharks, a blurred impression of the latticework of shadow on the reef wall, then darkness. The cold touch, brief as it had been, a split second, had burned him, chilled him, as if a hypodermic had ever so slightly pricked the humor and flooded him with an icy serum, leaving him shuddering. "They bound him." George. "Be watchful down there, Mr. Prince." Jubert. The shutter banged open, and bright, sweet, warming sunlight poured in. He realized he had fallen. His legs were entangled in an unyielding something that must be the chair. "You just had a little fit, man. Happens sometimes the first time. You gonna be fine." They pulled him up and helped him out onto the landing and down the stair. He tripped and fell the last 3 steps, weak and drunk, still shivering, fuddled by the sunlight. Rudy pressed the rum bottle into his hands. "Keep in the sun for a while, man. Get your strength back." "Oh, Mr. Prince!" A skinny black arm waved from the window of the gaudy box on stilts, and he heard smothered giggles. "You got work for me, Mr. Prince?"
Severe physical punishment was called for. Nobody was going to get away with bad tripping him. Prince drank, warmed himself, and plotted his revenge on the steps of the dilapidated Hotel Captain Henry. The hotel was named for Henry Meacham, the pirate whose crews had interbred with Carib and Jamaican women, thereby populating the island, and whose treasure was the focal point of many tall tales. A scrawny, just-delivered bitch growled at him from the doorway. Between growls, she worried her inflamed teats, a nasty sucking that turned Prince's saliva thick and ropey. He gave old Mike, the hotel flunky, 25 centavos to chase her off, but afterward old Mike wanted more. "I be a bitch, mon. I stripped his shadow from your back." He danced around Prince, flicking puny left jabs. Filthy, wearing colorless rags and a grease-stained baseball cap, flecks of egg yolk clotting his iron-gray whiskers. Prince flipped him another coin and watched as he ran off to bury it. The stories said that Mike had been a miser, had gone mad when he'd discovered all his money eaten by mice and insects. But Robley Meacham, owner of the hotel, said, "He just come home to us one morning. Didn't have no recollection of his name, so we call him Mike after my cousin in Miami." Still, the stories persisted. It was the island way. Say the thing long enough, and it be so. And perhaps the stories had done some good for old Mike, effecting a primitive psychotherapy and giving him a legend to inhabit. Mike returned from his hiding place and sat beside the steps, drawing circles in the dust with his finger and rubbing them out, mumbling as if he couldn't get them right. Prince flung his empty bottle over a shanty roof, caring not where it fell. The clarity of his thoughts annoyed him. The choral had sobered him somewhat, and he needed to regain his lost momentum. If Rita Steedley wasn't home, well, he'd be within a half-mile of his own bar, the Sea Breeze. But if she was, her husband, an ecologist working for the government, would be off-island until evening, and Prince felt certain that a go-round with Rita would reorient him and reinstitute the mean drunken process which the choral had interrupted. Vultures perched on the pilings of Rita Steedley's dock, making them look like carved ebony posts. Not an uncommon sight on the island, but one Prince considered appropriate, as to the owner's nature, more so when the largest of them flapped up and landed with a crunch in a palm top overlooking the sun deck where she lay. The house was blue stucco on concrete pilings standing in a palm grove. Between the trunks, the enclosed waters of the reef glittered in bands and swirls of aquamarine, lavender, and green, according to the varying depth and bottom. Sea grape grew close by the house, and the point of land beyond it gave out into mangrove radicle. As he topped the stairs, Rita propped herself on her elbows, pushed back her sunglasses, and weakly murmured, "Neil," as if summoning her lover to a deathbed embrace. Then she collapsed again upon the blanket, the exhausted motion of a pale dead frond. Her body glistened with oils and sweat, and her bikini top was unhooked and had slipped part way off. Prince mixed a rum and papaya juice from the serving cart by the stair. "Just smoked some black coral with the boys down at Ghetto Liquors." He looked back at her over his shoulder and grinned. "The spirits told me that I must purify myself with the body of a woman, for the moon is high." "I thought your eyes were very yellow today. You should know better." She sat up, the bikini top dropped down onto her arms. She lifted a coil of hair which had stuck to her breast, patting it into place behind her ear. "There isn't anything on this island that's healthy anymore. Even the fruit's poisoned. Did I tell you about the fruit?" She had. Her little girl's voice grated on Prince, but he found her earnestness amusing, attractive for its perversity. Her obsession with health seemed no less a product of trauma than did his own violent disposition. "It was just purple lights and mild discomfort," he said, sitting beside her. but a headache and a drowsy sensation would be a good buzz to those black hicks. They tried to mess with my mind, but—" He leaned over and kissed her. "I made good my escape and came straight away."
Jerry said he saw purple lights, too.
A grackle holding a cigarette butt in its beak hopped up on the railing, and Rita shooed it off. "He smoked it?"
"He smokes it all the time. He wanted me to try it, but I'm not poisoning myself any more than I have to with this garbage heap."
She checked his eyes.
"They're getting as bad as everyone else's. Still, they aren't as bad as the people's in Arkansas. They were so yellow they almost glowed in the dark, like phosphorescent urine." She shuddered dramatically, sighed, and stared glumly up into the palms. "God, I hate this place."
Prince dragged her down to face him. "You're a twitch," he said.
"I'm not,"
she said angrily, but fingered loose the buttons of his shirt as she talked.
"Everything's polluted down here, dying, and it's worse in the States. You can see the wasting in people's faces if you know how to look for it. I've tried to talk Jerry into leaving, but he says he's committed. Maybe I'll leave him. Maybe I'll go to Peru. I've heard good things about Peru."
"You'll see the wasting in their faces," said Prince. Her arms slid around his back, and her eyes opened and closed, the eyes of a doll whose head you manipulated. Barely seeing him, seeing something else in his place, some bad sign or ugly rumor. As his own eyes closed, as he stopped thinking, he gazed out past her head to the glowing, many-colored sea, and saw in the pale sky, along the horizon, a flash of the way it had been after a burn-off. The full-bore immensity and silence of the light. The clear, innocent air over paddies and palms, blackened like matchsticks. And how they'd moved through the dead land, crunching the scorched, brittle stalks underfoot, unafraid, because every snake within miles was now just a shadow in the cinders. Drunk, blind, old John Anderson McCrae was telling stories at the sea breeze, and Prince wandered out onto the beach for some peace and quiet. The wind brought fragments of the creaky voice. "That cross were studded with emeralds and sapphires." The story about Meacham's gold cross, supposedly buried off the west end of the island, was John's masterpiece, told only at great expense to the listener. He told how Meacham's ghost appeared each time his treasure was threatened, huge, a constellation made of the island stars. "And the round end of his peg leg where the moon shine down." Of course, Meacham had had 2 sound legs, but the knowledge didn't trouble John. "A man's ghost may suffer injury every bit as the man," he'd say, and then, to any further challenge, "Well, the truth may be lacking in it, but it captured the spirit of the truth." And he'd laugh, spray his rummy breath in the tourists' faces, and repeat his commonplace pun. And they would pay him more because they thought he was cute, colorful, and beneath them. White cumulus swelled from the horizon, and the stars blazed overhead so bright and jittery they seemed to have a pulse in common with the rattle of the sea breeze's generator. The reef crashed and hissed. Prince screwed his glass into the sand and settled back against a palm trunk, angled so he could see the deck of the bar. Benches and tables were built around coconut palms that grew up through the deck. Orange lights in the form of plastic palms were mounted on the trunks. Not an unpleasant place to sit and watch the sea. But the interior of the Sea Breeze bordered on the monstrous, lamps made of transparent skinned blowfish with bulbs in their stomachs, treasure maps and T-shirts for sale, a giant jukebox glowing red and purple like the crown jewels in a protective cage of 2x4s, garish pirate murals on the walls, and skull and crossbones pennants hanging from the thatched roof. The bar had been built and painted to simulate a treasure chest with its lid ajar. 3 carob skulls sat on shelves over the bottles, with red bulbs in their jars that winked on and off for birthdays and other celebrations. It was his temple to the stupidity of Guanoja Menor, and being his first acquisition, memorialized a commitment he had made to the grotesque heart of acquisition itself. A burst of laughter, shouts of "Watch out!" and "Good luck!" and old John appeared at the railing, groping his way along until he found the stair and stumbled down onto the beach. He weaved back and forth, poking the air with his cane, and sprawled in the sand at Prince's feet. A withered brown dummy stuffed into rags and flung overboard. He sat up, cocking his head. "Who's there?" The lights from the sea breeze reflected off his cataracts. They looked like raw silver nuggets embedded in his skull. "Me, John." "Is that you, Mr. Prince? Well, God bless you." John patted the sand, feeling for his cane, then clutched it and pointed out to sea. "Look, Mr. Prince, there where the Miss Fay go turtling off to the Chinchorro bank." Prince saw the riding lights moving toward the horizon, the indigo light rocking on the masthead, then wondered how in the hell. The indigo light swooped at him, darting across miles of wind and water in an instant, into his eyes. His vision went purple, normalized, purpled again, as if the thing were a police flasher going around and around in his head. And it was cold. Searing, immobilizing cold. "Ain't this a fine night, Mr. Prince? No matter how blind a man gets, he can recognize a fine night." With a tremendous effort, Prince clawed at the sand, but old John continued talking. "They say the island take hold of a man. Now that hold be gentle, 'cause the island bear no ill against them that dwell upon it in the lawful way. But those that lords it over the island, comes a night their rule is done." Prince wanted badly to scream, because that might release the cold trapped inside him, but he could not even strain. The cold possessed him. He yearned after John's words, not listening, but stretching out toward them with his wish. They issued from the soft tropic air like the ends of warm brown ropes dangling just beyond his frozen grasp. "This island poor, and the people fools, but I know you hear the saying that even the sick dog gots teeth. Well, this island gots teeth that grows down to the center of things. The Caribs say that there's a spirit from before the back time locked into the island's root, and the Baptists say that the island be a fountainhead of the Holy Spirit. But no matter what the truth, the people have each been granted a portion of that spirit, and that spirit legion now." The light behind Prince's eyes whirled so fast he could no longer distinguish periods of normal vision, and everything he saw had a purplish cast. He heard his entire agony as a tiny, scratchy sound deep in his throat. He toppled on his side and saw out over the bumpy sand, out to a point of land where wild palms, in silhouette against a vivid purple sky, shook their fronds like plumed African dancers, writhing up, ecstatic. "That spirit have drove off the English, and one day it will drive the Spanish home. It's slow, but it's certain. And that is why we celebrate this night, 'cause on this very night all those not of the Spirit and the law must come to judgment." John's shoes scraped on the sand. "Well, I'll be along now, Mr. Prince. God bless you." Even when his head had cleared and the cold dissipated, Prince couldn't work it out. If Jerry Steedley smoked this stuff all the time, then he must be having an abnormal reaction. A flashback. The thing to do would be to overpower the drug with depressants. But how could old John have seen the turtling boat? Maybe it never happened. Maybe the choral simply twitched reality a bit, and everything since Ghetto Liquors had been a real-life fantasy of amazing exactitude. He finished his drink, had another, steadied himself, and then hailed the jitney when it passed on its way to town, on his way to see Rudy and Jubert and George. Vengeance would be the best antidote of all for this black sediment within him. Independence Day. The shanties dripped with colored lights, and the dirt road glowed orange, crisscrossed by dancers and drunks who collided and fell. Skinny black casualties lay underneath the shanties, striped by light shining down through the floorboards. Young women danced in the bar windows. Older, fatter women, their hair in turbans, glowering, stood beside tubs of lobster salad and tables laden with coconut bread and pastries. The night was raucous, blaring, hooting, shouting. All the dogs were in hiding. Prince stuffed himself on the rich food, drank, and then went from bar to bar asking questions of men who pawed his shirt, rolled their eyes, and passed out for an answer. He could find no trace of Rudy or George, but he tracked Jubert down in a shanty bar whose sole designation as a bar was a cardboard sign tacked on a palm tree beside it, which read, "Friendly Club, No Riot." Prince lured him outside with the promise of marijuana, and Jubert, stupidly drunk, followed to a clearing behind the bar where dirt trails crossed, a patch of ground bounded by 2 other shanties and banana trees. Prince smiled a smile of good fellowship, kicked him in the groin and the stomach, and broke Jubert's jaw with the heel of his hand. "Short cut draw blood," said Prince. "Ain't that right? You don't trick with de mighty." He nudged Jubert's jaw with his toe. Jubert groaned, blood welled from his mouth, puddling black in the moonlight. "Come back at me, and I'll kill you," said Prince. He sat cross-legged beside Jubert. Moonlight saturated the clearing, and the tattered banana leaves seemed made of gray-green silk. Their trunks showed bone-white. A plastic curtain in a shanty window glowed with mystic roses, lit by the oil lamp inside. Jukebox reggae chip-chipped at the soft night, distant laughter. He let the clearing come together around him. The moon brightened as though a film had washed from its face. The light tingled his shoulders. Everything, shanties, palms, banana trees, and bushes, sharpened, loomed, grew more encircling. He felt a measure of hilarity on seeing himself as he'd been in the jungle of Lang Biang, freakishly alert. It conjured up cliched movie images. Prince, the veteran maddened by memory and distanced by trauma, compelled to relive his nightmares and hunt down these measly offenders in the derelict town. The violent American legend, the war-torn prince of the cinema. He chuckled. His life, he knew, was devoid of such thematic material. He was free of compulsion. Thousands of tiny shake-hands lizards were slithering under the banana trees, running over the sandy soil on their hind legs. He could see the disturbance in the weeds. A hibiscus blossom nodded from behind a shanty, an exotic lure dangling out of the darkness, and the shadows beneath the palms were deep and restless, not like the shadows in Lang Biang, still and green, high in the vaulted trees. Spirits had lived in those trees, so the story said, demon things with iron beaks who'd chew your soul into rags. Once he had shot one. It had been, they told him, only a large fruit bat, deranged, probably by some chemical poison, driven to fly at him in broad daylight. But he had seen a demon with an iron beak sail from a green shadow and fired. Nearly every round must have hit, because all they'd found had been scraps of bloody, leathery wing. Afterward they called him Deadeye and described how he'd bounced the bat along through the air with bursts of unbelievable accuracy. He wasn't afraid of spirits. "How you doing, Jube?" Prince asked. Joubert was staring at him, wide-eyed. Clouds swept across the moon, and the clearing went dark, then brightened. "There's big vultures up there, Joubert, flyin' across the moon and screamin' your name." Prince was a little afraid of the drug, but less afraid of the islanders, nowhere near as afraid as Joubert was of him right now. Prince had been much more afraid, had cried and soiled himself, but he'd always emptied his gun into the shadows and stayed stoned and alert for 11 months. Fear, he'd learned, had its own continuum of right actions. He could handle it. Joubert made a gurgling noise. "Got a question, Jube?" Prince leaned over, solicitous. A sudden gust of wind sent a dead frond crashing down, and the sound scared Joubert. He tried to lift his head and passed out from the pain. Somebody shouted, "Listen to that boy sing! Oh, he's slick, mon!" and turned up the jukebox. The tinny music broke Prince's mood. Everything looked scattered. The moonlight showed the grime and slovenliness of the place, the sprinkles of chicken droppings and the empty crab shells. He'd lost most of his enthusiasm for hunting down Rudy and George, and he decided to head for Maud Price's place, the Golden Dream. Sooner or later, everyone stopped in at the Dream. It was the island's gambling center, and because it was an anomaly among the shanties, with their 2 stucco rooms lit by naked light bulbs, drinking there conferred a certain prestige. He thought about telling them in the bar about Joubert, but decided no, and left him for someone else to rob. "Rudy and George hadn't been in," said Maud, smacking down a bottle on the counter. Barflies buzzed up from the spills and orbited her like haywire electrons. Then she went back to chopping fish heads, scaling and filleting them. Monstrously fat and jet black, bloody smears on her white dress. The record player at her elbow ground out warped Freddie Fender tunes. Prince spotted Jerry Steedley, who didn't seem glad to see Prince, sitting at a table along the wall, joined him, and told him about the black coral. "Everybody sees the same things," said Steedley, uninterested. "The reef, the fires." "What about flashbacks? Is that typical?" "It happens. I wouldn't worry about it." Steedley checked his watch. He was in his 40s, 15 years older than Rita, a gangly Arkansas hick whose brush-cut red hair was going gray. "I'm not worried," said Prince. "It was fine except for the fires, or whatever they were. I thought they were copepods at first, but I guess they were just part of the trip. The islanders think they're spirits." Steedley glanced toward the door, nervous, then looked at Prince, dead serious, as if he were considering a deep question. He kicked back in his chair and leaned against the wall, deciding, half smiling, "Know what I think they are? Aliens." Prince made a show of staring goggle-eyed, gave a dumb laugh, and drank. "No kiddin', Neil. Parasites. Actually, copepods might not be so far off. They're not intelligent. They're reef dwellers from the next continuum over. The coral opens the perceptual gates, or lets them see the gates that are already there, and wham! They latch right on. They induce a low-grade telepathy in human hosts, among other things." Steedley scraped back his chair and pointed at the adjoining room where people thronged, waving cards and money, shouting, losers threatening winners. "I gotta go lose some money, Neil. You take it easy." "Are you trying to mess me around?" Prince asked with mild incredulity. "Nope. It's just a theory of mine. They exhibit colonial behavior like a lot of small crustaceans. But they may be spirits. Maybe spirits aren't anything more than vague animal things slopping over from another world and setting their hooks in your soul, infecting you, dwelling in you. Who knows? I wouldn't worry about it, though." He walked away. "Say hi to Rita for me," Prince called. Steedley turned, struggling with himself, but he smiled. "Hey, Neil," he said, "it's not over." Prince nursed his rum, cocked an eye toward the door whenever anyone entered — the place was rapidly filling — and watched Maud gutting fish. A light-bulb's sun dangled inches over her head, and he imagined her with a necklace of skeletons reaching down into a bucketful of little silver-scaled men. The thunk of her knife punctuated the babble around him. He drowsed. Idly he began listening to the conversation of 3 men at the next table, resting his head against the wall. If he nodded out, Maud would wake him. "De man ain't got good sense, always spittin' and fumin'. He harsh, man, there's no denyin'. Harsh? De man worse den dat. Now de way Arlie tell it." Arlie? He wondered if they meant Arlie Brooks, who tended bar at the Seabreeze. "Dat Mary Ebanks bled to death. They say that the stain where she bled still shine at night on the floor of the Seabreeze." Maybe it was Arlie. "Dat be fool duppy talk, man." "Well, never mind dat. He never shot her. Dat was Eusebio Cornejo, from over at Sandy Bay. But the man might have saved her with his knowledge of wounds if he had not run off at the gunshot. Ain't he the one that stole that gold cross from old Bhairab Waters?" "Correct. Told him that the gold have gone bad, and that's why it's so black. And Bhairab, not mindful of the ways of gold, didn't know that was only tarnish. That was the treasure lost by old Meacham, am I right?" "Correct. The Carib watched him bury it, and when he gone, they move it to the hills. And then, when Bhairab found it, he told his American friend. And that friend become a wealthy man, and old Bhairab go to the ground wrapped in a blanket." That was his cross. That was him they were talking about. Outraged, Prince came up out of his stupor and opened his eyes. Then he sat very still. The music, the shouts from the back room, the conversations had died, been sheared away without the least whisper or cough remaining, and the room had gone black, except the ceiling, and it brimmed, seethed with purple fire, swirls of indigo and royal purple and violet white, a pattern similar to the enclosed waters of the reef, as if it, too, signaled varying depths and bottoms. Incandescent-looking, though, a rectangle of violent, shifting light, like a corpse's first glimpse of sky when his coffin is opened up in hell. And cold. Prince ducked, expecting they would swoop at him, pin him against the freezing darkness, but they did not. One by one the fires separated from the blazing ceiling and flowed down over the walls, settling on the creases and edges of things, outlining them in points of flickering radiance. Their procession seemed almost ordered, stately, and Prince thought of a congregation filing into their allotted pews preparatory to some great function. They illuminated the rumples in ragged shirts, and the ragged ends as well, and the wrinkles in faces. They traced the shapes of glasses, bottles, tables, spider-webs, the electric fan, light bulbs and their cords. They glowed nebular in the liquor. They became the smoldering ends of cigarettes. They mapped the spills on the counter and turned them into miniature phosphorescent seas. And when they had all taken their places, their design complete, Prince sat dumbstruck in the midst of an incredibly detailed constellation, one composed of ghostly purple stars against an ebony sky, the constellation of a tropic bar-room, of Maud Price's golden dream. He laughed, a venturing laugh. It sounded forced even to his own ears. There was no door, he noticed, no window outlined in purple fire. He touched the wall behind him for reassurance and jerked his hand away. It was freezing. Nothing moved other than the flickering, no sound.
The blackness held him fast to his chair, as though it were a swamp sucking him under. "It hurt bad, mon. It hurt inside my head." A bleary and distressed voice. Jubert's voice. "Mon, I hurt you bad myself, and you slip me de black coral. That's the truth. De man had the right to take action." Other voices tumbled forth in argument, most of them drunken, sodden, and seeming to issue from starry brooms and chairs and glassware. Many of them took his side in the matter of Jubert's beating. That, he realized, was the topic under discussion. And he was winning. But still other voices blurted out, accusing him. "He took that fat Yankee tourist down to print old Mrs. Ebanks with her camera, and Mrs. Ebanks shamed by it. No, man, I not that shamed. Let not that be against him. He pay me for the 3 barracuda and take the 5. He knock me down when I tell him how he favored that cousin of mine that live in Sayaba. He beat me. He cheat me. He curse me." The voices argued points of accuracy, mitigating circumstances, and accused each other of exaggeration. Their logic was faulty and stupidly conceived. It had the feel of malicious, drunken gossip, as if a group of islanders were loitering on some dusty street and disputing the truth of a tall tale. But in this case it was his tale they disputed. For though Prince did not recognize all the voices, he did recognize his crimes, his prideful excesses, his slurs and petty slights. Had it not been so cold, he might have been amused, because the general consensus appeared to be that he was no worse or better than any of his accusers, and therefore merited no outrageous judgment. But then a wheezy voice, the expression of a dulled, ancient sensibility, said, "I found that gold cross in a cave up on Hermit's Ridge." Prince panicked, sprang for the door, forgetting there was none, scrabbled at the stony surface, fell, and crawled along, probing for an exit. Bairam's voice harrowed him. "And I come to him and say, 'Mr. Prince, I got this terrible pain in the chest. Can't you give me money? I know that your money come from melting down the gold cross.' And he say, 'Bairam, I don't give jack shit about your chest.' And then he show me the door." Prince collapsed in a corner, eyes fixed on the starry record player from which the old man's voice came. No one argued against Bairam. When he had finished, there was a silence. "The bastard's been sleeping with my wife," said a twangy American voice. "Jerry," Prince yelled, "where are you?" A Constellate bottle of rum was the source of the voice. "Right here, you son. There's to be no talking with the man before judgment. That's right, the spirits make that clear. These damn things aren't spirits. If they ain't, then why Bairam Waters in the dream tonight? The man can't hear the voices of the spirits, 'cause he not of the island hisself." "Bairam's not here. I told you people so many times. I'm sick of it. These things induce telepathy in humans. That means you can hear each other's minds, that your thoughts resonate and amplify each other's, maybe even tap into some kind of collective unconscious. That's how. I believe somebody done pelt a rock at the man's head. He crazy." The matter of the purple fires was tabled, and the voices discussed Prince's affair with Rita Steedley. "There's no proof the man been messing with your wife." Reaching a majority opinion of guilty on what seemed to Prince shaky evidence indeed. The chill in the room had begun to affect him, and though he noticed that unfamiliar voices had joined the dialogue, British voices whose speech was laden with archaisms, guttural Carib voices, he did not wonder at them. He was far more concerned by the trembling of his muscles and the slow, flabby rhythm of his heart. He hugged his knees and buried his head in them for warmth, and so he hardly registered the verdict announced in Bairam Waters' cracked whisper. "The island never cast you out, Mr. Prince." Nor did he even hear the resultant argument, "Dat all you going to tell him? De man have a right to hear his fate." Except as a stupid hypnotic round that dazed him further and increased the chill, then turned into ghostly laughter. And he did not notice for quite a while that the chill had lessened, that the light filtering through his lids was yellow, and that the laughter was not voiced by spectral fires, but by ragged drunks packed closely around him, sweating, howling, and slopping their drinks on his feet. Their gap-toothed mouths opened wider and wider in his dimming sight, as if he were falling into the jaws of ancient animals who had waited in their jungle centuries for such as he. Fat moths danced around them in the air. Prince pushed feebly at the floor, trying to stand. They laughed louder, and he felt his own lips twitch in a smile, an involuntary reaction to all the good humor in the room. "Oh, damn!" Maud slammed the flat of her hand down on the counter, starting up the barflies and hiccuping Freddie Fender's wail. Her smile was fierce and malefic. "How you like that, Mr. Prince? You one of us now." He must have passed out. They must have dumped him in the street like a sack of manure. His head swam as he pulled himself up by the window ledge. His hip pocket clinked on the stucco wall. Rum bottle. He fumbled it out, swallowed, gagged, but felt it strengthen him. The town was dead, lightless, and winded. He reeled against the doorway of the dream and saw the mouldering shanties swing down beneath running banks of moonlit cloud. Peaked and eerie witches' hats, the sharp jut of folded black wings. He couldn't think. Dizzy, he staggered between the shanties and fell on all fours in the shallows, then soaked his head in the wavelets lapping the shingle. There were slippery things under his hands, no telling what, hog guts, kelp. He sat on a piling and let the wind shiver him and straighten him out. Home. Better than fighting off the rabid dog at the Hotel Captain Henry. Better than passing out again right here. 2.5 miles across island. No more than an hour, even in his condition. But watch out for the purple fires. He laughed. The silence gulped it up. If this were just the drug doing tricks, God, he could make a fortune selling it in the States. "You scrapes off the collar, and das what you smokes," he sang, calypso style. "The black coral takes boom boom, just one toke." He giggled. But what the hell were those purple fires? Duppies? Aliens? How about the purple souls of the niggers? The niggers' stinging purple souls. He took another drink. "Better ration it, Pilgrim," he said to the dark road in his best John Wayne, "or you'll never reach the fort alive." And like John Wayne, he'd be back. He'd chew out the bullet with his teeth and brand himself clean with a red-hot knife and blow holes in the bad guys. Oh, yeah. But suppose they were spirits. Aliens. Not hallucinations. So what? "I one of dem now," he shouted. He breezed the first 2 miles. The road wound through the brush-covered hills at an easy grade. Stars shone in the west, but the moon had gone behind the clouds, and the darkness was as thick as mud. He wished he'd brought his flashlight. That had been the first thing that had attracted him to the island, how the people carried flashlights to show their paths in the hills, along the beaches, in the towns after the generators had been shut down. And when an ignorant, flashlightless stranger came by, they'd shine a path from your feet to theirs and ask, "Howdy night?" "Beautiful," he'd replied, or, "Fine, just fine." And it had been. He'd loved everything about the island, the stories, the musical cadences of island speech, the sea-grape trees with their funny round leathery leaves, and the glowing, many-colored sea. He'd seen that the island operated along an ingenious and flexible principle, one capable of accommodating any contrary, and eventually absorbing it through a process of calm acceptance. He'd envied the islanders their peaceful, unhurried lives. But that had been before Vietnam. During the war, something inside him had gone irreversibly stone-cold sober, screwed up his natural high, and when he returned, their idyllic lives had seemed despicable, listless, a bacterial culture shifting on its slide. Every now and then he saw the peak of a thatched roof in silhouette against the stars, strands of barbed wire hemming in a few acres of scrub and bananas. He stayed dead center in the road, away from the deepest shadow, sang Old Stones and Dylan, and fueled himself with hits of rum. It had been a good decision to head back, because a norther was definitely brewing. The wind rushed cold in his face, spitting rain. Storms blew up quickly at this time of year, but he could make it home and secure his house before the worst of the rains. Something crashed in the brush. Prince jumped away from the sound, looking wildly about for the danger. The tufted hillock on his right suddenly sprouted horns against the starlight and charged at him, bellowing, passing so raw and close that he could hear the breath articulated in the huge red throat. Christ! It had sounded more like a demon's bellow than a cow's, which it was. Prince lost his balance and sprawled in the dirt, shaking. The damned thing lowed again, crunching off through a thicket. He started to get up, but the rum, the adrenaline, all the poisons of his day-long exertions roiled around in him, and his stomach emptied, spewing out liquor and lobster salad and coconut bread. Afterward he felt better, weaker, yet not on the verge of as great a weakness as before. He tore off his fouled shirt and slung it into a bush. The bush was a blaze of purple fires. They hung on twig ends and leaf tips, and marked the twisting course of branches, outlining them as they had done at Maud's. But at the center of this tracery, the fires clustered together in a globe, a wicked violet-white sun extruding spidery filaments and generating forked, leafy electricities. Prince backed away. The fires flickered in the bush, unmoving. Maybe the drug had finished its run. Maybe now that he'd burned most of it out, the fires could no longer affect him as they had previously. But then a cold, cold prickle shifted along his spine, and he knew— oh, God! He knew for a certainty there were fires on his back, playing hide-and-seek where he could never find them. He beat at his shoulder blades like a man putting out flames, and the cold stuck to his fingertips. He held them up before his eyes. They flickered, pulsing from indigo to violet-white. He shook them so hard that his joints cracked, but the fire spread over his hands, encasing his forearms in a lurid glare. In blind panic, Prince staggered off the road, fell, scrambled up, and ran, holding his glowing arms stiff out in front of him. He tumbled down an embankment and came to his feet, running. He saw that the fires had spread above his elbows and felt the chill margin edging upward. His arms lit the brush around him, as if they were the wavering beams of tinted flashlights. Vines whipped out of the dark, the lengths of a black serpent coiled everywhere, lashed into a frenzy by the purple light. Dead fronds clawed his face with sharp, papery fingers. He was so afraid, so empty of everything but fear, that when a palm trunk loomed ahead, he ran straight into it, embracing it with his shining arms. There were hard fragments in his mouth. Blood, more blood flowing into his eyes. He spat and probed his mouth, wincing as he touched the torn gums. 3 teeth missing, maybe 4. He hugged the palm trunk and hauled himself up. This was the grove near his house. He could see the lights of St. Mark's Quay between the trunks, white seas driving in over the reef. Leaning on the palms as he went, he made his way to the water's edge. The wind-driven rain slashed at his split forehead. Christ!
It was swollen big as an onion. The wet sand sucked off one of his tennis shoes, but he left it. He washed his mouth and forehead in the stinging salt water, then slogged toward the house, fumbling for his key. Damn! It had been in his shirt. But it was all right. He'd built the house Hawaiian style, with wooden slats on every side to admit the breeze. It would be easy to break in. He could barely see the roof peak against the toiling darkness of the palms and the hills behind, and he banged his shins on the porch. Distant lightning flashed, and he found the stair and spotted the conch shell lying on the top step. He wrapped his hand inside it, punched a head-sized hole in the door slats, and leaned on the door, exhausted by the effort. He was just about to reach in for the latch when the darkness within, visible against the lesser darkness of night as a coil of dead, unshining emptiness, squeezed from the hole like black toothpaste and tried to encircle him. Prince tottered backward off the porch and landed on his side. He dragged himself away a few feet, stopped, and looked up at the house. The blackness was growing out into the night, encysting him in a thicket of coral branches so dense that he could see between them only glints of the lightning bolts striking down beyond the reef. "Please," he said, lifting his hand in supplication. And something broke in him, some grimly held thing whose residue was tears. The wind's howl in the booming reef came as a single ominous vowel, roaring, rising in pitch. The house seemed to inhale the blackness, to suck it slithering back inside, and for a moment Prince thought it was over. But then violet beams lanced from the open slats, as if the fuming heart of a reactor had been uncovered within. The beach bloomed in livid daylight, a no-man's land littered with dead fish, half-buried conchs, rusted cans, and driftwood logs like the broken, corroded limbs of iron statues. Inky palms thrashed and shivered. Rotting coconuts cast shadows on the sand. And then the light swarmed up from the house, scattering into a myriad fiery splinters, and settling on palm tops, on the prows of dinghies, on the reef, on tin roofs set among the palms, and on sea grape and cashew trees, where they burned. The ghosts of candles illuminating a sacred shore, haunting the dark interior of a church whose anthem was wind, whose litany was thunder, and upon whose walls feathered shadows leapt and lightnings crawled. Prince got to his knees, watching, waiting, not really afraid any longer, but gone into fear. Like a sparrow in a serpent's gaze, he saw everything of his devourer, knew with great clarity that these were the island people, all of them who had ever lived, and that they were possessed of some otherworldly vitality, though whether spirit or alien or both he could not determine, and that they had taken their accustomed places, their ritual stands. Byram Waters hovering in the cashew tree he had planted as a boy. John Anderson McCrae flitting above the reef, where he and his father had swung lanterns to lure ships in onto the rocks. Maud Price ghosting over the grave of her infant child hidden in the weeds behind a shanty. But then he doubted his knowledge and wondered if they were not telling him this, advising him of the island's consensus, for he heard the mutter of a vast conversation becoming distinct, outvoicing the wind. He stood, searching for an avenue of escape, not in the least hopeful of finding one, but choosing to exercise a final option. Everywhere he turned, the world pitched and tossed as if troubled by a sight, and only the flickering purple fires held constant. "Oh, my God!" he screamed, almost singing it in an ecstasy of fear, realizing that the precise moment for which they gathered had arrived. As one, from every corner of the shore, they darted into his eyes. Before the cold overcame him, Prince heard island voices in his head. They ranted, "Let's see how you rank with de spirit now, boog man."
They instructed, "Best you not struggle against the spirit. Be more merciful that way." They insulted, rambled, and construed illogics. For a few seconds he tried to follow the thread of their discourse, thinking if he could understand and comply, then they might stop. But when he could not understand, he clawed his face in frustration. The voices rose to a chorus, to a mob howling separately for his attention, then swelled into a roar greater than the wind's, but equally single-minded and bent on his annihilation. He dropped onto his hands and knees, sensing the beginning of a terrifying dissolution, as if he were being poured out into a shimmering violet-red bowl. And he saw the film of fire coating his chest and arms, saw his own horrid glare reflected on the broken seashells and mucky sand, shifting from violet-red into violet-white, and brightening, growing whiter and whiter until it became a white darkness in which he lost all track of being. The bearded old man wandered into Meacham's landing early Sunday morning after the storm. He stopped for a while beside the stone bench in the public square where the sentry, a man even older than himself, was leaning on his deer rifle, asleep. When the voices bubbled up in his thoughts, he pictured his thoughts as a soup with bubbles boiling up and popping, and the voices coming from the pops, and yammered at him, "No, no, dot ain't de man. Keep walkin', old fool." It was a chorus, a clamor that caused his head to throb. He continued on. The street was littered with palm husks and fronds and broken bottles buried in the mud that showed only their glittering edges. The voices warned him these were sharp and would cut him. "Make it hurtful, like them gashes on your face." And he stepped around them. He wanted to do what they told him because it just seemed the way of things. The glint of a rain-filled pothole caught his eye, and he knelt by it, looking at his reflection. Bits of seaweed clung to his crispy gray hair, and he picked them out, laying them carefully in the mud. The pattern in which they lay seemed familiar. He drew a rectangle around them with his finger, and it seemed even more familiar, but the voices told him to forget about it, and keep going. One voice advised him to wash his cuts in the pothole. The water smelled bad, however, and other voices warned him away. They grew in number and volume, driving him along the street until he followed their instructions and sat down on the steps of a shanty painted all the colors of the rainbow. Footsteps sounded inside the shanty, and a black, bald-headed man wearing shorts came out and stretched himself on the landing. "Damn," he said. "Just look what come home to us this morning. Hey, 'Lizabeth." A pretty woman joined him, yawning, and stopped mid-yawn when she saw the old man. "Oh, Lord, that poor creature." She went back inside and reappeared shortly, carrying a towel and a basin, squatted beside him, and began dabbing at his wounds. It seemed such a human thing to be so treated, and the old man kissed her soapy fingers. "De man a caution," Lisbeth gave him a playful smack. "I know das why he in such a state. See the way the skin's all tore on his forehead there? Must be he been fightin' with the conks over some other man's woman." "Could be," said the bald man. "How about that? You a fool for the ladies?" The old man nodded. He heard a chorus of affirming voices. "Oh, das it. The man cootin' and cootin' until he half crazy. Then he coot with the wrong woman. Must have been grazed with the conk and left for dead." "Lord, yes," said Lisbeth. "Dis man going to trouble all the ladies, going to be kissin' after dem and huggin' dem." "Can't you talk?" asked the bald man. He thought he could, but there were so many voices, so many words to choose from. Maybe later. No. "Well, I guess we'd better get you a name. How about Bill? I got a good friend up in Boston's named Bill." That suited the old man fine.
He liked being associated with the bald man's good friend. "Tell you what, Bill." The bald man reached inside the door and handed him a broom. "You sweep off the steps and pick up what you see needs picking, and we'll pass you out some beans and bread after a while. How's that sound?" It sounded good, and Bill began sweeping at once, taking meticulous care with each step. The voices died to a murmurous purr in his thoughts. He beat the broom against the pilings, and dust fell onto it from the floorboards. He beat it until no more would fall. He was happy to be among people again, because— "Don't be thinking about the back time, man. Dat all gone. You just get on with your clean there, Bill. Everything going to work out in the end. That's it, man. You going to clean this whole town before you through. Don't vex with de man. He doing his work." And he was. He picked up everything within 50 feet of the shanty and chased off a ghost crab, smoothing over the delicate slashes its legs made in the sand. By the time Bill had cleaned for a half-hour, he felt so at home, so content, and enwrapped in his place and purpose, that when the old woman next door came out to toss her slops into the street, he scampered up her stairs, threw his arms around her, and kissed her full on the mouth. Then he stood grinning, at attention with his broom. Startled at first, the woman put her hands on her hips and looked him up and down, shaking her head in dismay. "My God," she said sorrowfully, "dis the best we can do for this poor man? Dis the best thing the island can make of itself?" Bill didn't understand. The voices chattered, irritated. They didn't seem angry at him, though, and he kept on smiling. Once again the woman shook her head and sighed, but after a few seconds Bill's smile encouraged her to smile in return. "I guess if this the worst of it," she said, "then better must come." She patted Bill on the shoulder and turned to the door. "Everybody," she called, "quickly now. Come see this lovin' soul that the storm have let fall on Rudy Welcome's door."